In a world divided into 4 continents and governed by magic, various species coexisted under a powerful system driven by magical science. Rondel stood at the heart of it all, a city thriving in the age of magic. Despite its futuristic magic tech, social hierarchy endured. Teleport gates made travel instant, yet feudal systems and noble dominance shaped daily life. Amid soaring airships and towering buildings, classism remained unchanged. On the 29th of December 1999, a revelation shook the world. An archmage's final will emerged, announcing that all his power, wealth, and knowledge had been hidden across the world. Anyone capable of finding it could claim it. This single event, a buried legacy without an owner, would shift destinies and spark fierce competition in the magical era. The world honored Manuel Lucas, the archmage who once disrupted history before his death. He left behind a declaration his entire legacy had been hidden across the world. A brilliant flash marked the moment his will spread, igniting ambition in countless seekers. As news spread, those hungry for power, regardless of race or background, began the hunt. Scholars, adventurers, and nobles alike chased rumors, but no one found the so-called fate. Years passed, the excitement faded into legend until 20 years later, one young man reached an ancient gate long thought unreachable. As the light enveloped him, a message confirmed the impossible. He had acquired Manuel Lucas's fate in that moment. The legacy that eluded the world for decades became his, and everything began to change from that point forward. In 2007 of the magic century, within Lawrence Castle, young Adrian Lawrence carried himself with quiet discipline. Though just a child, he preferred managing tasks personally. Unknown to others, Adrian was a reincarnator, someone who retained memories of a past life from modern-day South Korea. After dying in that world, he awakened in a noble household, reborn as the illegitimate son of Viscount Lawrence. At first, confusion clouded his thoughts, but soon the knowledge from his former life became a powerful asset. His natural intellect and maturity stood out. He studied rigorously, gaining attention and admiration for his rapid growth. Within a few short years, he built a reputation among both peers and adults. Yet, amid his success, one troubling limitation remained: a world of magic where he still couldn't use magic himself. Despite being a reincarnator, Adrian found that Rondel's civilization surpassed Earth's in both magic and technology. His modern knowledge offered little advantage. Undeterred, he pushed himself relentlessly, reading endlessly, maintaining the image of a genius to increase his value. But effort alone wasn't enough. At 7, someone attempted to poison him. He collapsed violently, barely surviving thanks to swift healing. The attack revealed the underlying hostility in his home. The culprit was clear: Anna Lawrence, the official wife of the Viscount. Adrian's mere existence as the son of a commoner, yet favored by the Viscount, threatened her. Her status as a noblewoman couldn't tolerate the rising presence of a child not her own. For Adrian, survival meant more than learning. It meant navigating a household where even family could be enemies. Frustrated by powerlessness, Adrian realized the harsh truth. His father's silence confirmed he knew who tried to kill him but chose to ignore it. Unable to confront a noblewoman like Anna without evidence, Adrian abandoned the act of playing the obedient genius. A decade later, in 2019 of the magic century, he lived quietly as a 20-year-old, blending in as a clerk at a convenience store. Customers recognized him as the second son of the Lawrence family, surprised to see him in such a modest role despite noble lineage. Adrian dressed and behaved like an ordinary citizen. When asked how many point cards he wanted, he simply replied, "All of it." Beneath his calm smile was a hidden purpose, one shaped by betrayal, strategy, and the fate he would soon reclaim. Adrian's visit to the convenience store stirred whispers. His casual appearance confused the staff, unprepared for a noble's presence. Despite their panic, Adrian remained calm, buying 5 million won worth of game point cards. The staff wondered why he came in person instead of sending a servant, but none dared question him directly. Outside, his guards waited as he received a message. His half-brother Cedric had arrived at his residence. Meanwhile, Sylvia, Adrian's mother, asked for him gently, while Cedric stormed forward. The older brother's words dripped with disdain, criticizing Adrian for walking instead of using a carriage. To Cedric, Adrian's humble actions were shameful for a noble. But Adrian knew better. Real prestige wasn't maintained by arrogance or status. Cedric's scolding only exposed how little he truly understood responsibility. Adrian held back, knowing arguing would only prolong Cedric's taunts. Though insulted for his commoner heritage, he responded with calm indifference. When Cedric revealed their father wanted him to oversee a family business, Adrian understood instantly. Far's distributions tied to the mining industry was a valuable asset. Cedric's sudden interest wasn't brotherly. It was territorial. In Rondel, noble families were powerful political and economic forces. often controlling major businesses. Cedric, greedy and insecure, likely feared Adrian would be chosen. But Adrian, uninterested in playing Cedric's game, refused the offer without hesitation. His smile concealed sharp awareness. With quiet dismissal, he asked Cedric to leave. In that moment, Adrian proved that real strength didn't come from inheritance or bloodline, but from knowing when to fight and when to walk away. Cedric mocked Adrian's love for games, laughing as if it were all he amounted to. Adrian didn't respond. His quiet strength unsettled his mother, but he reassured her, staying uninvolved was safest. After the poisoning, Adrian abandoned the facade of brilliance and lived unnoticed. His father, disinterested in a son without visible talent, stopped caring. That distance protected Adrian, shielding him from further threats. Over the next 10 years, he minimized contact and isolated himself. Gossip painted him as a fallen genius, a recluse with no ambition, yet it was all deliberate. The estate servants, loyal to Anna, watched him constantly. Adrian had no allies there. By fading into the background, he ensured survival. People believed he was lost in fantasy, but in truth, he was hiding his sharpest weapon, patience. Adrian returned to his room in silence, setting down the bag and picking up his gaming device. Some believed he used games to escape, but that wasn't the case. The game Chronicle Online wasn't just entertainment. It was connected to something deeper. As he logged in, a system alert appeared. A hidden quest had been released. The interface synchronized with his real-life data, and a perfect reflection of himself materialized in-game. This was no ordinary quest. Adrian had unknowingly stepped into something far greater, where the line between reality and the virtual world would soon vanish. 10 years ago, Adrian Lawrence entered the Royal Academy and stumbled upon a book about Manuel Lucas. While researching for his assignment, he uncovered a shocking truth. Lucas had written in English, an impossible language in their world. Digging deeper, Adrian found strange digital traces tied to Lucas and a hidden profile locked with layers of security. After endless decoding, he finally accessed it. A system message declared Adrian had inherited Lucas's fate. Believing it would grant him power, Adrian celebrated, unaware of the cost. Not long after, he was ambushed and stabbed. Bleeding and enraged, he realized the pain was real. His journey had only begun, and it was already brutal. The power he sought came not with glory, but with suffering. Wounded yet determined, Adrian questioned if fear would control him. Pushing forward, he struck with precision, landing a critical hit and achieving level 10. With that, he cleared the first stage of the fake quest. Suddenly, he was transported by main god Ariel into a secret realm. There, his body began synchronizing with his game character. Realizing his online stats now affected reality, Adrian braced himself. A digital door appeared, offering him the real class path of Manuel Lucas. He accepted. The system confirmed the awakening of his potential. A new magic circuit was formed, connecting his essence to Lucas's legacy. A circle materialized, enhancing his power. Now reborn with Lucas's foundation, Adrian stood ready. He vowed to never lose again, no matter the cost. With one magic circle formed, Adrian sought techniques to match it. He entered the library, certain the books tied to Lucas's legacy held the answers. As he approached, the system prompted him with an option to search materials. Grateful for the shortcut, he started learning directly through skill books. Though the process engraved knowledge instantly, it caused intense headaches. Adrian endured the pain, rapidly acquiring multiple techniques and spells. Finally, he found the last book, Circle Concealment. It allowed him to hide his magic from detection, essential for survival. The system asked for confirmation, and he accepted without hesitation. The book's effect activated, surrounding him in energy. The timing felt perfect, almost as if Lucas himself had planned it all in advance. As the final technique settled into his mind, Adrian winced in pain. Training alone in the vast library, he felt the immense weight of knowledge. Despite acquiring powerful skills, he realized he'd barely begun. His goal was simple: peace for himself and his mother. The next day, he resumed physical training with Vice, a loyal knight. Though it started as exercise, Adrian noticed that gains made in the game mirrored reality. Mana control and stamina both improved. The synergy between worlds amazed him. Even techniques used online influenced his real body. By hiding his circle with magic, he avoided suspicion, feeling accomplished. Adrian smiled. When Vice asked, he casually replied that he'd found a good item, downplaying the truth of his growing power. Despite acting carefree, Adrian noticed whispers calling him a game addict and powerless fool. He pretended not to hear. Vice stood up for him, but Adrian played the weak role deliberately, to stay off Cedric and Anna's radar. Later, he logged back into Chronicle Online. now knowing in-game power affected real life ready to grow stronger. He opened the store, spending currency he'd earned. Adrian bought rare support items. Then came his main goal, summoning a supporter, though costly. It was worth it. A strong supporter could reduce grinding time and boost progress dramatically. Committed, Adrian initiated a 10-pull summon. The system flashed. A high-level support unit appeared, non-combat but essential for enhancement. With money and determination, Adrian vowed to push forward no matter what. Adrian slumped to the floor after spending 30 million won on supporter summons without a desirable result. Just as disappointment sank in, a rare supporter appeared. Asura, the Heavenly Steel. Specialized in defense, she wielded a divine shield and had a unique classification. Though unfamiliar with her name, Adrian saw potential and immediately registered her. She materialized, tall, armored, and formidable. Despite her intimidating look, she accepted his command in silence. Together, they entered combat. Asura blocked an incoming attack with ease, while Adrian followed up with a precise magic strike. The teamwork was seamless for the first time. Adrian felt protected on the battlefield. Asura wasn't just a lucky pull, she was a game-changer. With her by his side, leveling up was no longer a distant goal. Adrian reached level 20 in-game with steady support from Asura, though progress was slow. It felt more effective than training in reality. After logging out, he returned to his room reflecting on the day's gains. Just as he planned to head to the training hall, a sudden presence startled him. A cloaked figure loomed in the shadows. Adrian turned and froze. Asura stood before him, not in the game, but in the real world. Shocked, he stammered, realizing she had somehow crossed over completely. Nothing could have prepared him for this moment. Adrian was stunned to see Asura materialize in the real world. Demanding answers, he questioned how a game character could exist outside the system. Asura calmly explained her origin. She was a homunculus created by Manuel Lucas, modeled after a legendary knight. Asura had been designed with independent thought and a bridge between digital and physical realms. Realizing she was one of Lucas's living legacies, Adrian grasped the weight of her presence. Though he doubted her versatility, Asura clarified that her stats would grow alongside his in-game level. Her full potential matched a Grandmaster on par with an 8th Circle Mage, one of the strongest ranks on the continent. Adrian understood then, she wasn't just support. She was a hidden weapon. Adrian was shocked by Asura's power, realizing Lucas had created a being rivaling the continent's strongest. Though grateful, he worried how to hide her. Asura explained she'd arrived via server transmission and couldn't return easily. She lacked stealth, but could conceal her mana on command. Her armor and energy faded, making her less noticeable. Still, Adrian felt exposed. Deciding to accept the risk, he brought her out publicly. As they walked together, rumors spread rapidly. People assumed they were romantically involved. Some admired him, others gossiped. Amidst the misunderstanding, Adrian silently leveled up to 30, unlocking the next phase of his fake quest. With new challenges ahead, he realized blending game and reality would only grow more complicated from here. Adrian planned to mask Asura's presence by pretending she was a mage's assistant. While preparing inside the magic tower, he learned that her body enters eco mode during gameplay but retains monitoring functions. Suddenly, the tower shook. Fake Quest Stage 2 began. A massive orc warrior Khans appeared. Asura stood by Adrian, ready to fight. The orc's strength was overwhelming, and consumable items were restricted in this quest. Realizing this, Adrian knew it would be a difficult battle. Asura, without hesitation, stepped forward to defend. With the enemy charging and shouting threats, Adrian called her name. She acknowledged the command, bracing herself. As Khans launched a brutal attack, Asura raised her shield, beginning their first coordinated real-world and in-game battle together. Asura blocked the orc's strike with her shield, buying time for Adrian to cast Magic Missile. The spell landed with precision, striking the orc's head and triggering a critical hit. Blood burst from the wound, but the enemy didn't fall. Adrian quickly analyzed the battle, realizing that despite his level, this opponent wasn't ordinary. Using his experience from both worlds, he predicted Khans' movement and issued another order. Asura followed through, unleashing a powerful attack that pushed the orc back. Yet Khans remained standing, severely injured but enraged. His health bar showed critical damage. But he charged again. Adrian knew one hit would be fatal. With no room for mistakes, he positioned himself behind Asura, trusting her completely in this life-or-death moment. Adrian remembered his first death and refused to repeat it. Activating Dig, a light-type explosive skill, he launched a powerful attack that broke the orc's defense. Asura followed up, restraining Khans so Adrian could strike again. The orc's health dropped to a critical 50 horsepower, but it unleashed a terrifying second phase. Empowered by rage calmly, Adrian coordinated with Arcia, waiting for the perfect chance. As the orc lunged, Adrian cast magic missile once more. The spell pierced Kansa's chest, ending the battle. A system alert confirmed victory. Fate Quest Stage 2 was cleared. New access was granted. Manuel Lucas's magic tower, 3rd floor. The trial had tested both of them, but they succeeded through precision, teamwork, and the will to survive. While Adrian battled in the magic tower, a different discussion took place in Viscount Lawrence's office. Rayford Lawrence stood in silence, reflecting deeply. His wife, Anna, interrupted, questioning his thoughts. News had reached them of Adrian bringing a mysterious woman into the mansion. Anna's tone was dismissive, masking deeper frustration. She presented a war summons demanding the deployment of soldiers. As tension rose, she suggested sending Adrian instead of Cedric, criticizing Adrian's perceived laziness. Rayford listened but reminded her that Adrian had long been neglected. He challenged Anna's sudden interest, questioning whether it was fair to exploit Adrian now. The conversation revealed a political undercurrent and the growing threat of war, one that might soon force Adrian into the center of conflict. Anna insisted that Adrian had lived in comfort long enough and should now bear responsibility. Rayford questioned her intent, aware she saw Adrian as expendable. Declaring Cedric the successor, Rayford promised to shield his family from interference. He agreed to send Adrian to the battlefield, but on the condition that upon return, Adrian would be made fully independent, free from surveillance or schemes. He demanded a future without manipulation. Meanwhile, Adrian continued training. His skills had grown sharper, his strength evident. Unaware of the political talks surrounding him, he focused on his goals. He completed Fate Quest, Stage 2, confident and proud. As the sun shone over his training ground, Adrian stood unaware of the war plans and promises tied to his fate. Adrian analyzed how spells from Chronicle impacted his real-world body, improving his strength and coordination. He theorized that synchronized gameplay enhanced his physical limits beyond ordinary training. Just as he processed his findings, a messenger arrived. Rayford had summoned him to the castle for an unknown reason. A few days after the initial announcement, the Lawrence family gathered to settle the matter of battlefield representation. Cedric protested loudly when Adrian was chosen, demanding to know why the illegitimate son would take his place. Viscount Raymond defended the decision, stating Cedric's status as heir made his safety a priority. Sylvia challenged the fairness, questioning Adrian's worth in comparison. Raymond dismissed her concerns, highlighting Adrian's lesser status. Though angered, Adrian realized the decision freed him from constraints. He planned to use his new position to enter the game using the family's device. No one would suspect his intentions. More importantly, it allowed him to escape Anna's watchful eyes. Calmly, he accepted the role, masking his true motives. Cedric, unaware of Adrian's deeper plans, begrudgingly acknowledged his role with a quiet thank you. Cedric warned Adrian not to tarnish the family's name, though his tone held little respect. Adrian remained composed, silently noting Cedric's immaturity despite being older. After formally accepting the role, Adrian was pulled aside by Viscount Raymond. Away from others, Raymond made an unexpected offer. If Adrian succeeded, he would be allowed to move to the King's Land, free to pursue his goals without interference. Adrian questioned the sudden favor, suspicious of Anna's silence in the matter. He acknowledged the offer but withheld full trust. Raymond sensed the hesitation and didn't deny it. Finally, he handed Adrian an unknown item, insisting it was important. Though Adrian still had doubts, he realized that returning alive from battle was the first step to seizing his own future. Viscount Raymond handed Adrian rare magical artifacts, an auto-shield and great shield, crucial for survival without teleportation. Though grateful, Adrian remained wary, especially under Cedric and Anna's watchful eyes. Their cold gazes revealed silent opposition. Raymond urged him to stay alert, but Adrian suspected deeper motives. As memories of past betrayals resurfaced, he struggled to trust. Yet with enemies surrounding him, he accepted his father's hand for now. Later, while alone, Raymond secretly endured a painful spell, confirming Adrian's suspicions. Using magic to suppress the pain, Raymond revealed guilt and knowledge beyond what he admitted. Adrian entered quietly, piecing together clues. The signs confirmed his doubts. Raymond had been hiding something since the poisoned spoon incident. Adrian comforted his worried mother, assuring her he was no longer defenseless. He hinted that the battlefield would shift focus away from them, making it a perfect chance to act freely. 2 days later, on deployment day, Adrian boarded the levitation train with Arcia, a skilled fighter and loyal companion. Their closeness drew suspicion, but Adrian brushed it off, introducing her as his secretary. In truth, he relied on Arcia's strength and presence in case things went wrong. Though not an official knight, her abilities exceeded expectations. Refusing to take chances, Adrian poured resources into his in-game progress, spending 200 million and rapidly advancing through the lucky encounter levels. Now, just before reaching the 4th level, he prepared himself mentally and physically. Adrian secured 3 priceless elixirs from the 3rd level of lucky encounter, a reward perfect for his dangerous mission. With the elixirs hidden, he excused himself from the meeting, masking his plan to enter the game. However, his leave stirred tension. A vanguard named Dalton mocked him, questioning Adrian's qualifications. Adrian remained calm, recognizing the man as a powerful Force user. Dalton pressed on, accusing Adrian of irresponsibility and hinted at favoritism. The room grew tense until Dalton crossed a line with a disrespectful remark about Arcia. This triggered Billiam, vice-captain of the Knights, who firmly warned him to stop. With a composed apology, Billiam took responsibility for his subordinate's behavior. The confrontation revealed the hidden power dynamics Adrian would need to navigate. Adrian sensed tension as he left the meeting, noting Billiam's distant attitude despite earlier politeness used to being treated coldly. Adrian gave his final instructions before heading to rest. Once in-game, he swiftly triggered a powerful item, Tears of Salamander, inflicting massive damage on a beast and bypassing its pain resistance. The attack worked, his preparation paid off. Shortly after he received a system alert, he reached level 80. That advancement granted access to the secret room of the main god Ariel. There, he encountered the 4th level of Lucky Encounter, and its deadly boss, the Demi-Lich Empress with 32,000 horsepower. She greeted them with menace. Adrian knew this battle would determine his fate. He had to win this encounter before arriving at the West headquarters to solidify his position and protect everything he had gained. Adrian faced the Demi-Lich Empress, a boss with 32,000 horsepower tied to the 4th Lucky Encounter quest. Defeating it would unlock the next floor of Manuel Lucas's tower. Though Lich-type monsters are generally cunning, this one appeared slow and less intelligent, but that assumption was quickly shattered. Without warning, Empress unleashed powerful spells, Stone Cause and Icicle Lance before Adrian and Arcia could even take formation. Arcia was struck and sent flying. Adrian, left exposed, failed to react in time. The attack landed hard, and he was consumed by unbearable pain. Lying on the ground, disoriented and overwhelmed, Adrian struggled to think clearly. The Lich's maniacal laughter echoed in his ears, intensifying the chaos. The battle had just begun, but Adrian was already at a severe disadvantage. Despite the overwhelming pain, Adrian suddenly recognized the Lich's voice. It resembled someone familiar. As the enemy prepared another fireball, Arcia intercepted it with her shield. Adrian recovered in time to counter. He cast a holy spell, healing himself and forcing the Lich into retreat. Arcia resumed pressure, keeping the enemy from chanting again. Adrian switched tactics, enchanting his staff with holy attributes. Without pause, he rushed the Lich, pummeling it with physical blows. Caught off guard, the Lich panicked. Confused by Adrian's unusual combat style, the enemy attempted to erect a firewall, but Adrian charged straight through. Flames didn't slow him down. With a final strike aimed at its core, Adrian closed in, delivering a decisive attack that pierced the Lich's defenses, ending its chaotic laughter and regaining momentum in the battle. Adrian successfully cleared Lucky Encounter Quest Level 4, but collapsed in pain after the battle. Arcia rushed to support him, healing him with a potion she opened using her own will, revealing her deep loyalty. As Adrian recovered, the system confirmed access to the 5th floor of Manuel Lucas's tower. Inside, he eagerly approached a treasure chest, discovering 500 billion lots and a powerful item. The all-round glasses. Curious, he checked its details. The glasses granted abilities like emotional reading, truth detection, and vision through solid objects. More importantly, they revealed allies and enemies from afar. Recognizing the glasses' value, Adrian appreciated its usefulness in navigating hidden threats. The reward perfectly suited someone cautious like him. With the floor cleared, the system initiated the next phase, generating the 4th circle, pushing Adrian further into advanced magic. Adrian arrived at the West headquarters, drawing curious looks from officers who mistook him for a minor figure due to his young appearance. Some mocked him, assuming he was the poisoned, ruined son of Lawrence. Calmly, Adrian corrected them, revealing he was the very person they spoke of. Later, he met with Viscounts Evans and Miller, briefing them on troop numbers: 5 vanguards, 50 knights, and 1,000 soldiers. However, the officers dismissed the soldiers, focusing only on vanguards. Adrian sensed their underestimation. He knew vanguards, armed with artifacts, rivaled high-circle mages. His unit was officially reorganized into the 3rd Independent Brigade. The army was placed under Division Commander Earl Otis's command. Adrian acknowledged Otto's reputation and prepared himself to lead. A week later, Adrian used the peaceful camp time to focus on his magic, pushing toward unlocking Fifth Circle. Meanwhile, Commander Earl Otis was praised by the soldiers, though he irresponsibly commuted home during wartime. Adrian welcomed the absence. It gave him uninterrupted time to play the game. While Arcia monitored the room, Dalton suddenly barged in. Adrian immediately ended the session and questioned Dalton's intentions. Arcia stopped him with force, surprising Dalton with her strength. Using his glasses, Adrian checked Dalton's stats and detected hostility. Dalton claimed he came out of concern, but Adrian saw through the excuse. He scolded Dalton for bypassing protocol and reminded him of Arcia's constant presence. Dalton's attempt to justify himself failed, leaving Adrian demanding a real explanation behind the intrusion and his true motive. Adrian confronted Dalton for entering the command room without authorization. Dalton denied any malicious intent, but Adrian demanded justification. Arcia then revealed Dalton had tried to forcibly separate her from Adrian. When pressed, Dalton exploded with accusations and slurs, questioning Arcia's credibility. Adrian maintained composure and labeled the situation as mutiny. Without hesitation, he called for punishment. As soldiers hesitated, Dalton realized Adrian was serious. Adrian stepped forward, asserting command with confidence, no longer under Anna's watchful eye. He had no reason to restrain himself. This was the moment to demonstrate real authority. With calm but firm control, Adrian exposed Dalton's misconduct before everyone present. His stance signaled a clear message: disrespect, insubordination, and internal threats would be dealt with immediately, regardless of status or rank. A formal announcement is shouted, requesting Vice Leader Billiam's urgent presence. Billiam, caught off guard, is informed by a subordinate that someone is spreading absurd claims involving him. Confused and alarmed, Billiam pulls out a knife from under his jacket. Blood on the blade shocks everyone, raising tensions instantly. Adrian stands confidently as Billiam, flustered, is pressured by his cold command. Dalton kneels, trembling and silent. Others watch in discomfort as Adrian surveys the scene. Adrian questions the chaos, pointing out Dalton's alleged misconduct. He challenges Billiam's authority in front of all. Billiam explodes in rage, demanding an explanation from his men, he begging an apology. Adrian calmly accepts responsibility for the disorder. He then strips Dalton of his rank and orders his arrest, leaving Dalton bleeding on the floor. Adrian accuses 3 knights of aiding Dalton's entry and orders their imprisonment. Billiam, clearly frustrated, but lowers his head without protest in front of Adrian's commanding presence. Adrian reminds Billiam that this is no longer his domain. Disgusted by the lingering blood scent, Adrian announces his move to another room. Billiam watches in silence, questions if this reveals his true nature. Adrian walks ahead with Arcia, hiding no emotion. A training match erupts with intense magical exchanges, clashing swords, and powerful bursts of energy. The opponent targets Adrian's sword hand, forcing him to maintain distance while defending. As Adrian's strike lands, a glowing notification signals the completion of a rare quest, Lucky Encounter Quest Level 5. As the opponent unleashes a deadly strike, the air thickens with lethal energy. The enemy commands death through dark magic, but Adrian reacts swiftly, cutting through the corrupted energy. Caught off guard, the enemy falters. Adrian seizes the moment and counters with powerful precision. Adrian's blow lands, pushing the opponent back. The surge of magical energy intensifies around him. His enemy screams, overwhelmed by the magical feedback, realizing he was only a stepping stone for Adrian's growth. A final burst erupts as the battle concludes, leaving Adrian victorious. A new floor of Manuel Lucas's tower unlocks, glowing with golden light and rewards. Adrian and Arcia discover rare gear, robes, staff, armor, and shield, meant for future battles, with new equipment in hand. Adrian prepares for stronger trials ahead. While browsing, Adrian senses a strange magical fluctuation. The knight reports sensing unfamiliar energy. Adrian dismisses it calmly, saying he was examining artifacts. Arcia approaches as Adrian prepares for further inspection. Adrian activates a stored weapon, identifying it as the force sword used by vanguards. He explains its function, channeling aura like a battery, and confirms it is tied to lucky encounter rewards. The sword's full description reveals its design for power transfer. Adrian notes its strategic advantage. He tests the staff and robe, both showing the same aura storage properties as the sword. Amazed by the powerful features, he reflects on how rare such gear truly is. With sunset glowing outside, Adrian understands why everyone covets Archduke Lucas's destiny. 2 weeks after becoming the Lawrence House representative, Adrian rejects guards and walks freely. Despite the ongoing threat of war with the Rossin Empire, Adrian maintains a calm presence. Billiam, once hostile, now respects Adrian, and his status changes to cautious, curious instead of hostile. Adrian notices Arcia unusually cheerful, showing signs of happiness on her status window. He's silently questioning if it is because of their mission or simply their time together. He begins to realize he knows little about her personal feelings. Adrian and Arcia enjoy nature's calm side by side. Their bond deepens through silence and shared peace, both gazing at the sky. Adrian's status updates to very happy as they smile together. Adrian casually suggests doing it more often, surprising his subordinate with unexpected friendliness. Lopez, nervous and confused, hesitates before blurting out a sudden offer to share a drink. Adrian is puzzled by the request, unsure of Lopez's intent or motive. Lopez's status reveals embarrassment, and Adrian quickly realizes he's being set up for forced interaction. Adrian questions Lopez, guessing someone pressured him into this. Lopez remains silent. Disinterested, Adrian walks away with Arcia. Suddenly, Adrian questions Lopez's reasons for becoming a knight, surprising him with blunt honesty. Lopez apologizes, unsure how to respond. Adrian silently analyzes his potential. Adrian discovers Lopez is a rare talent strong in both mana and aura, and wonders why he is overlooked. Adrian brushes off Lopez's situation, advising him that he would have excelled more as a wizard than a knight. Lopez, surprised but thoughtful, watches Adrian step in. Adrian protects Lopez's dignity, leaving behind a moment of unexpected support. Later, Adrian reflects on Lopez's potential, considering it a waste if left undeveloped. He imagines Lopez as a powerful magic swordsman equipped with force gear and spells. Realizing Lopez became a knight young, Adrian sees a chance to recruit him if handled carefully. Adrian recalls Lopez belongs to Earl Otis's region, meaning permission is needed to recruit him. Determined, Adrian decides it is time to expand his influence beyond Falanda. With resolve, Adrian smiles and prepares for action, declaring the start of a busy new phase. Lopez walks in silence, recalling Adrian's unexpected remark that he'd be better suited as a wizard. He realizing the man sees beyond titles. His view of Adrian begins to shift. Approaching the commander's office, Lopez hesitates, surprised by how accurate the rumors about Adrian seem. Inside, Lopez finds Earl Otis speaking with Adrian, unsure why both are present. Otis introduces Adrian as the Lawrence family's representative and instructs Lopez to now serve him. Lopez is stunned by the sudden order. Adrian recalls a memory from his past life about unrealized potential in sports. He relates it to this world, thinking talent is useless without a system to nurture it. Looking around the marketplace, he recognizes how many capable people were simply misdirected. Lopez, Barbara, Eric, Nicole, and Linda, each with wasted potential due to poor life paths. Though their backgrounds vary from failures to misfits, Adrian sees hidden talent in each one. He gathers them, forming the foundation of his unconventional team. Adrian explains that these people have talent but made the wrong choices. Linda questions her potential as a wizard. Adrian suggesting the equipment misread her abilities. Her stats reveal high mana, learning, and intelligence. Adrian confirms she is a rare find. Despite others' doubts, Adrian commits resources to recruit her and others with promise. Barbara joins in, following orders faithfully, showing potential in aura and strength. Adrian reflects on how close they were to being wasted. Adrian takes the group to a luxury clothing store near the royal palace. The team, overwhelmed by the upscale setting, hesitates as they pick formal wear for the first time. Eric confidently selects an outfit, impressing Adrian with his latent political and administrative talent. Adrian instructs them to choose what fits best to match their changing roles. He reflects that talent without guidance is useless, and their new lives require proper training and attire now. Outside the military, each recruit is set to begin personal education under Adrian's lead. The group arrives at their new residence. Adrian assures them they'll focus solely on growth and receive equal pay, regardless of origin. With contracts finalized, a new phase begins for Adrian's hand-picked team. Adrian's recruits stand tall and vow to meet his expectations. He reminds them that if they succeed, their pay will rise and their lives will improve. Adrian urges them to work without conflict and uphold discipline to maintain his trust. The group responds with energy, shouting in unison. Adrian gives a unique offer report betrayal, and he'll pay double the bribe. To him, this is more than education. It's a long-term investment in exceptional human resources. While walking with Arcia, Adrian considers securing a safe place for his mother once he controls the region. Their talk is interrupted as Arcia suddenly confronts and subdues a suspicious man. Calmly, she turns to Adrian, awaiting further orders without hesitation. Adrian recalls Cedric confronting him days ago, accusing him of surrounding himself with ordinary people. Now outside the palace, a man suddenly appears, calling Adrian out for leaving without an escort. Adrian instantly accuses the man of being Cedric's spy, exposing his planted surveillance. Adrian gives the spy a choice: talk or suffer. The man resists, but Arcia applies pressure. The spy panics, realizing she's an aura expert. His aura defense proves useless against her. Terrified, he gives up, agreeing to reveal everything to avoid certain death. He confesses to tracking Adrian via the teleportation office and appears truthful. Adrian, already aware of Cedric's intentions, recognizes this spy as hesitant, not malicious. Rather than punish, Adrian calmly confronts him, acknowledging the man's reluctant loyalty. The spy kneels silently. Adrian asks if he's truly prepared to betray Cedric. Now, seeing hesitation, Adrian pressures him, life or death. The man stammers a fearful agreement. Adrian reads him perfectly, confirming the man's shift in loyalty with satisfaction. Adrian offers protection if the man stays loyal and delivers simple daily reports. He instructs the spy to report false normalcy, masking any of Adrian's true activities. Cornered and terrified, the man submits, accepting Adrian's terms without resistance. At Lord Lawrence's castle, news spreads that Sir Metz was jailed for spying. It's revealed he was caught in Adrian's room, violating the directive to leave him unwatched. Cedric, now under pressure from his father, reflects bitterly on the political fallout. Cedric, cornered by his father's anger, secretly instructs Berthaud to monitor Adrian again. Berthaud agrees, pretending loyalty, while Adrian privately assures him they'll stay in contact. Meanwhile, Cedric's remaining spies are exposed and punished, sending a strong message. Adrian successfully recruits 20 gifted individuals and assigns Eric and Elysia to manage their training. Seeing everyone's progress, one member pushes himself harder, leveling up toward becoming a fifth circle wizard. Suddenly, a system alert warns of an emergency issued by the division commander Adrian. At the front lines is urgently approached for an update on the situation. He learns the Croizon Empire's sky fortress has crossed the border. Shocked, Adrian realizes the peaceful days were merely the calm before the storm. News arrives that the Croizon Empire has mobilized its forces, prompting an urgent meeting. Otis orders all troops to prepare using the Leviathan train, forbidding external activities. He warns against teleportation due to spatial interference. Otis restricts personal communication across ranks, enforcing strict radio-only orders to prevent leaks. Adrian senses the warning is aimed at him, but remains composed under pressure. As tensions spike, Adrian rises, announcing to all that this marks the official beginning of war. In-game, he reaches level 160 and completes a major monster subjugation mission. With rising power and earnings, he reflects that gaming prepared him for real command. While Adrian focuses on war, large funds are deposited in the game bank. Adrian receives the sub-supporter, a supersonic black eagle, surprising him with its rarity and power. Arcia explains that such support beasts are uncommon, especially ones optimal for archers like this eagle. Adrian realizes this eagle may outperform system predictions, sensing its presence might be outside the base. Adrian leads Arcia and others out, assuming the eagle departed early and could cause disruption nearby. Spotting movement above, he calmly identifies the eagle's location in the sky. As soldiers panic, Adrian approaching the eagle's descent confidently. The eagle circles and descends with force, scattering wind and stunning nearby soldiers. Adrian watches closely as the bird lands powerfully before him. Without hesitation, he raises his hand, signaling command over the beast. Adrian inspects the supersonic Black Eagle's status, learning it currently has only one skill: Suicide Dive. He assumes, like Arcia, the eagle can grow stronger through conditions like completing quests. He finds shared vision useful and imagines the advantage of receiving high-speed battlefield data. As Adrian focuses on the eagle, he is called out by soldiers gathering nearby. Realizing he drew attention, he accepts the moment and reaches out to the eagle confidently. With gesture, he invites the eagle to join him, strengthening their bond. The eagle lowers its head, then gently presses against Adrian, acknowledging the connection. Onlookers are shocked by the eagle's calm response, questioning its behavior. Adrian reflects on his overly dramatic gesture, expecting future embarrassment for the scene. The western border erupts into full-scale war as the conflict spreads beyond small skirmishes. Adrian's brigade sees real action for the first time while he calmly monitors the battlefield. An officer reports that Croizon's elite vanguard unit is rapidly approaching their position. Adrian orders a fallback to reorganize, instructing Billiam to counter the vanguard directly. He reflects that after fighting monsters in the game, he feels oddly resilient in real battle. As he drinks tea unfazed, others around him struggle to grasp his calm demeanor. Sensing enemy action, Adrian activates battlefield analysis using enhanced vision. He confirms the enemy's advance and immediately calls for a defensive energy shield. The battalion deploys the shield just in time as red barriers lock into place. A devastating energy beam strikes the deployed red shield. The impact fails to penetrate, and Adrian calmly confirms the defense held successfully. The shield's endurance surprises the staff, who note it only lost 30% despite the powerful strike. The enemy vanguard is equipped with heavy force gear, shocking even Adrian with its scale. Adrian counters with confidence, noting his own strength and Arcea's high-tier magic potential. As tension eases, the team praises Adrian's quick decision, while he modestly calls it luck. They monitor the battlefield as holograms reveal enemy and allied troop positions. Though numbers are even, Adrian identifies the enemy's key advantage, their flying fortress. He notes its mass-produced size for invasion, smaller than theirs but strategically built for offense. Adrian observes the enemy fortress unleashing its arsenal midair, confirming it is their first combat use. While ground forces remain locked in stalemate, the sky becomes the true battlefield. Acha's sudden barrage rocks their defenses, and Adrian quietly acknowledges the intensity of the assault. Adrian spots abnormal movements. Parts of the enemy fortress are detaching mid-flight. Weapons and bridges drop unexpectedly, startling the command center. From confusion to laughter, his team wonders aloud whether something malfunctioned. A system alert confirms the detached parts are overloading with mana. Adrian realizes too late the enemy is launching a coordinated suicide attack. Explosions erupt across the sky as the falling weapons crash into the field. An enemy sky fortress approaches fast. Officers scramble, ordering a full retreat. Anti-aircraft fire erupts, but it's ineffective. Soldiers panic and prepare for the imminent crash. Adrian steps forward and raises a barrier just in time, casting a large defensive spell to shield them. The fortress crashes violently, flames and debris raining down on the city below. Thanks to Adrian's shield, the impact is absorbed, saving the soldiers on the ground. Later, Arcea and Adrian inspect the wreckage, suspecting there's more to the attack than expected. Adrian analyzes the battlefield, realizing a massacre was narrowly avoided by the enemy's retreat. He gives orders to check on the vanguard and assess the troops' condition. In a separate room, Earl Otis praises Adrian's leadership during the crisis over tea. Adrian downplays Earl Otis's praise, explaining the real success came from precise actions. Earl Otis acknowledges Adrian's effort, promising to pass the credit on for an official reward. While others hoard glory, Adrian notes Earl Otis's rare fairness. Otis mentions odd rumors about Adrian, including one about taming a mysterious black eagle. Adrian confirms he's simply fascinated by the eagle and surprised it responds so well. Another officer identifies the eagle as a species from the Holy City. He adds that the eagles bond for life and protect their master without hesitation. Everyone laughs at the comparison between the eagle and a loyal dog. Adrian then requests communication access, and with Otis's approval, unlocks the online chronicle system 2 weeks into the war. Billiam receives intel that enemy troops might ambush from the mountains. He warns his squad to keep their distance and engage carefully. His orders showing how much respect and discipline the troops have gained in just 2 weeks. The enemy launches a surprise attack, confirming Billiam's suspicion of a trap. Adrian holds the front, drawing enemy focus while reflecting on his strategy and pushing forward. Billiam contemplates Adrian's leadership, now recognizing his reliability and how he has reshaped the battlefield. A powerful burst cuts through the enemy, stunning Billiam's squad. Momentarily, reinforcements arrive. 10 elite vanguards sent by Earl Otis's command. Billiam questions how Adrian predicted the timing so perfectly, hinting at his deeper foresight. Adrian questions the lack of movement on the front lines, calmly instructing the troops to act. One Knight reflects on Adrian's composed tone while observing the enemy's exposed flank. Adrian sits confidently, suggesting they eliminate 5 enemy units before requesting more reinforcements. Other commanders receive news of Adrian's unit defeating 5 enemy vanguards during a surprise strike. They praise his tactics, impressed by how he turned defense into opportunity. Earl Otis remembers Adrian's transformation after surviving poison, calling him a hidden prodigy, now awakened. Another noble expresses interest in recruiting Adrian, causing others to protest. Despite rumors of Adrian's relationship, Otis dismisses concerns focused on political gain. Otis insists on keeping Michelle involved, unaware how deeply Adrian's influence has already spread. The nobles briefly agree that Michelle has a temper before shifting the meeting toward performance reporting. Otis requests a report highlighting Adrian's success. Elsewhere, Adrian is approached by a knight asking for a moment of his time, and he agrees calmly. Billiam appears, his attitude more respectful. Now rating Adrian with favorable emotions, He bluntly questions Adrian's hidden strength, voicing concerns about the territory's future. Billiam openly criticizes Cedric's unfitness as heir, expressing worry about a possible leadership crisis. Adrian acknowledges Billiam's offer to support him if he competes for succession. He questions Billiam's motives, loyalty, or gratitude, but accepts the offer. When Billiam assumes an alliance, Adrian cleverly deflects with a vague, non-committal response. Adrian masking disappointment in Billiam's short-sighted thinking. Now labeling him as naive, he grows cautious, knowing Cedric's side may still have hidden surveillance. Determined, Adrian resolves to eliminate Anna and Cedric alone. He chooses to acknowledge the concerns of others, if only temporarily, to maintain appearances. Billiam watches silently, unaware Adrian is already thinking ahead. Adrian reflects on a potential medal reward, believing it's not a major event. Contrary to his belief, news spreads of Adrian's medal, and it becomes a celebrated affair. Citizens cheer, recognizing him as the second son of the Lawrence family and a rising hero. Although he doesn't enjoy the attention, Adrian knows public favor now plays a role in his path. Furious, Cedric slams his fist down, blaming Adrian for stealing the spotlight. Anna vents to her son, enraged at his father's growing closeness with another woman. Cedric suggests drastic action, but Anna dismisses poison, still plotting something decisive. Anna scolds Cedric for yelling, blaming Adrian for the family's shifting loyalties and isolation. They discuss the rumors of Adrian cutting ties after the war, seeking a title through merit. Anna assures Cedric Adrian won't be a threat, confidently claiming she'll handle it. Cedric reflects on their powerful maternal lineage, believing the Viscounty will be his, but Adrian's intelligence and reputation unsettle him, making his own achievements feel smaller. Cedric seethes in jealousy, finding Adrian's growing praise overwhelmingly annoying. Despite believing Adrian had been ruined by poison, his father watches in disbelief as Adrian rises in fame. Enraged by the cheers Adrian receives, he wondering deeper how someone once considered worthless now threatens his pride with growing power and recognition. On the 48th day of war, Adrian distributes energy drinks to the vanguards. Grateful soldiers receive the drinks eagerly, appreciating the rare care. They praise the drink's effectiveness, noting their brigade remains strong while others weaken. The drink's power is revealed. It contains a drop of legendary medicine, a rare resource Adrian is using wisely. Despite the high value, Adrian sacrifices it to keep the war effort stable and his men energized. As the troops leave to scout, Adrian is summoned again by the division commander. Adrian feeds a message to the eagle, a magical beast used for fast communication. The eagle launches into the sky, soaring past vehicles moving through the field. Inside the transport, Adrian jokes about frequent summons, noting Count Otis's growing reliance on him. Adrian arrives at the meeting location, reflecting on how frequent summons from Count Otis have become. Noticing other unit commanders, he realizes this gathering includes all high-ranking officers. Adrian suspects the meeting isn't about strategy. If it were, a message would have sufficed. Suddenly, Count Otis joyfully greets everyone with exaggerated excitement. He declares the gunfire will cease, hinting at an announcement that surprises everyone. Otis confirms the war will soon end, leaving Adrian stunned. Otis reveals both nations' foreign ministers are already in talks to conclude the conflict. He explains the war was never meant to escalate and was treated like an annual skirmish. Adrian reflects that, just like in his previous life, diplomacy between nations remains shallow and flawed. Adrian questions Earl Otis about the deployed vanguards, concerned they're still at risk despite the war nearing its end. Otis dismisses it, saying they must continue the war game. Adrian reflects bitterly on how subordinates often suffer from their superiors' careless decisions. Otis tries to ease Adrian's concern, pointing out he's earned the Lion Medal for his efforts. Adrian thinks back on his own ambition. Realizing he has become focused on status and gain resolved, he chooses to level up further. Billiam states that the war's end is a good outcome, though it leaves mixed feelings. He questions what could have happened if the Empire had gone all out. A massive invasion would have caused unthinkable destruction, reinforcing the need for caution and strength. Adrian arrives at the command center where Billiam and Arcia are gathered. Arcia silently reacts to Adrian's gesture as Billiam offers him a rare fruit from Count Otis. Billiam insists it's valuable, as he observed Arcia. Billiam praises Adrian's character, admiring how he differs from other nobles in empathy and responsibility. Adrian, reflecting silently, admits it's because he lived as an ordinary citizen in his previous life. Billiam adds that Adrian also carries the dignity of nobility, which leaves Adrian confused. Arcia recalls Adrian's calm during crisis, sipping tea while enemies advanced. She says his composure reassured the troops and earned their deep trust. Adrian realizes Billiam is trying to push him as successor again, and prepares to answer. Billiam ensures the room is secure, surrounded only by loyal men and free from surveillance. Adrian confirms the measures but notes the presence of many from his father's side, increasing the pressure. Though cautious, Adrian acknowledges the precautions were thorough. Realizing Billiam is serious, Adrian warns that their secret meeting may raise suspicion despite the timing. Billiam formally kneels, pledging loyalty to Adrian as the second young master of the Lawrence family. Adrian accepts the title, but questions if other knights are planning the same shift in allegiance. Adrian agrees to the role but sets one firm condition. He commands Billiam to act normally and not reveal their alliance until instructed. Though puzzled, Billiam accepts the plan, trusting Adrian's judgment. Adrian asks how many knights are loyal to him. Billiam reports 5 vanguards and around 30 knights. Adrian notes that doubling their numbers through regional support gives them a workable force. Billiam informs Adrian that Lord Otis plans to assign Sir Perseus. Sir Perseus was once vice-commander of Lawrence's Knight Order, highly respected for his combat ability. Although once expelled for violent conduct, his presence could shift many neutral forces. Adrian realizes that recruiting Perseus may be a major move, despite the risks involved. Adrian concludes Perseus could be useful beyond family politics due to his rare talent. He asks Billiam to secretly arrange a meeting with him at the earliest chance. Billiam agrees, pledging to handle it discreetly. As Adrian's plan continues to take shape, Adrian begins intense solo training to prepare for his next challenge. While others rest, he focuses on building strength through repeated sword movements. His goal isn't influence, but clearing the next lucky encounter quest immediately. Inside the virtual trial, Adrian and Arcia are brutally defeated. A black armored enemy stands over the bodies, confirming their failure. A message appears. You have died. Please recover EXP before retrying. The battle erupts as Adrian and Arcia face a dark-winged enemy. Adrian recalls his cautious past as a gamer, always prioritizing survival first. Now surrounded by danger, he sees the enemy's wings spread wide, radiating intense curse power. Arcia and even a summoned creature fall under a dark strike. The identity is revealed: Death Knight Pascal, a powerful raid boss far above normal enemies. Adrian is killed in one strike, instantly failing the quest and respawning in a nearby village. Revived and frustrated, Adrian curses the difficulty spike and rethinks his strategy. He realizes things had been too easy before, underestimating the game's real threats. Using a resurrection scroll, he revives Arcia, preparing to regroup and try again. Adrian checks on Arcia. She endures the pain silently. Managing due to the game's reduced sensory feedback, he recalls recruiting her purely for her tank stats, but now feels guilty for hiding behind her. Adrian decides to change his fighting style to share the burden more fairly. He commits to adjusting their entire strategy after realizing its limits against Death Knight Pascal. Currently, Arcia blocks and distracts, Crow supports with confusion, and Adrian casts spells from the rear. The only temporary fix now is Crow's tackle to hold enemies back. Adrian sees Arcia's defense is solid, but they lack a second attacker to cover the gaps. He narrows his options to 3, each changing someone's role in the team, deciding to start with himself. Adrian resolves to adjust his role while Arcia agrees to the new plan. Adrian's second attempt to defeat Death Knight Pascal ends in failure. Arcia delivers a strong hit, but it barely changes the outcome. They recognize their current strength is insufficient against the overwhelming power. Adrian reflects on their new strategy. Using Arcia and Black Eagle more offensively this time, he realizes Arcia can't withstand long battles due to low health regeneration. Adrian acknowledges the test isn't just about survival, it's a challenge to reach the 7th circle in power. In their third battle, they die again, but the strategy proves better than before, though hastily formed. The plan helps them survive longer and observe enemy patterns. Encouraged by progress, Adrian prepares to retry after recovering. In the 5th battle, Death Knight Pascal mocks Adrian's party, underestimating them as weak. Adrian counters with confidence, introducing a bold strategy, the human bomber tactic. Casting powerful energy, he prepares to launch himself straight into Pascal with explosive force. Arcia hurls Adrian at full strength. His body spins midair, glowing with destructive magic. Adrian lands a direct hit while unleashing multiple spells. The battlefield shakes from repeated blasts. Despite the danger, Adrian grins with satisfaction, and even the eagle cheers mid-flight. Pascal briefly staggers but quickly recovers. The tide turns again. Adrian and the eagle crash near Pascal, cornered and vulnerable. With a final strike, Pascal kills Adrian once more. The screen flashes, "You died. Please try again." In the 9th attempt, Adrian determined to endure longer against Pascal's relentless magic. Despite improved preparation, Arcea's tanking falters under Pascal's overwhelming attacks. Unable to withstand the pressure, Adrian is killed again, failing once more to overcome the casting gap problem. Adrian attempts a swift magical assault using summoned shields for mobility and defense. While charging a spell, he's hit mid-cast, thrown backward by Pascal's brutal counter. Recovering mid-air, he retaliates with a blast that finally stuns the enemy. Adrian is slashed again, injured and barely able to stay conscious. As his blood flows, narration confirms, reaching the Death Knight's defeat requires dying repeatedly. Still resolute, Adrian believes he can succeed if he just keeps trying. Adrian wakes up in the real world after exceeding his in-game connection limit. He reflects on their struggle despite reaching level 200, realizing unexpected barriers still remain. Stretching to loosen up, he senses something strange in his body as if something has changed. Noticing the world feels slower, Adrian wonders if he is sick, but Arcea suggests it's due to repeated deaths. He asks if she feels the same, but Arcea admits she only feels stronger. Though her stats remain the same, she confidently senses her growth through experience. Adrian realizes Arcea's development resembles that of a real human, not a homunculus. He sees potential in her future. She may become indistinguishable from a person. Ending the day, Adrian tells her to rest, preparing to re-enter the game refreshed. After countless defeats, Adrian endures 17 brutal battles against Death Knight Pascal, each ending in failure. In the 18th attempt, Adrian, Arcea, and the Eagle step in with renewed focus and coordination. Finally, they land consistent damage, pushing the boss to its breaking point. At 100% damage, Pascal acknowledges their effort before disintegrating. Adrian gasps in relief, then bursts into joyous celebration as the system confirms victory. The quest is complete. Lucky encounter, quest level 7 is finally cleared. On the 8th floor of Manuel Lucas's magic tower, the interior size rivals the royal library, astonishing Adrian and Arcea. They quickly realize everything around them is real, not illusions, and the atmosphere shifts to awe. Arcea and Adrian move deeper, facing what may be another test related to the 7th Circle Challenge. Arcea calmly reassures him, her composed presence showing confidence even in uncertainty. Adrian, surprised by her rare smile, quietly admires the moment as a magic formation activates ahead. A glowing figure appears, resembling a familiar character from the past, the legendary Archduke Lucas. The projection identifies himself as Chester, manager of fate, and a remnant of Lucas's will. Adrian and Arcea react with shock, struggling to grasp the weight of the revelation. Chester reveals his identity as an artificial intelligence, formed from Archduke Lucas's memories. Adrian reflects with mixed emotions, knowing he's meeting a clone of the man who once saved him. Adrian tenses, but Chester calmly assures him otherwise. Adrian is surprised by Chester's ability to communicate freely. Unlike typical artificial constructs, Chester explains he retains data from Lucas's life, giving him form within this virtual space. Though nearly immortal, Chester admits imperfections. Some memories may be lost. They discuss Lucas's belief that a clone, despite having memory, lacked a true self. Adrian suspects Lucas once intended to take over a living body, but now seems relieved. Chester admits his appearance was due to system uncertainty, not any pre-programmed command. Adrian receives system access to use administrator authority 5 times. Shocked, he learns that this authority extends over the entire Hollywood system but is currently limited due to unresolved fate. Chester explains Adrian will later gain control over all programs, sparking both curiosity and concern in him. Chester outlines strict rules for using admin power, including bans on altering others' minds or real-world interference. Adrian asks if he can trace hidden wealth via fate. Chester notes the system's accuracy is high, able to mimic complex economic events using historical records. Adrian uses administrator rights to manage wealth, which now totals over 12 trillion loots. He requests a family registry for Arcea, granting her noble status and hiding her past. Chester fulfills the request flawlessly, impressing Adrian with his power. Adrian confirms that Chester's role includes helping him wield administrator authority within the system. Chester explains Lucas's intent, giving Adrian tools to avoid living a life filled with regret. Hearing this, Adrian reflects that such words feel unworthy. Adrian acknowledges that without Lucas's foresight, his own life would have been aimless and uncertain. He expresses gratitude for everything left behind. Chester updates the system. Adrian's account balance, status upgrades, and the creation of the 7th Circle are confirmed. Far away in the city of Nikern, old knights discuss Adrian's recent rise in power. Former Vice Captain Pesius confirms Adrian's potential and influence over the territory's future. The knights agree Adrian is gifted and perhaps worth following. Some knights question whether Adrian's success is based on true merit or just fortunate timing. Laughter breaks the tension as Billiam reminds Perseus that he, too, once started in a similar way. Perseus challenges the idea that Adrian's growth is luck, warning that most only see a fraction of his real achievements. Billiam defends Adrian, claiming first-hand experience with his orders and calling him a genius. He explains that Adrian earned loyalty through results, not just charm, unlike others from noble families. They recall Adrian's patience and strategy, saying even prodigies like Tiziano followed plans he created at a young age. Perseus admits Adrian's intelligence and growth can't be denied. The discussion shifts toward rallying support for Adrian by swaying neutral nobles. Billiam is intrigued, realizing he agreed too quickly. Billiam insists on meeting Adrian before forming any allegiance. Perseus assures him Adrian's visit is already planned. Billiam attempts to contact Adrian, confident that everything so far has followed Adrian's vision. With high expectations, the knight reflects on Adrian's long pursuit of revenge and decides to judge him firsthand. They joke while waiting, but tension builds when Adrian doesn't answer the call. Suddenly, they sense mana activation, an advanced spatial teleportation spell of the seventh circle. The knights are stunned as Adrian appears cloaked in magic, alongside Arcia. Adrian calmly addresses the gathering, sensing danger in the room. His presence unsettles some, especially those cloaked in enchanted artifacts. Without hesitation, he orders the removal of hidden threats, triggering a sudden magical attack. Arcia finishes off the last assassin with precision, reporting that 5 attackers have been neutralized. Adrian mocks the 2 knights for failing to detect the threat despite their reputation. Shocked, they question Arcia's strength and her connection to Adrian, both impressed and confused. Adrian calmly explains he's been preparing for revenge since the moment he was poisoned years ago. He emphasizes the necessity of having an aura master at his side for protection. Perseus silently acknowledges Adrian's depth, realizing he's beyond simple comprehension. Adrian met Billiam and Perseus Nocturne standing calmly, Adrian noting Perseus's power and allegiance. Perseus remains composed and observant. He confirms the attackers were sent by Madame and hints at explaining everything soon. Perseus uses magic to repair the damaged room as energy flows across the ground. He downplays the situation, urging Adrian not to overthink it and proposes moving to another location. Adrian casts a high-tier teleportation spell, astonishing the knights. It introduces Lua's kingdom, home to the greatest wizards in the continent. Among them is Duke Kian Riverdale, a legendary teacher of elite 6th and 7th Circle mages. It declares him the finest instructor in history, even surpassing Archduke Lucas in renown. Adrian claims Duke Riverdale was his teacher, explaining the training occurred before Riverdale's passing a year ago. Perseus is surprised, noting Adrian's time was mostly spent in the game world. Adrian states that the virtual space was the only place he could train freely without Anna's surveillance. Adrian internally admits it's a lie created to explain his unnatural growth. The claim of being Duke Riverdale's disciple silences suspicion and protects his identity. He forged proof and records, ensuring others would believe he was a secret pupil of the famous wizard. The lie secures trust from Riverdale's former students and allies. Adrian rejects fame, choosing instead to stay low and rely on Arcia and allies. Perseus reveals he never intended to let Adrian leave, hinting at deeper intentions. Adrian asks to see Perseus's left hand and activates a device by touch to access an account. A large digital screen appears showing an account labeled Number 2 Online Currency Account. It contains 20 billion ludus. Adrian confirms his intent to transfer the funds. Adrian requests Perseus to build a covert group that follows his orders and gathers intelligence. He explains the work will be unclean but necessary to reach higher goals. Though hesitant, Perseus listens as Adrian admits it is cruel but essential. Perseus agrees, citing the coming conflict with Margrave Raven as justification. He's surprised by Adrian's wealth, but Adrian downplays it as minor. Internally, Adrian laughs he owns 3,000 times more than what was shown. Adrian extends his hand to Perseus, revealing his goal to dethrone Cedric and take full control of the family. He declares his ambition to gain power that commands national respect and asks for loyalty. Perseus kneels and pledges his full support. Elsewhere, Anna learns that 5 elite assassins vanished without leaving a trace. Shocked by their failure, she grows agitated, questioning how they could fall unless faced with overwhelming power. Her suspicion deepens, realizing something unexpected is unfolding behind the scenes. Anna inquires about Perseus and Billiam. Only Billiam's return is confirmed. She concludes that if they're together, they may be plotting against her. Her husband requests she stop watching Adrian and Sylvia, hinting at shifting power dynamics. Anna, knowing resistance against Adrian would have worsened the situation. She recalls Billiam's warnings about Adrian's influence, and how dangerous his alliance with Perseus could become. Fearing their growing strength, Anna debates whether to eliminate Adrian before losing control of future events. Anna coldly asserts that killing Adrian would be the simplest option. She warns that doing so would cut ties with Viscount Lawrence permanently. Reminding him of his role, she demands full loyalty while subtly threatening consequences. Anna reminds the servant of her authority and how long he served her. Approaching him with visible anger, she prepares to punish him for questioning her. He apologizes as wine flows from his face, realizing his mistake too late. Anna lashes out, mocking her subordinate's pity for Adrian and forcing him to justify his actions. He confesses he continued only out of guilt and pity for the young master. Anna orders him to frame himself for failure, shocking him with the command. She insists someone must take the blame for the assassin's deaths, demanding he prove loyalty cornered. He accepts, promising to handle the situation and frame himself. Anna warns that failure means death, walking away as he kneels, broken and obedient. He reflects bitterly, years of service discarded over one mistake, now beyond redemption. Still, he clings to the hope that Adrian may find a way to survive. Elsewhere, Earl Otis laughs with Adrian, while Anna confident he has no chance of escape. A toast celebrates the 23rd Division's victory and the official end of the war. Officers share their gratitude with Adrian, crediting him for boosting their standing within their noble families, they offering loyalty as Adrian's reputation continues to rise. Others take public credit for Adrian's work, but he accepts it silently. He remains humble while nobles around him laugh. A noble hints that prolonging the war could have secured Adrian a title and stronger noble standing. Adrian reflects on the truth: inheriting a title is easier than earning one through merit. Despite his efforts, his rank can't grant him earldom or hereditary rights, leaving him as a half-noble. Earl Otis expresses pity, but internally plots to secure his own family's legacy by removing Cedric. Earl Otis suggesting Adrian could marry his daughter to join the family. Caught off guard, Adrian hesitates, but politely replies that he'll consider it. Otis insists warmly internally. Adrian recalls Otis's daughter's notorious reputation and feels uneasy despite the proposal's political value. Adrian brushes it off, thinking the situation doesn't concern him directly. He shifts his focus back to his personal goals and prepares to leave the gathering. With quiet determination, Adrian mentally vows that upon his return, the war officially ends and the provincial army disbands immediately as peace returns. Adrian bids farewell to allies, receiving warm invitations before boarding his ship. He departs under a clear sky, leaving the battlefield behind for what comes next. After days of grinding, Adrian feels worn out, having spent every free moment leveling non-stop. Despite his efforts, his level is 202, still far from the 250 needed for the next lucky encounter quest. He wondering why his growth feels stagnant despite defeating powerful enemies. Stronger monsters give less experience, and it now takes multiple days to gain a single level. Adrian briefly considers finding a new teammate to improve efficiency, but immediately rejects the idea. Determined, he chooses to grind alone at his pace, aiming for the goal without drawing attention. He suggests they treat the hunt as good training and calls out to Arcia. She remains silent, visibly tense, and suddenly turns away from him, noticing her strange behavior. He asks if something happened outside. A sudden ambush shatters the calm as assassins burst in. Arcia counters the enemy's assault while Adrian calls out in shock. Ardian casts a barrier spell, shielding the group with a large protective dome. Analyzing the situation, Arcia notes the enemies resemble past assassins, but now wield Force-class gear. Adrian is puzzled by the upgrade. Force weapons aren't typical assassin tools. He suspects this was premeditated, likely orchestrated by Billiam, who had prepared countermeasures in advance. The vanguards intercept the attackers, clashing violently with their Force-enhanced weapons. Adrian initially believes they have the advantage in numbers and power, but a growing tremor hints something bigger is coming. This fight won't be easy. A massive Force-enhanced enemy crashes in. Adrian quickly calculates 6 enemies in total, recognizing the setup as far too controlled to be random. He instructs Arcia to prepare for battle, signaling the start of their counterattack. Both equip their Istro gear, Adrian with the staff, Arcia with the arming sword. As the enemy rushes in, Adrian mocks their poor judgment and casts a powerful spell. A massive circle forms beneath them, signaling the activation of devastating magic. Adrian unleashes Flame Blast, annihilating enemies with a blinding vertical strike. The explosion pierces the sky and scorches the ground with intense force. With enemies defeated, Adrian leads Arcia out, ready for what lies ahead. A surviving enemy receives a signal, confirming Adrian is the main target they must eliminate. Despite their failed ambush, the soldier panics, shocked that Adrian survives such overwhelming firepower. Adrian and Arcia stand unscathed, their lightning-charged presence striking fear into their enemies. Adrian descends surrounded by intense lightning, his presence disrupting the battlefield. Enemies attempt to retreat, but Arcia intercepts their movement with a precise strike. Panic spreads, as one realizes teleportation is blocked and an aura master is among them. Under pressure, one enemy shouts for everyone to escape individually while chaos erupts around them. Adrian uses magic to freeze the area, stopping movements and breaking enemy formation. Arcia charges forward, overwhelming a fleeing target with a sharp, relentless pursuit. Arcia dashes in, slicing another enemy before they can respond. A command is shouted to stop her, but it's too late to prevent the strike. The remaining enemy realizes escape is futile as their forces are swiftly destroyed. Adrian proposes a deal to a surviving enemy, but the man attempts to flee. Arcia chases and grabs him, but he bites down on hidden poison. Adrian examines the corpse and admits he underestimated how determined assassins can be in real life. The soldiers begin murmuring and questioning their commander about Adrian's overwhelming display. Their leader reveals Adrian is the disciple of Duke Riverdale, shocking everyone present. They realize Adrian's power was hidden all along, despite being dismissed by his own family. Billiam praises Adrian's long-term strategy and survival. Adrian reminds them the situation has changed and questions their loyalty to a failing cause, Billiam warning them to act properly as they approach the estate. Adrian arrives at the estate where his mother rushes over, panicked and emotional to see him unharmed. His father calmly welcomes him and praises his efforts on the battlefield. Adrian senses the atmosphere is oddly quiet, despite it being a moment of recognition. His father apologizes for the lack of celebration, but Adrian brushes it off with ease. They invite him to a banquet, while Adrian reflects on how little honor he received in the past. As the drone enters energy-saving mode, Adrian smiles slightly, sensing something satisfying about the shift. The banquet is filled with food and praise. Soldiers thank Adrian directly for saving them. He accepts their gratitude as his father acknowledges Adrian's growth in winning people's trust. Adrian notices someone approaching and calmly mutters that they've arrived. Adrian greets the guests after 3 months apart. Anna responds nervously. Adrian observes Anna's reaction, noting her shock as if seeing someone back from the dead. He identifies Morris Gushier, Anna's loyal aide, and realizes he's surprisingly open to Adrian now. Duke Sylvester joins the scene, and Adrian immediately recognizes his political weight. Adrian reflects on how unexpected it is for these powerful guests to acknowledge his presence. Cedric awkwardly compliments Adrian, who plays along casually with a silent, amused reaction. Adrian contemplates how quickly perceptions have shifted now that he holds real power. He smiles politely while internally mocking their shallow change in attitude. Adrian plans to use their assumptions against them, knowing he now controls them. Cedric becomes furious at Adrian's mocking tone, misinterpreting his smile as genuine kindness. Adrian criticizes Cedric's ignorance and reveals the insult behind his composed demeanor. Cedric, enraged, trembles with anger as Adrian remains calm and unbothered. Adrian's sharp comment about Cedric's heritage shocks the crowd and silences the area. Cedric glares, stunned and humiliated, as Adrian questions his right to speak. Cedric bursts into forced laughter, attempting to mask his fury in front of everyone. Cedric grabs his sword, ready to retaliate, while others stand tense. Their father tries to stop him, urging restraint for the sake of the event. Adrian interrupts, asking everyone to stay silent and observe what happens next. Cedric charges at Adrian, blaming Billiam for manipulating him and trying to seize power. In a panic, Cedric publicly accuses Billiam, drawing attention to himself. Anna jumps in, pretending to be shocked, while Adrian silently notes her scheming. Cedric commands the knights to arrest Adrian, but no one moves. The knights hesitate, unwilling to act against the widely respected Adrian. Wong calmly states that if Cedric wants Billiam captured, he should do it himself, embarrassing Cedric further. Humiliated and overwhelmed, Cedric enters a delusional rage. He pulls out a blade, aiming it at Adrian in front of everyone. As he lunges, someone steps forward, protectively bracing for what comes next. Arcia intercepts Cedric mid-strike, gripping his wrist with one hand. She calmly bites into her food, unfazed by his struggle, shocking Cedric with her strength. Cedric thrashes in her grip, shouting angrily, but she doesn't budge. With a sudden twist, Arcia throws Cedric over her shoulder, slamming him to the ground. Blood splatters across onlookers as Cedric crashes helplessly. The crowd falls silent as Arcia stands composed. While Cedric lies defeated before everyone, Adrian walks with authority while Cedric is humiliated in public. Cedric struggles on the ground, wounded and speechless after being easily overpowered. Arcia steps forward, commanding Cedric to stop. ending the spectacle before it worsens. Duke Sylvester draws his sword, warning Adrian that he's crossed a dangerous line. Adrian responds sharply, pointing out the hypocrisy in the Duke's interference. Cedric clings to the Duke's side as the older man smiles, feigning justification while the crowd watches. The Duke declares that commoners daring to strike nobles must be punished immediately. He exempts Cedric from trial due to noble status but singles out Arcia for judgment. Holding the turkey leg used in the assault, Arcia is sentenced without trial. Duke Sylvester prepares to strike Arcia, mocking her status. Just as the Duke declares her punishment, a commanding officer interrupts, demanding he step back. Billiam draws his blade in defense, identifying Arcia formally as Lady Arcia. Surprising the Duke, assassins hidden within the crowd are identified as part of Cedric's faction. Anna arrives with reinforcements, attempting to gain control of the chaotic situation. With bold confidence, she declares judgment upon everyone present, naming them criminals without trial. Adrian shouts authority as a noble, condemning all who oppose his side. Cedric orders the knights to subdue the opposition, initiating open conflict. Though outnumbered, Cedric's faction is better trained and equipped. Threatening the balance of power, Adrian predicts disaster if a battle starts, warning that it will end in a one-sided massacre. Duke Sylvester mocks Adrian's warnings, insisting tradition cannot be changed. Billiam blames Sylvester for the bloodshed already caused, emphasizing the consequences of his recklessness. The Duke grins and promises Adrian a life worse than death, full of suffering and despair. Anna yells for Adrian to use an artifact and escape, declaring the situation hopeless. Cedric and Anna laugh mockingly, confident in their control of the battlefield. The Duke commands his soldiers to prepare for attack, sending them forward. Adrian watches calmly as the enemies advance. Realizing their foolishness, he shouts that they're rebelling, prompting his knights to draw their swords and counter. Duke Sylvester, confused by the knights' disobedience, watches as Adrian accuses him of treason in front of all. Arcia prepares herself silently, while Adrian ends the charade by casting off her illusion. Now revealed in full combat gear, Adrian commands Arcia to fight while he targets the key enemies. Arcia accepts the order, and Adrian readies for battle as his blade flashes. In one swift strike, Adrian knocks Cedric's mother and her guards to the ground. Sylvester stares in disbelief, failing to grasp the commander's words and growing threat. Adrian strikes Sylvester, delivering punishment for treason with calm precision. Shocked and staggering, Sylvester cannot believe he's been overpowered. As the crowd panics, Adrian criticizes their failure to handle Arcia. Revealing her aura master rank, Sylvester mocks Adrian, believing no spell could shift the outcome. Adrian boosts his strength, defense, agility, and mana, without any chanting, surprising the Duke. As Sylvester processes what he's witnessing, Adrian's silent preparation reveals his overwhelming class as a 7th circle wizard. Adrian activates a memorized spell instantly, casting high-level magic with no delay. Flame Blast strikes down with power, engulfing Sylvester and his guards in a torrent of energy. As the blast clears, enemies scream in pain and the battlefield begins to shift. Cedric taunts Adrian alongside Anna, unaware of the counterattack approaching. Adrian appears behind them in a flash, catching them completely off guard. With a powerful strike, he sends Sylvester flying, flames still burning on his body. Adrian smirks and mocks Sylvester, who struggles to rise only to be struck back down. Sylvester crashes into Anna and Cedric, humiliated and battered by Adrian's overpowering force. Lying defeated, they stare at Adrian in disbelief, unable to process how easily they lost. Realizing Adrian's strength, Anna and Cedric panic internally, overwhelmed by fear. Adrian smiles calmly while they accept their doom. Far away, Raven Mayatin, Arcia's father, crushes a cup in rage upon hearing the news. A mysterious video is projected before the council, catching their full attention. The sudden broadcast sparks confusion. Raven Margrave, Anna's father, watches with disbelief as the video reveals classified operations. He warns the council of growing alliances forming behind the scenes. Raven stresses the risk in aiding two powerful individuals. A royal official suggests the public might welcome a new hero. Raven proposes branding them as frauds. As long as no one verifies their power, no problem will arise. He pushes the narrative that the video is fabricated, urging quick denial before verification occurs. Raven realizes the video directly implicates him and his allies, making the situation riskier. His expression shifts. He understands the video aims to spark war, not justice, a calculated provocation. Raven suspects Adrian is behind the exposure. He demands a war response. A subordinate reports the available forces, 200 vanguards and 16 fortress troops are ready for deployment. Determined, Raven declares war. He vows to make Adrian regret ever challenging him. Meanwhile, Adrian, suspecting Raven's aggression stems from panic and premeditated retaliation, to prepare. He gathers allies. Olivia Riverdale arrives with others. Adrian greets Olivia, who introduces herself formally. Olivia is revealed to be a Duchess and Archmage of Lias. Daughter of the powerful Duke Riverdale, she evaluates the evidence, confirming its authenticity. Adrian cautiously asks if she believes it. Olivia affirms the truth. However, Adrian, though relieved, prepares for the consequences that truth may bring. Adrian reacts sharply, questioning the need to confirm what should be obvious. Olivia calmly analyzing his burst of energy. Adrian's power surges briefly, prompting Olivia to rise in surprise. He asks for an explanation. Olivia applauds Adrian's skills with a smile. She reveals it was merely a test to gauge his true level. She clarifies that magical circles differ per MAGE. Despite Adrian's protests, she remains confident in her judgment. Olivia notes her own toughness beneath elegance. Adrian admits her support is too valuable to ignore and accepts it. Adrian realizes Olivia values ability over identity. She's more focused on strength than his background. Olivia calmly says betrayal would only bring ruin to her enemies. Having verified his identity, Olivia makes a formal request, now seeing Adrian as a trusted ally. The next day, Raven demands quicker progress. A soldier pleads with Raven to watch a newly received broadcast. Raven, annoyed, views the video. Olivia announces Adrian's identity, a 7th Circle Archmage at age 20, with full support from House Riverdale. Raven is stunned. He realizes Adrian has positioned himself perfectly, with noble backing and rising power. Olivia warns. Harming Adrian will mean antagonizing Riverdale. Raven clenches his fist, infuriated by the shift in power. Raven rages, realizing Adrian is steps ahead. The threat of royal intervention now looms. Riverdale's open protection forces Raven to hesitate. Olivia's firm declaration seals the warning. Raven explodes in anger, his troops watching as he storms off. Frustrated, Raven stubbornly declares the expedition will proceed, ignoring warnings about Riverdale's support for Adrian despite objections from his men about royal interference and risk. Raven insists their mission must continue. He dismisses concerns, claiming Adrian's allies are foreigners, and emphasizes launching a surprise attack immediately. Raven sees Adrian as complacent and weak, believing urgency will grant them victory. He commands the troops to accelerate preparations. Above them, a watchful bird begins to soar away. Elsewhere, Adrian discusses plans with Olivia, requesting a press conference to counter Raven's moves. Olivia offers further support, ready to back him as both disciple and archmage. Adrian only asks her to confirm his identity to the world as Riverdale's disciple and a true archmage. Adrian declines Olivia's further support, stating he doesn't need anything else. He prepares to depart with Arcia, explaining that revenge for him must be earned by his own hands alone. They teleport away, determined. Adrian believes satisfaction comes only from completing his vengeance without external aid. Adrian continues executing his plan. He declared that they, including Raven, Anna, and Olivia, are his praise. Adrian, calm yet firm, declares he won't share the thrill of destroying his enemies. The prison alarms blare as guards realize several inmates have escaped. Despite chaos, guards search the halls while Anna and Cedric quietly evade capture through side passages. Anna clutches a hidden device, preparing for their next phase of escape. A transport ship hovers overhead as Anna and Cedric reach the outer wall. Cedric hesitates, questioning their actions, but Anna insists they have no other choice but to keep running. She pushes forward, silencing doubt driven by desperation and urgency to flee their pursuers. Anna stops as soldiers block their path. She looks up, spotting the ship waiting above. Without pause, she signals the ship and draws out a command rod from her cloak. She activates the device to open the fortress gate. Anna and her group are teleported into the fortress through the activation platform. Soldiers escort Anna while she and Cedric brace for confrontation and retaliation. Anna vowing to annihilate Adrian using the full force of the Sky Fortress. She inserts the activation key. The fortress system begins verifying her identity through multiple scans. Her voice and biometrics are confirmed. Despite emotional instability, she denies using it under threat. The fortress giant fully activates. Anna immediately commands the main cannon to prepare for attack. Anna targets Viscounty Lawrence, ordering the cannon to fire as soon as it is charged. Before the command is completed, Adrian appears, restraining her with precise timing. Anna is shocked. Adrian reveals her actions went exactly as he predicted, leaving her stunned. Adrian thanks Anna for unlocking the fortress system. As he restrains Anna, Arcia steps in and knocks down the guards trying to interfere. Adrian mocks Anna, listing her crimes, including her recent attempt to fire on the Viscounty. Anna threatens Adrian, warning that Raven's army is approaching fast. Adrian presses further, stating guilt should bring fear, not pride. Before throwing Anna to the floor, Anna lies stunned but defiant. Realizing she helped disable the fortress safeguards through her own actions, Anna tries to negotiate, but Adrian calmly prepares his next move. Unmoved by her words, Asura restrains Cedric, following Adrian's command, dragging him without resistance. Cedric protests weakly, calling Adrian his brother. Adrian remains silent, coldly staring at him. Adrian casts a protective barrier to shield Cedric and his ally. He calls out the guards for blindly following orders, questioning their loyalty and judgment. Mocking them, Adrian casts them off the fortress, declaring they now serve as fertilizer for Baron Raven's cause. Afterward, Adrian casually instructs Asura to edit and upload the video of the incident to the public. Asura asks if he plans to release more footage, and Adrian confirms with a strategic purpose in mind. Adrian intends to manipulate media platforms as a political tool to weaken his enemies. Adrian's footage of Anna's attack goes viral, exposing her intent to destroy Viscounty Lawrence. Online comments spread rapidly. Raven realizes he's now publicly involved and criticized. Enraged, Raven asks if he can eliminate every commenter. His aide warns it's not possible under legal protections. Raven prepares his final move, ordering the deployment of 1 Sky Fortress and 200 vanguards into action. He activating the teleportation magic circle to initiate immediate strike orders. Mages execute the teleportation spell. The assault force begins vanishing in a burst of glowing blue magic. The magic completes, and the fortress successfully appears above the city under cover of night. Raven regrets not leading the assault personally as chaos begins to unfold. Civilians trapped under the barrier scream as the hovering fortress looms. Adrian senses the intrusion. His expression sharpens as he spots the fortress arrival. He immediately orders a mana surge to counter the attack. From within the barrier, Anna and Cedric plead for forgiveness. Asura calmly enjoys a meal while Adrian reflecting on the wartime tactics. The fortress above activates a self-destruct protocol. Flames engulf the structure as terrified enemies realize their fate. With a final toast, Adrian bids farewell to Anna and Cedric. The explosion lights up the sky. Adrian and his allies observe the blast from a safe distance, reflecting on the moment. He claims vengeance is never meaningless, only delayed. As fireworks rise, Adrian declares the world free of Anna and Cedric, finally tasting complete freedom. Raven sits in the meeting room, awaiting updates. Frustrated by the delay, he questions the status of the operation and whether the teleportation gate malfunctioned. They begin to wonder if the transport or message links were disrupted by external forces. Raven demands answers about their embedded spies. None have reported back. A subordinate links the silence to Anna's recent capture, implying the spies may have been exposed. Raven begins to piece it together. The operation may have been countered before it began. He fears he's being manipulated by Adrian. Despite doubts, another officer insists there should still be contact from a civilian zone. Just then, Raven discovers a new article online, published only 3 minutes ago, related to Lawrence's territory. A powerful explosion tears through the air, blasting apart buildings and scattering debris across the sky. Amid the chaos, soldiers in armored suits leap into action, their movements swift and tactical. As another blast hits the area, the troops regroup, ready for further engagement despite the destruction. Elsewhere, rockets rain over the city, shaking the streets. Panic spreads as buildings tremble. Inside the command room, Raven watches the chaos unfold, silently absorbing the damage. His men report mass evacuation from Lawrence's territory and confirm intercepted enemy teleportation data. Raven erupts in rage, smashing the table with his fist. His subordinates recoil in shock as furniture crashes violently from the outburst. Silence fills the room. The operation has failed, and Raven is left in smoldering frustration. The subordinates reports the limit is 75 vanguards and 1 Sky Fortress can be deployed. He realizes Adrian sacrificed a Sky Fortress in a calculated strike. The blast power confirms Adrian's knowledge of their strategy, proving it wasn't coincidence, it was preparation. Raven convinces himself Adrian can't repeat the tactic, believing their Sky Fortress was their only leverage. He learns the remaining troops are insufficient to overpower Lawrence's estate. An emergency message arrives, forbidding any further attack. Raven begins laughing bitterly. His laughter grows louder, echoing through the hall. The officials remain frozen. Raven admits his miscalculation, realizing he underestimated Adrian's ability and resolve. The cost of recovery becomes clear. rebuilding forces and sky fortresses would require over 30 trillion in resources. Raven reflects on how years of his family's power crumbled due to one misstep in judgment and underestimation. He confirms that communication with Adrian has resumed. Resolute, Raven stands tall, seeking to confront Adrian himself. Elsewhere, a black eagle flies through the sky, an intelligent support creature aiding from afar. Unlike Arcia, who acts independently, the eagle functions as an auxiliary supporter dedicated to surveillance. The eagle activates its scanning skill, analyzing movement and enemy forces while transmitting data in real time. Adrian expresses disdain at Raven's audacity to initiate contact after everything that's happened. He promises revenge won't be complete until Raven and his entire family are destroyed. With icy sarcasm, Adrian reveals that the destroyed fortress was a farewell gift. For those who perished in it, Raven refusing to accept defeat. He believes Adrian's arrogance blinds him after one victory. Adrian's calm demeanor reflects confidence, not carelessness. Raven vows revenge. Adrian notes Raven mourns his pride more than Anna and Cedric. Adrian asks Raven if he's at the 10th floor of his castle, triggering concern in Raven's expression. Adrian reveals he sent a present to Raven, time to arrive at that very moment confused. Raven's men mention memorization magic, the ability to activate pre-stored spells without delay. Raven learns memorization magic allows multiple spells to be released at once. Adrian mocks Raven's pride, hinting at his underestimation being his fatal flaw. Raven realizes the threat is already inside the building. Adrian smiles, declaring that his gift was meant to scorch pride, not flesh, targeting Raven's ego directly. Magic circles activate above the castle, unleashing devastating flames. Adrian confirms the attack only damaged the interior, sparing lives. Enraged, Raven shouts, but Adrian ends the call mid-sentence without hesitation or concern. Turning calmly, Adrian receives an update. The reporters have been gathered as he ordered. He prepares for the next move, focused and composed, ready to shift the narrative in his favor. Servants bow nervously as Adrian walks into the hall, their fear evident from past mistreatment. Wong kneels, trembling, attempting to greet him with respect long overdue. Adrian reflects that none of them ever looked up to him. But now, servants lower their heads, visibly shaken as Adrian walks past. No longer someone they dare ignore. He finds amusement in their fear, recognizing the moment his old role ends. With pride, Adrian steps forward, declaring the start of his new life. Adrian holds a press briefing, revealing Raven's secret attack plan involving a sky fortress and vanguard troops. Footage of a massive explosion spreads, exposing Raven's forces being destroyed instantly. Public opinion splits, but Adrian stands firm, explaining his preemptive action was necessary. News of Raven's defeat spreads quickly. Adrian is praised for turning the situation with precision and boldness. Public comments flood in, praising Adrian's decisive strategy while mocking Raven's failed ambush. Adrian gains massive online support, reaching 1 million followers. Concern is raised that Adrian might face backlash for defeating a noble, but he remains unfazed. He confidently rejects fear of public opinion, choosing to lead with conviction. Adrian smiles, declaring he'll never retreat again. Those around him finally understand. News of the Raven Margrave incident spreads rapidly, dividing public opinion. Even neutral citizens begin siding with Adrian. He sees this as a shift in power through public trust. He vows to earn that trust by consistently communicating with people, distinguishing himself from the corrupt nobles. Adrian reflects on noble prejudice against commoners, acknowledging the talent found among them. Suddenly, his parents appeared, ordering him to appear before the board of inspection. He reacts calmly, sensing the weight behind the command but hiding his concern. The order demands Adrian and Arcia's appearance. Its stern wording raises suspicion. Adrian suspects 3 possibilities: Raven's influence, high nobles' manipulation, or royal involvement. He concludes it's not a friendly gesture. When asked if he has a plan, Adrian confidently says yes. Adrian asks what nobles value most. His father answers without hesitation. Money. Adrian confirms their views and proposes to shift noble opinions using wealth, aiming to attract their interest. He boldly claims even the royals will be swayed by financial influence. Asked for details, Adrian explains he earned profits through investment. He admits it's a distraction tactic, but believes in action over argument to prove his point. With a single display, he shows his bank balance 60 trillion loots, stunning everyone in the room. The group initially mistakes the amount as 60 billion until they notice the 4th comma. The sheer scale of Adrian's wealth leaves them shocked. Joking follows, but Adrian brushing off suspicions of reincarnation or divine insight. Rayford predicts nobles will be shocked by Adrian's tax payment. They estimate the tax will be 1/5 of Adrian's fortune, which would total 12 trillion loots. Adrian calculating the impact of such a massive sum while sipping his tea. The discussion shifts to possible exemptions from the Royal Guild for paying large taxes. Adrian decides to buy military assets with the untaxed portion. He confirms his next investment, additional sky fortresses and vanguard forces to bolster his strength. News spreads of Adrian's tax report. Public attention surges toward his bold move. Earl Otis laughs, calling Adrian insane, yet praises his understanding of noble behavior. Ada noblewoman comments on Adrian's rising influence and wishes to arrange a meeting with her daughter. Michelle Otis, daughter of Earl Otis, admires Adrian's looks but resolves not to rely on anyone for influence. Determined, Michelle declares she'll gain her own power by uncovering the fate of Archduke Manuel Lucas. Earl Otis scolds her for clinging to childhood fantasies. She insists her goal is still possible. Otis considers Michelle's words, slowly connecting Adrian's rise with Manuel Lucas's legacy. He reasons Adrian's boldness and Riverdale's support. Makes sense if Adrian found Lucas's fate. Otis doubts the investment origin, wondering if there's a deeper political deal behind Adrian's fortune and backing. Michelle teases Otis for his conspiracy talk. Suddenly, breaking news interrupts the discussion. A reporter announces that the Republic Prius has discovered Archduke Lucas's lucky encounter. Michelle panics, claiming the discovery is hers. Inside Manuel Lucas's tower, Adrian searches among the legendary mage's books. He wishes research books were as easily absorbed as skill books. Despite meetings and inspections, he sneaks in time to log in, determined to uncover Lucas's magical knowledge. Among the archives, Adrian notices very little focuses on warfare, even though Lucas revolutionized combat magic. Instead, the majority of Lucas's work centers around one field, dimensional teleportation. Lucas, who never married or had disciples, dedicated his life to returning home. Adrian believes Lucas's obsession stems from a desire to reconnect with someone from Earth. Inspired, he sees dimension travel as a way to move between worlds, not just escape. He accepts the challenge, vowing to continue the late Archduke's dream with his own strength and will. Inside the tower, Adrian is praised for his respectful nature. He modestly downplays it, calling himself normal. Lucas asks about money laundering risks. Adrian responds casually, noting the slight chance. He agrees, and Adrian takes the moment to bring up an important question he's been preparing to ask. Adrian knows scrutiny might expose his wealth origins, so he created a diversion using money. To protect his connection to Lucas's fate, he plans a fake lucky encounter operation. He begins executing that strategy, asking about the status of the fake encounter project. A massive crowd erupts with cheers as Louis Fairmont appears, hailed as a national hero. With confidence, he raises his hand, basking in fame built from decades of power and influence. Known as the second-generation president, Louis gained wealth and dominance through shady manipulation. Years later, Louis's lucky encounter professor system spreads, used by elites to control power. Despite challenges, one man manages to progress steadily, without assistance from the corrupt elite. That man, Adrian, views Louis's image skeptically, understanding how deep-rooted the manipulation truly is. A discussion unfolds as Adrian and a professor analyze the expanding influence of Louis's network. They anticipate political shifts, predicting how diplomacy will reshape relationships among powerful nations. Adrian realizes that without countermeasures, lucky encounter users will dominate every corner of governance. Adrian hesitates but agrees to participate, knowing the request comes with strategic weight. Despite ethical concerns, he distinguishes between personal values and battlefield decisions. He recalls executing missions like a machine, justifying actions under artificial reasoning. News arrives about an elite class, prompting Adrian to begin a new undercover mission. Outside, he departs with a girl intent on penetrating the next political stronghold. Elsewhere, cadets gossip, unaware of the silent war unfolding behind their academy's polished walls. Two nobles discuss the rise of titles within a single family, justifying it through proven merit. They highlight that each noble bears real capability, especially military strength, ensuring balance through performance. This shift signifies a new force rising in the Reinhardt kingdom. One built on earned power elsewhere, maids overhear news and react with urgency, abruptly ending conversations to rush to Arcia. Confusion turns to frustration as multiple maids argue over who gets to serve Lady Arcia today. Their shouting escalates, each claiming responsibility, reflecting how sought after Arcia's presence has become. One senior maid grows annoyed, feeling overshadowed by younger staff constantly competing for favor. Due to Arcia's reputation and job security, no one dares leave despite past affiliations. Arcia accepts a gift calmly while others continue striving to earn daily service positions near her. Breakfast is served as Arcia's gentle demeanor contrasts her fearsome reputation as an aura master. Her composed expression and polite interactions leave a lasting impression on everyone around. Even guards and servants speak of her with respect, noting her warmth and strength. A maid wonders aloud about Arcia's background, surprised by how naturally she commands authority. Caught off guard, she politely seeks permission to ask a direct question. Her curiosity reveals deeper concerns, whether Adrian plans to remove the current castle managers. Arcia explains that Adrian is kind to allies, but shows no mercy to those he sees as threats. Her pointed words unsettle the maid, who begins to wonder if she crossed a dangerous line. Tension spikes as Arcia questions the maid's loyalty, suggesting she may be on Adrian's bad side. After denying the accusation, Arcia resumes eating, the atmosphere around her immediately shifting elsewhere. A startled maid collides with Adrian, apologizing frantically upon recognizing him. Adrian arrives quietly, his presence commanding immediate attention and respect from those nearby. Rumors begin spreading, warning others not to provoke Adrian or offend Arcia in any way. Inside a vehicle, Eric questions his readiness while reflecting on their current situation. Adrian, calm as ever, reassures him, stating both still have much to learn. Flashbacks show Adrian's past efforts in war, where he scouted potential talents using magical glasses. He explains their task is to assess skilled individuals across the region. Adrian sets expectations clearly: observe, evaluate, and report without failure. Eric promises to give his best, determined to prove himself. The vehicle arrives at its destination, signaling the start of their mission. Outside the teleportation gate, the cityscape looms as Adrian steps out to lead. Adrian gazes out the window in awe as the towering skyline comes into full view. He focuses, mentally preparing himself now that they've officially arrived at their destination. Before him lies Lionel, the bustling capital of Reinhardt Kingdom, where influence, politics, and danger converge. Crowds gather outside the Royal Administrative Building as Adrian arrives, immediately attracting attention from nobles and officials. Recent media coverage amplifies recognition, spreading awareness of Adrian's growing influence among non-inherited nobles. Observation within the crowd confirms his reputation now rests on personal achievements rather than inherited authority. Baron Walker approaches with measured interest, evaluating Adrian's position within the shifting power structure. Institutional limits become clear as higher authorities hesitate to formally support his rise. Future cooperation is implied, contingent on titles and permissions earned through official processes. The investigation facility marks a transition from public admiration to strict oversight. Warnings surface regarding political resistance from senior inspectors monitoring Adrian closely. Choosing restraint, Adrian complies, prioritizing long-term positioning over confrontation. Inside the chamber, assembled officials display reserved skepticism rather than open hostility. Douglas Hamilton's presence explains the tension surrounding the proceedings. Luke Wynne Reinhardt's attention confirms multiple power centers are involved. Proceedings begin as Adrian steps forward under formal scrutiny. Political pressure dominates the atmosphere more than legal certainty. Maintaining composure, Adrian recognizes survival now depends on timing, restraint, and perception. The meeting begins as Adrian formally acknowledges Luke Wynne Reinhardt, recognizing his authority as Royal Guard Master. Attention shifts to Adrian's record, highlighting achievements that surpass expectations for his age and background. Luke evaluates the situation calmly, framing Adrian as capable yet politically disruptive due to rapid advancement. Procedural explanations follow, clarifying that the investigation concerns consequences rather than intent. Adrian responds with restraint, showing awareness of responsibility tied to large-scale actions. Permission is granted to proceed, signaling conditional trust rather than full approval. Adrian and his companion take their seats as the investigation formally starts. Review of events confirms no alternative resolution existed under the circumstances. However, collateral damage is emphasized, reinforcing concerns about unchecked power. Debate intensifies as responsibility is weighed against necessity. Luke acknowledges the strategic outcome while stressing political fallout. Adrian accepts criticism without deflection, maintaining a composed stance. The conclusion narrows to accountability rather than punishment. Luke halts further escalation, preventing intervention from higher authority. With tension unresolved, Adrian understands future actions will be judged even more severely. Adrian stands before overwhelming authority, realizing decisions made today will shape his future position. Assessment turns toward probability and balance, weighing risks against unavoidable consequences of recent actions. Luke emphasizes that Adrian's choices reflect calculated judgment rather than reckless ambition. Attention shifts as a proposal surfaces, offering Adrian a noble title tied to responsibility. The possibility of becoming a viscount signals trust, but also deeper scrutiny from the royal faction. Adrian hesitates briefly, recognizing the title as both protection and restraint. Luke requests time, observing Adrian's silence as a sign of careful thought. Officials note that Adrian's behavior differs from typical power-seeking nobles. A deadline is set, granting space to consider motives and future alignment. Standing face-to-face, Luke questions whether Adrian's strength should influence royal succession. Adrian acknowledges the weight of that possibility without asserting intent. Mutual respect forms, rooted in restraint rather than agreement. Madame Klein evaluates Adrian's presence. Sensing refined control beneath his modest frame, interest sparks at the idea of testing abilities beyond politics. As the meeting ends, Adrian leaves knowing every path forward now carries greater consequence. Adrian stands facing Madame Klein, momentarily stiff as unfamiliar attention disrupts his usual composure. Movement follows as he walks beside her, realizing the interaction carries casual warmth rather than formal distance. Internal hesitation fades when the suggestion of sharing a meal feels unexpectedly natural instead of obligatory. From a distance, observers note subtle gestures, recognizing brief physical contact as unintentional yet revealing. Adrian processes the situation quietly, accepting the moment without misreading intent or pressure. As the pair departs together, the atmosphere shifts, hinting at a connection formed through comfort rather than strategy. Inside the palace hall, Adrian watches First Prince Michael greet others smoothly, showing refined manners and confidence. From a short distance, Adrian senses abnormal pressure behind Michael's calm posture and measured movements. A brief exchange of glances confirms intelligence and restraint, forcing Adrian to reconsider the prince's true depth. While attendants move around them, Adrian evaluates Michael's talents through experience rather than surface impressions. Comparison forms naturally, as Arcia specialized in swordsmanship while Michael shows balance across multiple disciplines. Despite low mana output, Michael's composure suggests wisdom compensating for magical limitations. Leading the group forward, Michael guides them through palace corridors without hesitation or delay. Arrival at a sealed chamber alerts Adrian, recognizing it as a restricted teleport room. Magical barriers become visible, clearly designed to block teleport interference within the castle. Close inspection reveals a concealed interruption mechanism embedded into the structure. Controlled action disables the device, restoring the teleport system without drawing attention. Energy floods the room as the teleport spell activates cleanly and precisely. Within the teleport field, Adrian senses Michael observing him with renewed interest. Understanding deepens that Michael was never an ordinary prince from the beginning. As space distorts, Adrian acknowledges a dangerous variable entering the future. Inside the palace interior, Michael invites Adrian forward, maintaining an easy smile while watching reactions carefully. Teleportation barriers shimmer overhead, revealing a complex spell structure protecting the surrounding space. Once the restriction clears, the group steps through, confirming Michael's control over castle systems. After arrival, Michael reacts naturally, already familiar with the restored teleport function. A formal greeting follows, marking mutual acknowledgement rather than dominance or submission. Recognition spreads as Michael confirms Adrian's return without surprise or suspicion, seated at a prepared table. Michael explains the palace chef's reputation and strict selection standards. Food presentation reinforces wealth and authority while maintaining a relaxed atmosphere. Adrian quietly observes the balance between luxury and calculated hospitality. During the meal, Adrian reveals his past as a player deeply involved with the virtual world. Michael reacts with interest, recognizing behavior consistent with experienced users rather than nobles. Understanding forms that Adrian's insight comes from lived systems, not education. As discussion continues, Michael displays humor uncommon among royalty. Adrian acknowledges the prince's strategic charm and adaptability. Conclusion settles as Michael confirms intentions to offer benefits beyond simple goodwill. Michael calmly outlines conditions for granting titles, making clear that status comes with political weight. Listening closely, Adrian realizes the title cannot be claimed easily through effort alone. Understanding deepens as Adrian recognizes how power structures restrict direct advancement. Michael presents an alternative path, suggesting alignment with the second prince to secure the title. Adrian evaluates the proposal carefully, acknowledging the strategic value behind the offer. Acceptance forms not from loyalty, but from recognizing a temporary advantage. While seated, Adrian weighs consequences, knowing political alignment shapes future survival. Choosing pragmatism, Adrian agrees to follow the suggested course without full commitment. Michael observes quietly, satisfied the decision favors balance rather than resistance. Discussion shifts toward followers, highlighting risks of betrayal and reputation damage. Adrian remains firm, unwilling to abandon those already aligned with him. Respect surfaces as Michael acknowledges that restraint strengthens credibility. Attention turns to Arcia, whose stance depends entirely on Adrian's decision. Her approval confirms shared alignment without hesitation or objection. As the meal continues, Adrian prepares a careful fast to avoid suspicion while planning ahead. Michael grows serious, proposing that Adrian should receive compensation instead of yielding the title without return. Leaning forward, Michael presents the idea calmly, testing whether Adrian understands the leverage he still holds. Realization settles as Adrian recognizes retreat is unnecessary, since pressure can still be applied strategically. Within the ornate banquet hall, Adrian calmly proposes a resolution. Rather than escalating conflict, the situation is reframed as a calculated compromise meant to preserve balance. A subtle shift in atmosphere follows as Adrian silently confirms the discussion is moving in his favor. From an overhead view, the nobles review Raven Margrave's failures, focusing on losses tied to national defense. Attention turns toward fairness as Adrian considers whether removing the title serves public justification. Consensus begins forming, grounded in accountability rather than personal grievance. Adrian anticipates resistance and mentally prepares outcomes should Prince Luke refuse the arrangement. A system notice appears briefly, reflecting heightened curiosity and unease among those present. Suspicion flickers, yet Adrian remains composed, trusting calculations already set in motion. Memories surface of Baron Walker's guidance, linking Prince Luke and Viscount Harrington to prior inspections. Returning focus to the table, tension grows as scrutiny subtly shifts toward Adrian's intent. Silence lingers, allowing uncertainty to pressure the others into restraint. Light laughter eases the heavy mood, breaking the political stiffness surrounding the meeting. Adrian admits partial reliance on intuition, masking deeper preparation behind casual humility. The gathering concludes smoothly, leaving Adrian satisfied as events unfold exactly as planned. Adrian receives a compact device, understanding it represents a secured line rather than a simple gift explanations. Follow as its purpose becomes clear, ensuring future contact remains controlled and discreet. With the exchange complete, Adrian departs calmly. A magical circle activates beneath Adrian as spatial light surrounds the hall. Prince Luke and Erica remain behind, watching as Adrian vanishes through teleportation. Silence settles briefly, signaling the conclusion of political negotiations. Adrian reappears near the castle entrance, adjusting quickly to the change in surroundings guided by memory. He moves toward a storage area connected to the main passage. A decision is made to proceed immediately, prioritizing efficiency over rest. Unexpected figures collide with Adrian, arms filled with newly purchased merchandise. Guards react sharply, questioning the sudden disturbance near the restricted corridor. Awkward tension spreads as the situation draws unwanted attention. The source becomes clear when souvenir bags reveal stylized figures resembling nobles. Erica stares in disbelief, recognizing exaggerated versions of familiar faces. Embarrassment replaces formality as the group realizes how casually royal images are treated. News spreads across the empire as reports highlight rising debt, corruption scandals, and growing economic instability. Military forces are emphasized as the last pillar supporting the Freely's Republic amid inflation concerns. Public hope concentrates on President Louis Fairmont. A controversial headline questions whether Archduke Lucas truly obtained a genuine lucky encounter. Inside the Brennan Empire Palace, anger erupts as the Emperor reacts violently to the accusations. Officials stand in silence while the Emperor condemns the legitimacy of Lucas's achievement. Interrogations confirm that no formal request or investigation preceded the lucky encounter discovery. Earl Elfria evaluates the situation calmly, weighing probability against political timing. A conclusion forms that the chance of success appears divided. Analysis reveals ciphertext attributed to Archduke Lucas, suggesting deliberate misdirection. Records show the lucky encounter was found without following these supposed hints. Suspicion deepens as the inconsistencies fail to align logically. A theory emerges that someone already possessed the real lucky encounter. Distraction tactics are identified as requiring manipulation on a national scale. Agreement settles among the leaders, accepting that such deception remains a real possibility. Before a projected map, the Emperor identifies 4 powers capable of manipulating a lucky encounter: Croizon Empire, Elysia Allies, Lucia's Kingdom, and Reinhardt Kingdom. Probability narrows as Elysia Allies are judged most suspicious due to timing and recent movements. Additional reports surface, noting Reinhardt Kingdom's rise through a young prodigy achieving rapid national success. Despite remarkable talent, the young man lacks authority to control events of such scale alone. Investigations confirm Lucia's kingdom acknowledged him. Speculation shifts as the emperor recalls ancient precedents involving greater powers. Historical reflections suggest only entities rivaling empires could execute such deception. Reinhardt Kingdom is dismissed, already stable and unlikely to provoke international instability. Attention returns to Elysia allies, Lucia's kingdom, and Croyzen Empire as remaining suspects. Orders are issued to heighten surveillance across nobles and royal institutions. A firm message is prepared declaring Archduke Lucas's claim unrecognized without proof. Finally, the Emperor commands discreet contact with Reinhardt's young man, proposing relocation for closer observation. Inside a grand hall, Adrian's arrival causes sudden tension as relatives recall past conflicts and his troubled family history. At the long table, nobles react with unease. Discomfort spreads as they recognize his connection to Eliza Masters. Attention shifts toward Isabella, whose calm posture contrasts the noble's anxiety as political implications surface quietly. Her identity becomes clear. Understanding grows that alliances and outcomes favor Adrian despite earlier judgments made against him. Isabella explains how circumstances have changed. Comparisons are drawn between past battles and present stability. Nobles acknowledge the difference, recognizing why direct confrontation is no longer an option. Laughter breaks tension as Isabella's attitude softens. Moments later, she prepares to leave, prioritizing urgent matters beyond the gathering. Before departing, instructions are given to continue calmly. Servants bow as Isabella exits, her presence leaving a lasting impression on the hall. Outside, Adrian appears with striking silver hair and blue eyes, drawing immediate attention. Surprise spreads among students as they realize his arrival marks the beginning of a new shift. Among Academy students, Adrian endures mockery as nobles whisper. Hidden resentment surfaces when threats are implied. Isabella observes quietly, realizing hostility toward Adrian has already crossed a dangerous line. Dark imagination escalates as cruelty is envisioned. Adrian remains isolated within the tension, unaware that hatred has turned into fixation. Isabella suppresses her reaction, recognizing this environment is more corrupt than expected. Later, Isabella confronts her father, questioning sudden decisions that affect Adrian's future. The truth emerges as Margrave Cascable explains political intentions involving Sir Lawrence. Power, balance, and national interest are prioritized over personal will. Isabella reflects privately, understanding Adrian is now a tool within larger schemes. Pressure builds as marriage plans are justified as necessary sacrifices. Fear settles when she realizes resistance may be impossible. Determination breaks through as Isabella gathers resolve before others intervene. She enters the hall forcefully, drawing attention from surrounding nobles. Disillusionment follows, as she concludes these people cannot protect Adrian at all. Adrian's appearance changes with a simple disguise. After leaving the royal palace, he prepares carefully despite precautions. Unease remains as his presence continues to stand out. Inside a refined office, Adrian meets officials discussing potential entry into the military industry. Information about high-ranking equipment and investment value is reviewed. Observers grow wary, realizing Adrian's position exceeds normal expectations. Evaluation continues as military manufacturing, nanotechnology, and distribution networks are analyzed in detail. Logic prevails when long-term growth potential outweighs immediate risks. Adrian calmly accepts the direction, already planning future steps. Discussion shifts to Vanguard Force equipment, an elite resource controlled by powerful houses. Historical balance among Reinhardt's great families is explained. Granting Adrian involvement is recognized as a destabilizing move. Concerns rise over public reaction to a young Grand Wizard entering this domain. Adrian acknowledges the attention such power will inevitably attract. With measured confidence, he requests preparation, signaling ambition that cannot be ignored. Adrian listens as plans for flying fortresses are approved. At the estate, discussions turn casual, yet subtle tension remains beneath polite reactions and shared meals. Amusement fades when status and titles resurface, reminding everyone that roles are not equal. Conversation shifts toward nobility as Adrian calmly explains differences between an earl and a marquis. While sipping tea, he analyzes motives, sensing ambitions hidden behind friendly concern. Quiet confidence replaces hesitation as Adrian accepts the path forming around him. A sudden remark provokes Arcia, exposing frustration she struggles to hide. Adrian clarifies his words as careless humor, easing tension without fully addressing feelings involved. Arcia regains composure, though unease lingers beneath her controlled expression. Adrian announces an upcoming commission, framing it as a new beginning for the Lawrence family. Attention sharpens when responsibility and delayed plans are mentioned together. Silence follows as consequences of power become clear to everyone present. A fork presses into a strawberry as Adrian recalls those who harmed his family. With a calm smile, he declares the need to remove corruption completely. Cold resolve settles as Adrian commits to cleansing matters inside and out. Inside the royal council chamber, senior nobles evaluate the war's outcome while carefully measuring authority and future balance. Differing opinions surface as achievements are debated, revealing concern over power concentration rather than pure merit. Gradually, the council accepts that recent victories demand formal recognition despite lingering resistance. Adrian watches silently, understanding the political intent hidden behind restrained expressions and calculated silence. A proposal redirects excessive credit, aiming to preserve unity while limiting Margrave Raven's rising influence. Tension increases as competing ambitions collide within the controlled atmosphere of the chamber. Attention shifts when Earl Otis is unexpectedly positioned as a symbolic recipient of honor. Justifications highlight his logistical support and steady contributions throughout the prolonged conflict. Reluctant agreement forms, reflecting compromise rather than complete satisfaction. The king intervenes decisively, halting debate and asserting royal authority. Recognition is finalized for Crown Prince Michael and Prince Luke, reinforcing succession balance. Adrian remains composed, aware the decision reshapes influence more than reputation. Days later, victory celebrations fill the capital beneath towering palace walls. Adrian arrives formally, escorting Arcia while observing noble reactions carefully. Calm confidence replaces tension as stability settles following deliberate political choices. During the celebration, Adrian notices familiar academy figures approaching, their expressions mixing surprise and curiosity. Old classmates gather around, quietly reassessing Adrian's status after hearing recent rumors and achievements. Memories surface as Adrian studies their faces, realizing time has altered positions but not relationships. While the group exchanges glances, Adrian senses that past assumptions about him no longer match reality. Attention shifts as movement near the palace entrance draws nobles toward the central hall. Choosing restraint, Adrian departs briefly, intending to speak later rather than revisit unfinished histories. The Lawrence household arrives formally, greeted with deference by palace attendants. They are guided toward front row seating reserved for distinguished guests, signaling elevated status. Nearby nobles begin whispering, recognizing the household's growing influence. Curiosity spreads as guests comment on the Lawrences' attire and refined presence. Subtle compliments and inquiries follow, each remark carefully testing political alignment. Adrian observes calmly, understanding this attention reflects reputation rather than ceremony. As the hall fills, conversation shifts toward recent victories and rising figures. Adrian realizes his name circulates quietly among nobles and former peers alike. Standing composed, he accepts that the celebration marks not an ending, but a new beginning. Among the gathered nobles, Margrave Raven notices Adrian's presence and reacts with visible irritation. Nearby whispers spread as observers note Raven's restraint and the second prince's quiet vigilance. The hall settles when an announcement signals the official beginning of the victory celebration. Applause rises as Count Otis is formally recognized for his service and elevated before the assembly. Reactions vary across the crowd, with relief appearing among those aligned with the crown. From a distance, Adrian studies the shifting expressions, sensing political recalculation underway. Attention turns sharply as Adrian and Arcia are summoned forward before the throne. Both kneel as the king prepares to announce new titles and territorial grants. Silence dominates while nobles anticipate the weight of the royal decree. Adrian receives the Marquis title alongside governance of the Marquisate area. Arcia is granted a countess title with her own estate, formalizing shared authority. The king adds command over a reinforced fortress, emphasizing responsibility over reward. Public astonishment spreads as the audience absorbs the sudden rise in status. Adrian offers formal thanks, acknowledging royal judgment rather than personal ambition. As murmurs continue, the ceremony marks a decisive shift in the kingdom's power structure. Standing before the assembly, Adrian reflects on his resolve since becoming an aristocrat, preparing to act publicly. Several viscounts are singled out as their expressions shift from confidence to visible shock. Adrian formally declares a war of estates against the four families, turning the hall tense instantly. Reactions ripple through the chamber as nobles, royalty, and attendants struggle to process the sudden declaration. Prince Luke and other key figures stiffen, recognizing the political and military consequences about to unfold. Adrian turns calmly, a faint smile forming as he commits fully to the path he has chosen. King Kulitz van Reinhardt sat in solemn thought, burdened by the dispute over succession between his two sons. With unrest rising, he declared a war of estates, targeting four noble families. While overwhelmed by royal affairs, he sensed chaos brewing as a mysterious figure entered court. Michael, a nobleman, underestimated Adrian's bold challenge against the four families. Despite being warned that new lords couldn't expand territory for a year, Adrian remained determined. When questioned about retreat, Adrian confirmed his resolve to see it through without hesitation. Michael mocked Adrian's defiance, confident he would give up under pressure. Yet Adrian, undeterred, left the hall with purpose as the event outside began. As nobles gathered, Adrian arrived, drawing attention from an awaiting noble lady. Despite prior claims of friendship, nobles distanced themselves, avoiding him entirely. Realizing he was now feared, Adrian accepted his status as a scandalous figure. Still, he addressed the crowd, admitting he acted rashly under emotion. When asked why, Adrian stated plainly it was revenge. Even knowing the danger, he calmly accepted the consequences. With trust from his allies, he embraced the challenge, ready to enjoy the royal battle ahead. Adrian's father reassured his wife, expressing full confidence in their son's abilities. The family moments softened tensions, showing Adrian's growing bond with his mother. Together, they stepped forward, and Adrian silently vowed to protect both parents. As Adrian advanced, murmurs spread through the crowd, stirring panic among the nobles. The four families were shocked, questioning if their past actions led to this confrontation. Doubt crept in as one noble asked if they might actually lose against him. Suggestions rose to unite the four houses, hoping their combined strength would suffice. One member explained that together, they could rival a marquis in influence. Their plans seemed reasonable, until Adrian appeared and shattered their confidence with a single remark. Adrian's sudden greeting stunned the group, catching them off guard. They reacted with outrage, accusing him of arrogance and demanding respect. He responded with force, humiliating one noble instantly, and asserting dominance, challenging Viscount Parma to a duel. Adrian escalated the tension, however. Rules were cited, duels couldn't proceed due to status differences. The heads of the four families finally stepped in. Questioning Adrian's provocations, Adrian watched the nobles' swift reaction. Noting their unity came too late, he rejected the notion of going too far, asserting repayment was due. When asked for clarity, he coldly advised them to question their own sons. Adrian warned the war announcement would soon be official and unavoidable. He challenged the head to control his son or risk family downfall. Walking away confidently, Adrian declared their next meeting would be on the battlefield. The nobles panicked, scrambling to calm the situation and delay the conflict. Suddenly, Isabella appeared, shocking both sides with her unexpected arrival. Confused by her timing, the families begged her to reason with her father. News of Adrian's past surfaced. He was once bullied by the same four families. Media coverage vindicated his actions, exposing years of silent suffering. He found it ironic that support came even without his manipulation. Now prepared, Adrian reviewed catalogs of magical weapons and sky fortresses. He believed if military power was lacking, wealth could fill the gap. With endless resources, he vowed to buy everything needed to win. Adrian sealed the deal with a firm handshake, easily affording the sky fortresses. He noted that even after buying 8, he still had 20 trillion in reserve. The seller was stunned by the sheer scale of the transaction, doubting its reality. Margrave Otis greeted Adrian warmly. Surprised by his presence, Adrian suggested they drop formalities, given they'd face war together. Otis laughed in confusion, realizing Adrian had just promoted him to Margrave. Otis questioned Adrian's purpose, and Adrian casually admitted buying all fortresses. Another noble reacted, frustrated he now had to reserve his own military stock. They discussed Adrian's rise to marquis, lifting previous purchase restrictions. Otis introduced his daughter Michelle, known for her eccentric reputation. She greeted Adrian politely, and he introduced Arcia as his fiancée. Though rumors described Michelle poorly, Adrian sensed something unusual and intriguing. Analyzing her traits, he discovered she had English interpretation, a bizarre skill. Stunned, Adrian questioned if it meant the same English he once knew. The revelation left him suspicious, as if Michelle might not be ordinary at all. Michelle Otis walked confidently through the ceremonial hall, escorted by guards. Hidden figures discussed her fate in hushed tones, debating whether to eliminate her or continue observing her actions. Oblivious to the threat, Michelle showed her father a magical device. In a dim meeting room, Viscount Doherty reviewed an enormous list of military orders, fortresses, hoverboards, and exclusive ships. Viscount Karma confirmed the numbers with concern. Viscountess Ranier detailed further assets, combat ships, teleport artifacts, and equipment meant for large-scale deployment. They reviewed the purchases, stunned that one man could acquire so much in a single day. Another noble remarked that 70 trillion was already insane. Yet he had committed to 140 trillion in total. Viscount Pharma, overwhelmed, admitted he had underestimated the situation. Despite doubts about Adrian's authority, Ranye challenged assumptions about his inexperience. She reminded them that his influence kept disrupting their expectations since his appearance. The nobles hesitated, realizing they could no longer rely on ordinary logic against someone nearing archmage status. A noble revealed Adrian had once posted a knight recruitment ad online, long before gaining his title. Thousands responded, proving he'd secured loyalty even without formal power now. With a magic tower and artifact company, a noble voiced concern that even in a direct conflict. However, another warned that Adrian was not only an archmage but had an aura master Fiang Fei. Together they were unstoppable. The room fell silent in fear, knowing that opposing him would lead to a one-sided massacre. One noble questioned how a private conflict escalated into a threat involving all four noble houses. They realized Adrian could gather allies from neighboring territories and bypass the royal family's control. Frustration peaked as one lord, humiliated and furious, ordered his men to bring Adrian in immediately. Another noble exploded in anger, demanding they address the root cause of their crisis. Meanwhile, a messenger hawk soared from Lawrence's estate. The estate buzzed with technology and rapid development, strengthening Adrian's growing influence. Adrian stood atop the tower, gazing at the city, quietly reflecting on his rising status. He confessed that only now did he truly feel the weight of being a Grand Lord. His commanders arrived, ready to report as the newly formed knight troops stood in formation. Inspecting the soldiers, Adrian received praise for assembling a force so quickly. One remarked it was more than impressive. It bordered on miraculous. Adrian smiled, humbled yet proud, knowing his efforts had gained him loyal allies and growing respect. Baroness Helena commended Adrian for stockpiling military assets and organizing troops in advance. Flustered by the praise, Adrian deflected, claiming luck as the reason for his success. Others disagreed, pointing out everything was calculated with intention, not chance. Adrian reflected on the speed of their progress. His commanders agreed, confirming the unit was already comparable to national forces. Looking skyward, Adrian observed the towering metal fortresses. He issued orders to begin mobilizing, surprising others with his urgency. Despite their hesitation, Adrian insisted they prepare for battle without delay. He laid out a tactical plan, splitting the force to divide enemy territory and striking alongside Arcia. One officer voiced concern about royal permission, but Adrian dismissed it as a formality. He declared this operation as training. Confident approval would follow. Determined, Adrian vowed to fight from the front and win his troops' loyalty through action. Across the realm, nobles and enemies alike reacted to Adrian's advance, some in fear and others in awe. His fleet launched into the skies, massive and unified in strength. Cloaked and prepared, Adrian stood at the helm ready to lead the charge into battle. Pharmavai County was shaken by sudden gunfire, sending civilians fleeing through the city streets in panic. At a cafe nearby, Earl Elphida remained calm, quietly observing the situation while sipping a chilled drink. She pondered Adrian Lawrence's rapid rise, surprised the Emperor had granted him a title so soon. Elphida recalled how Adrian immediately challenged 4 viscounties to territorial war after receiving his title. His boldness sparked curiosity. Was it a reckless gamble or a calculated move? Before she could think further, Duchess Olivia Riverdale arrived unannounced, shifting the atmosphere. Olivia's sudden appearance stirred tension. Her authority as a duchess carried weight. She approached calmly, yet her presence hinted at deeper involvement. From a distance, Elphida recognized Adrian's influence extending further than expected. In a formal meeting, a councilman accused Adrian of illegal troop movement. Adrian dismissed the claim, stating the troops were merely training. He wore a calm smile, deflecting concern with ease. Adrian insisted he hadn't broken any rules by deploying forces. He assured them he would wait for legal approval to act. Yet, he admitted the army would strike the moment war was sanctioned. A councilman criticized Adrian's motives, calling his actions immoral and far-fetched. Adrian calmly questioned if bullying during his school years was moral, turning the accusation back suddenly. A signal interrupted the debate, drawing everyone's attention. A messenger rushed in, urgently calling for Adrian. Permission for the territorial war was officially granted at that very moment. Adrian accepted the news without surprise, remarking on the perfect timing. He noted that the royal family clearly supported his cause over theirs. The opposing side was shocked, questioning if they had been abandoned. Adrian dismissed their concerns and warned that surrender was the only way to avoid destruction. A commander activated a massive teleportation spell to initiate the assault. Sky fortresses deployed troops midair, setting course for Pharmavai County. Adrian's forces advanced in unison, prepared for total conquest. An officer accused Adrian of wasting time, but panic crept into his voice. He collapsed under pressure as Adrian's calm demeanor prevailed. Adrian's ally looked on, reaching toward him as the war truly began. Adrian took Arcia's hand and prepared to enter the battlefield by her side. He announced their departure to the front lines, assigning temporary command to another officer. The man, shocked by the decision, could barely respond. Without hesitation, Adrian walked away, calling Arcia to follow him. The vanguard troops cheered as they learned their commanders would personally lead them. Meanwhile, citizens watched the Sky Fortress prepare for deployment with unease. Many believed revenge only led to emptiness, but Adrian disagreed. He believed revenge gave direction and clarity to his purpose. With Arcia, he soared above the city, determined to strike. Memories of past tormentors, Cedric and Academy bullies, fueled Adrian's motivation. He saw their suffering as repayment for what they'd done. Cedric screamed in agony, overwhelmed by Adrian's magical onslaught. Explosions rattled the enemy base, spreading panic. Realizing their power was inferior, enemy soldiers began to lose hope. One noble, terrified of defeat, lashed out in desperation, fearing his own downfall. A soldier criticized the young noble for thinking only of himself during a war. He suggested the best course of action was to offer himself to Adrian for revenge. Other knights agreed. Doing so might reduce further damage to their territory. They reminded him that when people died, the blame wouldn't fall on Adrian, but on him. Haunted by past sins, he recalled the innocent lives lost under his command. Their judgment weighed heavily on him as guilt and fear consumed his thoughts. He lashed out, insisting he wasn't responsible for those deaths and blaming Adrian instead. The knight commander calmly addressed him, suggesting a different path. A duel in vanguard armor was ordered. A1 on one match with Adrian. Dragged into combat, he resisted violently, cursing everyone involved. Adrian promised he would be punished in the cruelest way possible. Fear overtook him as Adrian glared, prepared for retribution. Screaming echoed through the hall as pain overwhelmed the fallen noble. The weight of vengeance finally crashed down, leaving no escape. Elite soldiers sprinted down the corridor, boots pounding as tension built with each step toward the grand chamber. At the front, their leader's expression remained firm, eyes sharp, aware of the danger awaiting them. Inside, fallen comrades lay before a white-haired man. As a knight calmly stated, there was no need for despair. A soldier argued that even an archmage like Marquis Lawrence should fall to vanguard force. Armor and others stood and warned that cowardice would only lead to a meaningless death. Realizing the truth, one of them trembled, aware that hiding meant becoming a sacrifice. He imagined the horror of his comrades being slaughtered if they showed weakness. The knight reminded him that survival meant fighting back, not surrender. Fueled by fear and resolve, the soldier vowed to live and protect the others. With newfound courage, the unit charged into the hall once more. Hope reignited. The soldier believed their gear's strength could counter the mage's power. He recalled the commander's words: if Adrian slipped, they'd have a chance. Adrian bled but remained composed, dashing their hopes of a miracle. His power exploded. Annihilating soldiers with overwhelming magic terror spread as one screamed, calling him a monster as death approached. Blue energy pillars struck the battlefield, confusing the knights as the sky lit up with intense power. A silver-haired man and a woman descended, revealing themselves as an archmage and aura master. The soldiers panicked as one shouted in disbelief, calling the man a monster despite the fear. Soldiers charged toward the archmage, screaming with rage. Their assault failed instantly. His magic sent them flying mid-air. Lightning surged through the ground, electrocuting armored troops without mercy. A soldier gasped in horror as a colossal construct appeared above the city. The golden machine rotated mid-air, emitting mechanical sounds. All eyes turned upward as the Sky Fortress activated, a relic of ancient war. The fortress descended rapidly, shaking the battlefield with sheer weight. Panic spread as enemy soldiers screamed and fled the impact zone. A terrified knight asked who they were truly fighting against. Viscount Zenith stepped forward, facing the survivors with confidence. He smiled, mocking their earlier arrogance and calling out Adrian, realizing their defeat. The knights raised their hands and surrendered. One soldier reached for his weapon, but a firm hand on his shoulder halted him silently. Another turned, confused by the sudden stop, only to see his comrade frozen with wide eyes. Their commander said nothing, yet his serious expression revealed unease about the unfolding situation. Adrian grimaced, overwhelmed by pressure and uncertainty building around him. Suddenly, Zenith Ferrum appeared and boldly challenged Adrian to a one-on-one duel. The declaration caught everyone off guard as Zenith stood calm and confident. Adrian mocked Zenith, questioning his nobility and purpose for the fight. Without responding, Zenith activated his weapon with a click, summoning a vertical energy column. The light struck down instantly, catching one of the knights off guard in a fatal blow. Screams echoed as the knight flew from the blast, blood trailing through the air. Zenith laughed, satisfied, casually mentioning the massive investment behind his new weapons. Despite the cost, he felt the results were worth it as he stood over his dying opponent. Adrian trembled in silence, unable to mask his fear after the display of power. Zenith pointed out fallen soldiers, sky fortresses, and the battlefield devastation around them. Mockingly, he asked if Adrian's family treasury was the last thing worth protecting. Adrian accused Zenith of using this battle as a cover for another goal. Zenith confirmed it, stating that revenge and gain could be achieved together. Soldiers collapsed from fear and injury, while Adrian coughed blood and listed his broken bones. Zenith added each fractured bone with chilling calm, showing detailed memory of his pain. He approached slowly, mentioning the tarsal injury as Adrian trembled in disbelief. Standing tall, Zenith explained each listed bone was one Adrian had broken in the past. Although Zenith claimed patience, he noted that their mental torment had crossed the line. His female ally slid beside him, magic ready, reinforcing his intent. With cold resolve, Zenith declared he wouldn't allow Adrian to die peacefully. Healing magic surrounded Adrian, halting the blood loss just enough to keep him alive. Zenith commanded others to handle him, refusing to let him escape justice. As Adrian begged for mercy, Zenith turned to the remaining enemies with a warning glare. The commander laughed nervously, offering to escort them to the Lord's office. Zenith smiled politely, accepting while suppressing further scorn. A caption revealed the war ended in just 30 minutes, swift and absolute. Duchess Riverdale confronted the noblewoman Rena, questioning her intentions regarding the Empire's affairs. Rena calmly revealed her presence was due to a special request from a superior officer, hinting at strategic involvement. Riverdale warned her not to act beyond her role and hinted that removing someone from the Empire would have serious consequences. A sudden surge of energy triggered a teleportation signal, signaling the start of a large-scale battle. The battlefield emerged over a cityscape, where forces had already mobilized. Observing the scene, Riverdale proposed testing a certain individual's combat ability firsthand. Marquise Lawrence appeared mid-battle, his movements crackling with lightning energy. Rena and Riverdale analyzed the teleportation restrictions imposed during modern warfare. They discussed the evolution of battle magic, where many mages were disqualified due to outdated tactics. Lawrence's agility allowed him to evade attacks even without teleportation, astonishing both women. Riverdale questioned the possibility of such combat skills, sensing deeper layers of his potential. Rena admitted that even with support, duplicating his feats would be nearly impossible. Lawrence unleashed a powerful orb, crushing enemy defenses and shocking onlookers. Riverdale identified a rare awakening priest behind his rise, hinting at deeper imperial schemes. Watching from afar, Lawrence calmly stated his admiration for humanity, his mission only beginning. Riverdale excused herself, leaving Rena behind after confirming Adrian Lawrence's overwhelming skill. Rena watched her depart, reflecting on how Adrian's spellcasting revealed hidden training habits. She admitted to misjudging him, yet now found herself intrigued by his potential. Mounting a magical creature, Rena declared her inspection complete and prepared to return. Far above the city, she vanished, leaving only wind trails behind. Adrian, still on the battlefield, noted their absence and turned his focus to a new target. Inside an enemy stronghold, Adrian advanced without hesitation, startling the defenders. He entered the hall, calm but resolute, his presence freezing the room. One noble backed away, trembling, ordering Adrian not to approach. Falling in panic, the noble scrambled backward, fear overtaking him. Adrian pressed him with authority, demanding surrender through a document. The man stammered, desperate to protect his name and family. Adrian promised to spare all but the ringleader, demanding complete forfeiture of titles. Under pressure, the noble broke down and agreed to the terms. With the Pharma Viscounty's defeat, the war's outcome was sealed. Doherty Viscounty erupted in chaos as news of Marquis Lawrence's advance caused panic. A noble panicked, realizing that if Pharma had fallen, Doherty might be next faced with urgency. He acknowledged their inevitable defeat if they stayed passive. Explosions shook their command room as discussions turned desperate. One proposed surrendering their heirs, but fear and doubt silenced the idea. A noblewoman revealed that Lawrence's true aim wasn't revenge, it was domination. Anather warned that delay would allow Lawrence to crush each family one by one. The group realized the need for a new strategy, understanding they couldn't win fairly. Now convinced of Lawrence's unstoppable momentum, they decided to shift their tactics. Vanguard armies from various viscounties arrived at their teleportation zones. Commander Dennis confirmed Doherty's troops were in position and awaiting orders. The teleportation operation was scheduled precisely for 12 to 10 Rondell Street Standard Time, The Karma, Roin, and Doherty armies prepared for a united teleportation assault. As commanders finalized orders, all forces stood ready to strike. A countdown began, each second pushing them closer to the decisive clash. The countdown reached 0 and the joint teleportation spell activated instantly. Troops from the allied Viscounties were transferred mid-air above the target city. They descended rapidly, weapons ready, forming a surprise aerial invasion. All Vanguard Knight forces from Karma, Roin, and Doherty initialized their operation. As the mission began, an enemy declared a mocking welcome ceremony. Confused, one knight spotted someone in the distance and alerted his squad. The attackers saw Marquis Lawrence standing calmly on a platform. He called out to the enemies with confidence, asking them to come with him. Before they could react, a massive secondary teleportation spell engulfed them. Enemy troops were scattered across unknown locations, disoriented mid-teleport. A knight cursed, realizing they had been forcefully displaced. Lost and isolated, many began to panic as the ambush unfolded. Some soldiers landed near remote towers with no backup in sight. Others found themselves surrounded by elite defenders within Lawrence's territory. One knight muttered in frustration. Lawrence had outplayed them from the start. A majestic airship glided through the skies, approaching its destination with precision on board. A group awaited their guest with tense anticipation as a young man stood in their midst. Suddenly, expressions shifted. He had arrived, his presence alarming even seasoned warriors. The white-haired man calmly walked forward, his cloak fluttering behind him as he approached the throne. He declared his intentions were peaceful, yet his aura made it clear he held immense power. As he raised his hand, a magical surge engulfed the deck in radiant energy. He revealed this meeting was not diplomacy, but a demonstration of dominance. Another captain realized the enemy had predicted their every move from above. A second ship emerged, triggering alarm among the defenders. The man descended to the land below, encircled by enemy troops. Without fear, he faced them alone. Blade in hand, he demanded surrender, offering mercy if they obeyed. A voice promised survival for those who yielded. Recognition sparked. Samoan whispered his name in disbelief. Marquis Lawrence? A soldier exclaimed, confirming their fears. An enemy commander shouted that capturing Marquis Lawrence would end the war. Lawrence, unfazed, smiled as panic spread among the opposing ranks. Landing calmly beside his ally, he prepared for retaliation. Troops charged, sensing a rare chance to eliminate their target. They surrounded Lawrence, demanding his surrender without hesitation. Instead, he warned them to surrender, revealing his confidence. He explained their assault wasn't worth his concern. His partner drew her blade, ready to assist. Explosions erupted across the battlefield, scattering the attackers in panic. As more enemies advanced, they were met with fierce magic. Lawrence questioned why he had gone easy on them, casting Flame Blast. He ignited the field in a blazing inferno. One soldier attempted to resist with his forced sword. The wave of flame overwhelmed him, his screams echoing, burned and staggering. The soldier barely remained standing. Marquis Lawrence closed in with speed, his opponent frozen in fear. The soldier raised his blade in desperation. Shouting for him to stop, Lawrence struck through the defense with a surge of magical energy. The enemy stared in disbelief, unable to understand what happened. He realized Lawrence had repelled the aura using a Lowell shield. Fear crept in as he muttered, stunned by the impossibility. Lawrence laughed as panic spread. The enemy's confidence shattered. Blood burst across the field. His attack had landed with precision. Back in his quarters, Lawrence received an urgent notification. He scanned headlines. The war had ended in just half a day. Captured castles, swift victories, and flawless strategy marked his success. His overwhelming dominance was now public, his name celebrated. Later, someone knocked, interrupting his thoughts. Arcia entered the room, carefree and casual. Despite the chaos earlier, her biggest concern was having more cake. Lawrence sighed at the noise as a maid worried about blood staining the furniture. Catherine stood composed, showing no reaction to the scene. He recalled how quickly she had adapted since the end of the war. A few days earlier, Catherine accompanied Lawrence to confront their former bullies. The group immediately begged for forgiveness upon seeing her. Lawrence revealed how she had once suffered for simply being kind to him. The memory of her mistreatment haunted her, pain still visible in her eyes. Lawrence explained his delay in helping her was due to politics. He assured her she no longer needed to pretend to be strong. Catherine tried to remain calm, but emotion welled up. Lawrence called her his savior, the one who gave him strength. His words broke her composure. Her tears finally fell. Later, Lawrence asked how she was doing now. Catherine looked at him. Caught off guard, she smiled softly, happier than she'd ever been. Catherine smiled brightly, surrounded by sunflowers, expressing how every day now felt joyful. In the parlor, Arcia relaxed while Lawrence sat calmly content with the peace they had built. Looking out over the estate, he simply replied, "That's good to hear," as the castle stood serene under the sky. Esmond praised the white-haired strategist for eliminating families loyal to the second prince, calling it a brilliant move. He listed the fallen houses, Pharma Doherty and Karma, and acknowledged their disappearance benefited their side. The strategist pointed out a Crown Prince Fey-aligned house was lost too, but Esmond dismissed it as deserved punishment. Curious, Esmond asked if Prince Luke raised any objections about the operation's consequences. The strategist recalled Luke's bitterness, questioning the necessity of purging nobles from their own side. Luke warned that others, Brooks, Cascable, and even Raven, deserved similar treatment if fairness mattered. Eventually, Luke agreed to overlook the matter, signaling temporary cooperation. This act deepened tensions with the second prince's camp, making future conflict inevitable. Esmond declared his goal wasn't a narrow win, but total domination. The strategist questioned if civil war was worth the country's ruin. He concluded peace wouldn't work. The second prince's side would never stop aiming for control. He asked when to begin the next operation, though more preparation was still needed. Suddenly, he confessed the second prince was constantly flirting with Arcia. Jealousy burned inside him, admitting he might cause trouble over it. Laughing wickedly, he showed no remorse. While Esmond stared in silent disbelief, a noble proposed to formally recognize Arcia as Adrian's fiancée. During their meeting, he suggested the union would strengthen their alliance, though Adrian remained skeptical. The mention of marriage startled Adrian as the topic came unexpectedly. Back at Klein Castle, Adrian wandered alone through the paved courtyard. His steps were slow, weighed by the earlier discussion still in his mind. He muttered about the proposal, still unsure how to process the idea of marriage. He admitted that marriage made strategic sense, but questioned the depth of their bond. Though Arcia was loyal, he worried she'd follow any command without considering her feelings. The thought of her obedience without love left Adrian uneasy and full of doubt. His thoughts were interrupted as Arcia appeared, unexpectedly. Adrian greeted her warmly, noting unconscious relief. She casually explained the beaten men nearby were just part of her training. Catherine arrived in haste, alerting Adrian to urgent news. She hesitated, then revealed that the second prince had dispatched someone. Adrian's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning if the prince had lost his mind. Arcia voiced her disdain for the second prince, firmly rejecting any involvement with him. Whispers followed her bold words, with onlookers fearing Adrian might face consequences. A messenger from the prince arrived, respectfully addressing Arcia as Countess Klein. The messenger gave a sly smile, ready to deliver the true purpose of his visit. Adrian responded with sarcasm, introducing himself as Arcia's fiancée. He demanded the messenger stop stalling and explain the reason for his presence. A bouquet of elegant flowers was presented on behalf of Prince Luke. The prince had invited Arcia alone to a banquet as a special guest. Without hesitation, Adrian activated his magic with a cold glare. Adrian asked if that was the entire message, growing more annoyed. When told he wasn't invited, he refused on Arcia's behalf immediately. He then questioned the man's family background, catching the envoy off guard. Adrian mocked the idea that knighthood required noble lineage. He threatened to crush the envoy's family just for sport. With a sinister smile, he hinted he'd rather target the messenger's parents instead. Adrian warned the messenger not to bring more disrespectful proposals toward Arcia. He declared that future offenses wouldn't be ignored, urging the man to relay his exact words. Before leaving, Adrian leaned in threateningly, clearly stating Arcia belonged to him. News of Adrian's declaration reached the second prince, who reacted with disbelief. His aide confirmed Adrian was completely serious, noting his intense expression. Another advisor warned that provoking Marquis Lawrence further would be dangerous. The prince was conflicted, torn between pursuing Arcia and his ambitions for the throne. An advisor suggested abandoning his pursuit of Arcia if he truly wanted the crown back at Klein Castle. Adrian considered the situation carefully, but knew the moment to act hadn't come yet. A digital screen displays the final reward. Over 42,000 trillion won, marking the end of the territory war. Jinhyuk leans back, confidently satisfied as calculations confirm the war's conclusion. In a grand hall, wealth pours in while subordinates finalize reports and stack gold bars. Rare resources like mithril and mana stones are secured from defeated regions. Jewels, art, and valuables of all kinds are collected and organized as war spoils. Relaxing, Jinhyuk revels in victory, amused by how thoroughly he drained his enemies. Among the loot, he identifies the hilt of a celestial sword, a true relic. Recognizing the material as orichalcum, Jinyuk understands its rarity and immense power. Seated in deep space, he notes the relic's value equals that of a sky fortress. He plans a trip to the Holy Land, intrigued by the sword's possible origin. Suddenly, his system detects an urgent situation, shifting his focus. An intruder appears, unaware of the danger, until a swift strike cuts him down. The enemy screams in shock as flames erupt behind him. Taunting follows, comparing him mockingly to a royal figure. Overwhelmed, the enemy is engulfed in fire and defeated instantly. Adrian swiftly blocks an ambush, deflecting the enemy's strike while shielding his ally. He retaliates with a clean blow, sending the attacker crashing into the shadows. As the battle settles, a raven lands nearby, signaling the arrival of new information. Reflecting briefly, Adrian wonders if he should leave the area unguarded. He recalls being overwhelmed with duties, limiting his personal growth. To resolve it, he entrusts less critical tasks to his loyal aides. Delegating recruitment, he uses Arcia and tools to manage real-world matters. While she acts in his place, he remains focused on personal advancement. A scout soon reports the discovery of an individual with extremely rare talent. Adrian assigns the negotiations to attendants, preparing for recruitment. The talent is revealed to possess divine power and saintly attributes. Curious, Adrian acknowledges her uniqueness and considers the advantage she offers. Suddenly, he reacts with disbelief to unexpected news. Men in suits observe as the identified girl calmly enjoys a drink. She adjusts her glasses, silently aware of the situation unfolding around her. A girl working at a convenience store smiles as a customer approaches the counter. Unknown to her, the system recognizes her identity as Everil Barnett, a hidden gem. Elsewhere, divine systems whisper of a destined scientess, blessed by Sepia. The world was created by Sepia, who gave power to gods, then withdrew. One god created the stars, another formed the night. Sepia's only remaining gift was a tree holding divine miracles. The Holy Land is ruled by three: the king, the saint, and the scientist. Each role governs divine nights, miracles, or religious command. Adrian and his aide finally arrive to meet the girl in question. The girl and her escort nervously greet Adrian. He welcomes her kindly, confirming she has the scientist trait. Learning she worked part-time for survival, Adrian commends his aide's decision over tea. Adrian asks about her dreams. She confirms her wish to help others. He explains her power surpasses her friends, hinting at scientist potential. Clarifying further, he says the role is earned by merit, not just potential. Adrian reveals a scientist contest will be held soon and pledges full support for Everil. Shocked, Everil doubts herself, but Adrian reassures her with statistics and encouragement. He explains it won't be easy. Training in etiquette, theology, and divine magic is necessary. To support her, Adrian offers an initial 200 million won and a generous monthly salary. He admits even spending 100 times more would be worth forming a scientist himself. He downplays the pressure with humor, comparing it to a shift from civil worker to priest. Eric vouches for Adrian's sincerity, calming Everil's nerves. Adrian is impressed by Eric's timely assist and starts reconsidering their pairing. He wonders if Eric's political skills combined with Everil's talent could create powerful synergy. Adrian assigns Eric as Everil's supervisor and asks him to manage her training. Eric accepts the role while Adrian entrusts him fully with Everil's progress. Watching them interact, Adrian smiles, already imagining the scientist Everil could become. Russell focused on crafting equipment guided by his mentor. They prepared tools essential for dungeon combat. Once finished, Russell was summoned into battle where magic and swords clashed in chaos. In the heat of combat, mages cast barriers while Russell's team fought fiercely against waves of enemies. Russell's comrade issued support commands, and defensive spells reinforced the group's front line. Explosions shook the battlefield as their combined strength overwhelmed the enemy. Russell advanced while channeling power into his spell, focusing solely on gaining experience and leveling up. Despite reaching level 208, Russell felt irritated by his slow progress. While others rested, he trained nonstop with his eagle companion and a close ally. Determined, he decided to improve growth by optimizing every battle move with his pet. His ally analyzed their success, attributing it to a tight team and their rare tamed beast. Russell quietly observed the plaza, wary of unfamiliar players appearing more often. He realized public attention was growing, making stealth and isolation harder to maintain. Ready to move, Russell turned away from a gathering crowd. A stranger called out, curious about his eagle and how to obtain such a creature. Without revealing much, Russell explained it was a wild beast, tamed temporarily, not a supporter. Russell ignored the attention from nearby players, knowing it was not the first time someone approached him. He recalled the influence Chronicle Online once held over major corporations and its massive market power. Though it looked like a game, the reality felt deeper. Russell questioned whether he was still just a player. He theorized that if user numbers kept rising, the market's value would grow beyond expectations. With over 100 trillion in capitalization, the game's economy clearly held more than entertainment. Still unsure, Russell debated whether to save gold, seek merchants, or use his last remaining ticket. He pondered a new goal, leveling up efficiently while avoiding unnecessary player contact. A sudden thought gave him clarity. No need to buy everything, just secure full access to one area. Russell decided to monopolize the hunting ground, claiming it as his alone to control progress. Elsewhere, the Black Dragon Guild discussed increasing access time allowed in the country. Their executives gathered, aware this shift would affect power dynamics between nations. Some were frustrated, realizing rule changes would make item farming harder to restrict. They mentioned past incidents involving item trading between regions, creating tracking problems. Guild members debated solutions, knowing any mistake could expose illegal transfers. Just then, a report came in. Someone over level 200 requested to meet the guild leader with an offer. The guild leader decided it was wise to meet Russell, intrigued by his offer. Revealing his gift of 10 decathlon hearts stunned the room into silence. They also learned he possessed elite hybrid gear only usable above level 200. Russell entered confidently, his appearance sharper than most top-tier players. He introduced himself as Knight, leaving the guild curious about his origin. Though polite, his presence was calculated. Every action pointed to strategic intent. Russell requested rental rights to the hunting grounds. The guild monopolized. He clarified he wanted exclusive use and offered to block access for all others. The leader, surprised, found the idea of renting out a zone completely unheard of. Russell sweetened the deal with a large cash offer for the right to control the area. He specified the zone Caltern's Chimera Dungeon, a deadly place with high risk. Despite the danger, the profit potential made it clear this was a serious proposition. He estimated daily loot at over 10 million, making the price justifiable. Russell demanded strict exclusion of all other players to secure his plan. The guild leader, curious, asked if he was after a hidden quest or secret item. Russell stated plainly that all he wanted was to level up, nothing more. The guild members were shocked. He planned to spend millions just to play peacefully, impressed by his seriousness. The guild leader asked how long he intended to rent the grounds. Russell answered confidently he would begin with a 1-month rental. If his progress was steady, he'd continue. If not, he'd rent additional zones to speed it up. His goal was clear: keep renting zones until he reached the maximum level. The guild quickly accepted, rushing to serve tea and finalize arrangements. Russell's money changed the mood. Everyone moved fast to process his request. News of the purchase spread, and orders were given to secure the Chimera Dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Russell's lightning magic tore through waves of enemies. With elite equipment, his XP rose rapidly. His leveling pace astonished even allies. The difference was undeniable. Russell's grind rate doubled, far beyond expectations. Reaching level 220 within a month, Russell surpassed his own timeline. Elsewhere, others noted the World Selection Contest would arrive sooner than planned. One observer lamented, realizing Russell wouldn't get to level quietly much longer. The Saint and Saintess selection progressed faster than expected, disrupting Theo's original plans. Though the event was scheduled for next year, urgent decisions forced advancement to this month. Despite the rush, Theo realized fewer rivals would simplify Everill's path. Theo and Kale shifted focus to crafting a strategy that would help Everil stand out. Theo planned to involve the Archbishop of the Reinhardt Kingdom during an upcoming visit. Hosting the Archbishop with Everil would secure political favor and raise her profile. If successful, they would request royal support to solidify Everil's candidacy. Kale doubted if Everil would follow the plan, but Theo trusted her unseen supporter. Amused, Kale agreed to proceed, trusting Theo's careful preparation. A report arrived, detailing the profiles of top Saintess candidates. Grace, Erwin, and Judy, all with high status, presented serious competition. Theo paused at Judy's profile, noting her strength despite being a commoner. Kale admitted the candidates were more remarkable than expected. Even without sponsors, their power rivaled Everill's. Still calm, Theo stayed confident, having already anticipated such threats. Kyle acknowledged the challenge, but Theo remained confident in Everill's growth. He couldn't abandon the title of the trainer who raised Saintess candidates. With the day's plans complete, Theo suggested they unwind, but Kale had one final question. Kale questioned how much Theo donated to the Archdiocese to secure the Archbishop's presence. Theo simply smiled, aware that the Archbishop wasn't someone swayed by wealth alone. Still, the quiet smirk, hinted that money had played a larger role than he admitted. Elsewhere, a woman researching candidates was shocked by the figure, 10 trillion, Marquis Adrian Lawrence. Everill's sponsor had donated that amount to support her candidacy. She concluded he was aiming for the top of the scientist selection with serious intent. Her interest in the priest grew as she followed the developments. News reached others, prompting admiration for Adrian's bold support. An elder priest expressed delight, believing Adrian might truly raise a new scientist. Theo successfully secured Archbishop Fred's support. Fred was then approached about forming an alliance with Judy Esther's faction. After brief discussion, all parties agreed the proposal was worth considering. A noblewoman advised her ally to avoid clashing with Judy for now and focus on winning selection first. Theo observed the Duchess's reluctance to oppose his side, realizing alliances were already forming. Now, his next move was to secure support from Reinhardt's royal family. The prince agreed, knowing a scientist from their country would elevate national prestige. Theo expressed gratitude, noting the prince accepted the plan with ease. Just as he was leaving, the prince revealed troubling news. 2 nobles had gone missing. Theo identified the missing girl as Michelle, Margrave Otis's daughter. The other, Earl Akers, had been a powerful figure supporting the crown prince. Though surprised, Theo realized the news was fresh, not yet widespread. Feigning excitement, Theo congratulated the prince sarcastically. The prince laughed, unaware of Theo's true reaction. Behind his smile, Theo clenched his fist, alarmed by the implications. The scientist contest chaos was spreading. Theo rushed to inform the crown prince directly. But the prince already knew, confirming Luke had briefed him earlier. Theo learned that Margrave Otis and Earl Akers belonged to the same internal family. The 2 nobles were practically brothers, having shared both political and personal trust. Earl Akers, deeply protective of Michelle, had volunteered to accompany her on her vacation. The conversation shifted to the travel destination, the dangerous Prius Republic. Theo recalled a prior incident involving a lunatic being set on fire in that region. The crown prince suspected someone linked to Archive Lugan had secretly arranged the trip. Theo froze, suddenly connecting the dots with past events. He began to suspect that he might be responsible for triggering the chaos. Meanwhile, Arcia, left behind at the estate, calmly devoured steak, wishing for Theo's quick return. Ethan stood by the window, deep in thought as sunlight bathed the hall. Doubt lingered. Was the chaos unfolding truly his fault, or merely consequence? Despite initiating a covert rescue and diplomatic effort, he realized peaceful resolution was unlikely. Across the room, Cedric reflected on Ethan's resolve, admiring his willingness to take risks. Ethan moved decisively, driven by duty, knowing he couldn't ignore the situation any longer. "I will go there," he declared, ready to step into danger himself. Leaning forward, Ethan explained he'd go undercover to extract the targets personally. He asked Cedric to erase any trail that could expose his identity. Cedric, silently conflicted, agreed and began preparing the intel and location data. Ethan vanished in magical light, leaving the mission in his own capable hands. Elsewhere, 2 fugitives ran through the forest, chased by deadly beams. Explosions lit up behind them as danger closed in fast. A blast knocked the man down as he shielded the girl. They tumbled breathless, collapsing under the pressure of pursuit. As the girl cried out, armored enemies closed in around them. Surrounded by armed soldiers, Roman held Nora close, refusing to surrender under pressure. He argued desperately, claiming they were victims of misunderstanding and not enemies. Despite his plea, the leader remained unmoved, convinced their capture was justified. In hushed tones, Roman gave Nora escape instructions, pointing to a safe route. He told her to reach a distant marker where teleportation could activate. Though she worried for him, Roman insisted he could manage alone. Yelling urgently, Roman forced Nora to run, knowing there was no time to hesitate. With trembling resolve, she sprinted through enemies, dodging attacks as panic surged. Soldiers gave chase, shouting orders to capture her before she could escape. Roman clashed with enemies head, fighting through pain and sheer determination. Rage fueled him as he struck down armored soldiers with wild strength. Bloodied and breathless, he pushed forward, refusing to fall before she got away. Suddenly, a new group appeared, catching Roman off guard mid-fight. His expression shifted to shock as he recognized their unexpected arrival. Above them, the sky fortress Lemmas loomed, signaling a dramatic turn in the battle. Within the high-tech halls of Icarus, Ethan reflected on the chain of events he set in motion. As alarms blared, agents discovered intruders nearing the sky fortress's outer barrier. Confirmation from the control room verified the threat was real and active. Analyzing the data, Ethan noted the infiltration progressed faster than anticipated. 2 figures activated teleportation magic, descending rapidly from the sky. observers spotted the armored invaders below already locked in combat. In the forest, Roman and Nora remained cornered, unaware of backup approaching. A cloaked mage reached for a spell circle, signaling a coordinated strike. In a flash, she and her companion descended, landing beside the embattled pair. The masked fighters unleashed devastating attacks, fire and blades sweeping through the enemy. Chaos erupted as soldiers fell in flames, unable to resist the precision strike. Roman fought beside them, pushing forward with renewed strength. With the last wave cleared, the cloaked duo approached Roman and Nora Ethan. Now on the ground, stood behind them with silent authority. One rescuer calmly stated, "We came to meet the two of you. Please return." A healing spell enveloped Roman, restoring his strength. As Nora watched in relief, she turned to one of the masked rescuers, sensing something unusual about them. The figure observed her in silence, recognizing Nora's perceptiveness with quiet admiration. As calm returned, Nora urged her uncle to leave the battlefield and go home. One rescuer relaxed, thinking the mission had ended without complications. Suddenly, soldiers halted them. There was one more question left for the girl. The masked figure requested a private word with Nora regarding a sensitive issue. She mentioned Louis Fairmont's fate, something Nora had unknowingly accessed. Confused, Nora froze as the cloaked woman asked, "Is that fate real?" Elvia's access to Louis Fairmont's fate caused immediate alarm, raising questions about its authenticity. Suspicion grew as observers debated whether she had reached a fake or altered fate. Examining it closely, Elvia admitted it appeared valid, but found its contents unusually inconsistent. Others speculated the fake could have been fabricated by someone close to the original discoverer. Hidden nearby, a cloaked figure considered eliminating everyone before more could be exposed. That figure hesitated, sensing the force behind the information was far too dangerous to act on recklessly. Elvia chose to remain quiet, knowing no one else had noticed the fate yet. She explained she accessed it online, thinking it was concealed within a virtual world. Tracing Louis's activity, she identified a domain he frequently entered, believing it was the entry point. Had Elvia not intervened, another woman might have claimed the fate entirely. A soldier praised her for remotely infiltrating Louis's terminal using a specialized tool. With danger approaching, they decided to evacuate the area and escort the group. They teleported to the Pyrrhus Republic's frozen northern territory. At the arrival point, heavily armored warriors awaited their presence. Elvia quickly realized the guards were all aura masters, far beyond ordinary protection. A new figure arrived, Israel Oscaprius, a seventh circle archmage and member of Pyrrhus royalty. He greeted them warmly, mentioning it was his first visit to the glacier despite being a native. Curious about the mythical Aurora, he expressed mild disappointment at its absence. Elvia and her ally expressed gratitude, acknowledging the rescue with sincerity. The cloaked figure downplayed the gesture, implying it was simple human decency. Still wary, the observer silently assessed Israel's possible motives behind his timing. The robed woman appeared surprised upon recognizing the well-known pair. She clarified her familiarity came from following Marcus Lawrence online, not personal contact. The others reacted with disbelief, while Elvia quickly interrupted the growing chatter. A young noble appeared, startled by their company and questioning the prince's presence. Ignoring the remark, the prince casually deflected questions with a grin and vague reply. He playfully repeated the phrase "trade secret." Dodging further inquiry, the prince's personality was noted, playful, but sharp in presence. Feigning surprise, Israel asked how they knew of him in return. Lawrence mirrored his response, repeating with a smile, "It's a trade secret." A chilling wind swept over the glacier as tension rose among the group. Israel signaled calm, claiming he had merely guessed their identities from their voices. Lawrence felt deceived, questioning if he'd been tricked by such a simple assumption. Curious, Lawrence asked how Israel truly identified him so quickly. Israel admitted long-standing interest in Pyrrhus and the Revolutionary Army, though claimed to only be bluffing. He acknowledged Elvia's sharp intellect and noted she was not someone he wished to oppose. The commander turned to Elvia, addressing her by name with a serious tone. He asked whether she had copied Archmage Lucas's restricted research. Startled by the direct question, Elvia was momentarily speechless as the others waited for her response. She admitted the format allowed copying but claimed she only found common technologies. Disappointed, Israel suggested even such data held value and offered fair compensation. Elvia hesitated to respond, sensing deeper consequences behind the offer. She explained that gaining access to the fate had failed just as it had for Louis. Israel revealed his real interest, materials useful for developing military equipment. Lawrence realized the prince had already deduced the data's industrial potential. Lawrence reflected on the nation's condition, recognizing its imbalance under the current regime. He recalled the late king's dream to build a nation for the people. though it had a critical flaw. Rather than empowering citizens, the system enabled a false democratization, leaving room for manipulation. The new president, Cat Rowe Fairmont, exploited this gap, embedding himself in public trust. Israel explained that the country had decayed into a dictatorship far worse than its feudal past. Lawrence agreed, pledging to restore true Republican values and guide the people toward rightful governance. Despite noble intentions, Elvia hesitated, unsure about aligning herself with political ambitions. Israel acknowledged her uncertainty, recognizing the weight of her choice. Lawrence quietly observed, aware that reckless action could ignite conflict across the continent. He feared the chaos could escalate, dragging innocent citizens into unpredictable battles. Still, he offered her a personal deal detached from political titles and fate. With a faint smile, he proposed partnership, not just for gain, but for something bigger. Leon demanded the blueprint for the Vanguard force equipment during a snowy negotiation. Adrian, calm and confident, revealed he planned to mass-produce the equipment regardless. With a smirk, he admitted he already possessed the production blueprint, surprising the onlookers. Leon chuckled faintly, recognizing Adrian's bold approach. He acknowledged Adrian as someone beyond common logic, to which Adrian politely responded. An engineer vouched for the equipment's quality, ensuring it matched the kingdom's best standards. Leon complimented the design. Curious if a prototype existed, Adrian presented a compact force communication device with a glowing pattern. Leon admired both its function and aesthetics, affirming its impressive build. Suspicion rose. Leon asked why Adrian would share such secrets. With a straight face, Adrian claimed it was because he liked them. Amused, Leon laughed, saying such honesty was rare, and urged payment. Anather questioned the legality of the trade without royal consent. Adrian casually noted silence from all parties would solve it. Grinning, he reminded them that mutual secrets demanded mutual discretion. Leon explained that the rebels beside him were fugitives to the Republican government. He revealed the blue-haired woman was the Earl of Otis's daughter, now in possession of dangerous intel. Their illegal trades, hidden motives, and past had created a tangled web of risks. In a lighter moment, the woman joked about them being secret sharing partners. Everyone laughed, affirming the strange bond formed through shared risks. Internally, Adrian believed exposure didn't matter, he'd simply improvise if needed. The group arrived at the first prince's palace for an official audience. Adrian sipped calmly while the prince greeted them with a smirk. Tension grew as they prepared to explain their return from dangerous territory. The prince criticized their unsanctioned trip to the Prius Republic. He scolded them for risking lives during political unrest. Though reprimanded, they apologized respectfully under his stern gaze. One noble questioned the surprising presence of known second prince allies. Confusion spread as Adrian and his companion dined casually. The prince watched silently, irritated by the visitors' lack of tact. The prince casually revealed that Adrian and his allies were secretly on his side. Countess Klein and her companion were surprised, realizing their cover had been obvious. Adrian, sipping tea, thought the old man was sharper than expected. Klein posed playfully, masking the tension in the room. A dark thought emerged: someone considered eliminating her. As the group prepared to leave, they politely declined further engagement, citing tight schedules. Before they could go, the prince urged them to watch an urgent broadcast. News of the Brigham Empire declaring war on the Prius Republic shook everyone. The broadcast continued, showing the Empire's declaration, and the Republic's defensive response. Tension filled the room as discussions turned to war forecasts. Adrian predicted a 6-4 advantage for the Brigham Empire. He explained the geographical challenge of invading across the sea. Others noted Prius's defensive position might help balance the fight. Still, Adrian believed Brigham held the upper hand. A strategist hoped the war might also dismantle the corrupt ruling regime. Earl Akers grew agitated, questioning whether Adrian had foreseen the war's consequences. Adrian calmly watched, inwardly noting how misguided the Earl's assumptions were. To speak so recklessly before the prince only confirmed the Earl's lack of tact. The prince admitted their alliance with the revolutionaries was intentional. Adrian clarified he had connections with them for intel-gathering purposes. He joked that he and the revolutionary leader simply followed each other online. Adrian noted their financial investment in the rebel network had been substantial. The prince observed that the revolutionaries might exploit this war to rise. He then decided that silence was the best stance for now. Before parting, the prince issued strict orders to keep Adrian and Klein's roles secret. He emphasized they were vital assets in the royal succession conflict. Adrian chuckled, impressed by the prince's cautious yet controlling nature. Earl Akers agreed to stay hidden, while Lady Otis volunteered to remain as well. She hinted that staying meant seeing Adrian more often. Klein silently fumed beside Adrian, unable to hide her growing jealousy. The war between the Brunhild Empire and Prius Republic escalated swiftly, drawing global attention. Brunhild's expeditionary force surrounded Prius with overwhelming numbers and strategic precision. In response, Prius fortified its ground and established a strong defense to brace for inevitable conflict. With tension rising, a broadcast hosted by Anthony drew viewers by featuring rising talents. Adrian Lawrence, a marquis and noble of the Reinhardt Kingdom, made his first public appearance. His unexpected presence stirred interest, signaling a political or strategic motive behind the scenes. Days earlier, Adrian reviewed a proposal requiring his participation in a media appearance. The broadcast was part of a broader plan crafted by Eric to influence public opinion. Recognizing the plan's potential, Adrian accepted with subtle confidence in Eric's judgment. On stage, Anthony praised Adrian's development and charisma, sparking light-hearted banter. Adrian attributed his looks to his mother, dismissing his father with dry humor. The exchange softened the atmosphere, blending politics with public charm. As discussion turned serious, they addressed taboo topics on magic versus economy. Despite expert concerns, Adrian remained poised, assuring everyone of his readiness. With calm confidence, he stated they had nothing to worry about. Adrian assured the audience of his intent to offer a fair comparison rather than provoke tension. The host then introduced Earl Felix, a newly promoted Aura Master from Lucro's kingdom. Adrian was caught off guard by Felix's unexpected appearance and confident demeanor. Felix casually admitted he joined for fun, dismissing Adrian's status as a threat. He cited a compliment from Duchess Riverdale but quickly mocked her judgment as biased. Declaring himself the realist, Felix vowed to expose Adrian's perceived weaknesses on stage. Adrian sensed Felix's similarity to someone from his past, deepening his unease. Feigning composure, Adrian asked for Felix's name while barely hiding his irritation. Felix's mocking reply and angered reaction sparked tension before the awaiting duel. Adrian mocked Felix's identity, calling him an unremarkable man clinging to titles. The confrontation escalated, revealing a power struggle disguised as a televised event. With excitement high, the host moved the group to the official test grounds. They arrived at Amisland, a scenic arena floating in the center of a lake. At its core stood the Island of Duels, a renowned platform for official combat. The host announced the start of the duel with judges ready to observe every move. Audience members who won a special event attended live, cheering wildly for Adrian. The host suggested adjusting equipment rules, but Adrian refused to use any gear. Felix agreed to fight unarmed, mocking Adrian's confidence and insisting on his own superiority. Clad in armor, Felix mocked the idea of losing to a novice. Adrian calmly reminded him that both were new to their ranks but not equal. Thou provoked, Felix agreed to the terms, signaling the duel to begin. As countdown began, Adrian stood composed while Felix prepared to strike first. Confident he'd dominate, Felix rushed with full strength before the countdown ended. His blade came crashing down, declaring Adrian's end with a wild roar. Felix attacked relentlessly, but the tide soon turned. Adrian's unexpected magic overwhelmed him, securing a swift victory. Spectators were stunned as Adrian casually explained his improvised sixth circle spell. Adrian instructed Everly to heal the unconscious Felix without hesitation. Everly activated a radiant spell, filling the arena with golden light. Shocked judges observed rare angelic feathers descending, awed by the healing magic. Anthony noted Adrian personally arranged the medical team, surprised to see a young girl. Adrian explained Everil was someone he could trust, despite her youth. He clarified she wasn't officially with the church yet, but served as his personal support. Everil's divine abilities stemmed from personal training under Archbishop Fred of Reinhardt. Her magical nature manifested in angelic feathers, surprising even the host. Adrian revealed she aimed to compete in the upcoming scientist contest. Stunning the crowd, her gentle presence matched the saintly image the audience admired. Even brief exposure made a deep impression on those watching the duel. She introduced herself formally as Everil Barnett, the healer assigned for the match. With sincerity, Everil asked them not to get hurt too much. Her words melted the hearts of judges and staff alike. From afar, Eric watched proudly, confident in the success of his well-crafted plan. Everil froze in the plaza as murmurs surrounded her, strangers recognizing her from a divine broadcast. Passersby whispered about her sainthood, surprised that an ordinary girl could stand beside the Lord. Overwhelmed by pressure, she questioned if she could ever meet such expectations. Despite following Zoran's path once, she had lived a simple life as a part-time convenience store worker far from public attention. Now, accompanied by a man, she returned home where her mother greeted her with surprise. Her arrival was quickly broadcasted to gathered relatives, as if her presence held newfound value. Relatives welcomed her with feigned warmth, Pretending familiarity after years of indifference, she stood silently, unsure how to react to the sudden attention and unfamiliar affection. Mocking voices rose, commenting on her clothes and connection to sainthood for selfish gain. Laughter filled the room as they joked about her divine status. Ignoring her discomfort, Everil watched quietly as her relatives questioned the motives behind their unexpected visit. A man stepped forward, proposing a business idea under the guise of family unity. He presented a plan, hoping to exploit her title to promote their venture. Though her mother rejected the idea firmly, Everil sensed growing tension. Frustrated, her relatives insisted on proceeding without her, revealing their true intentions. Everil's mother warned the relatives not to exploit her name. Firmly drawing a boundary, one uncle defended himself, claiming they acted for her good, not just self-interest. Another relative insisted they were simply making up for past mistakes. Not being cold-hearted, Everil's mother refuted their excuses, accusing them of abandoning the family during hardship. One man insisted he didn't flee by choice and blamed others for the failed investment. As he deflected responsibility, Everil's patience waned while tension filled the room. Her mother demanded they leave, no longer wishing to be used or deceived. The atmosphere darkened as Everil's rising power began to manifest visibly. Her energy overwhelmed the room, and the relatives grew fearful, stunned by her aura. Suddenly, Adrian arrived, standing beside Everil with calm authority and presence. She recognized him with awe, whispering his name with a softened gaze. He smiled at her warmly, silently, offering support just by being there. The relatives panicked as Adrian's high-ranking status was announced, shocking everyone. Faced with his noble authority, they trembled and quickly changed their attitudes. Adrian dismissed their greed with grace, leaving them speechless in humiliation. Adrian calmly declared he held power over people like them, his tone absolute. In one swift motion, he sent a man flying with a flick of magic. The others froze in shock as Adrian demanded the next to step forward. Another relative was thrown back, collapsing beside the first, pain written on his face. They begged on their knees, pleading for forgiveness through trembling voices. Adrian questioned their regret, knowing they still hadn't grasped their true mistake. He revealed their true fault, harming someone under his protection. Declaring it an act of war, he ordered every one of them arrested. Everil, overwhelmed, cried out, unable to accept the harsh punishment. Adrian admitted he overheard everything and promised compensation for Everil's suffering. He ordered the debt repaid through labor and invited her family to the castle. Though hesitant, they accepted, startled by his authority yet grateful. Adrian assured them it was all for Everil's sake, silencing objections. He smiled gently, showing kindness behind his firm resolve. With dignity, he offered to escort Everil and her family to their new home. Everil blushed as she watched Adrian, quietly inspired by his strength and kindness. She wished to become someone useful to him, even if only as an aide. Though unsure of expressing feelings, she resolved to support Adrian however she could. A moment of peace passed as Everil stood beneath the morning sun, gathering resolve far away. In the Francis Duchy, her image appeared as a hologram in a noble's room. She left a message urging someone not to get hurt, her sincerity reaching unknown ears. Duke Francis, displeased by her influence, scowled at the display with growing annoyance. Deeming her a threat to his ambitions, he ordered his subordinate, Gregory, into action. Without hesitation, Gregory accepted the command to eliminate Everil and those around her. Inside a grand office, Sir Farman focused on paperwork, his posture calm but precise. A soft notification appeared mid-air. Drawing his gaze away from the documents, he read it silently, a message from Duchess Riverdale which made his expression shift slightly. In the emergency lounge, cadets discussed the smooth conditions under Farman's command. They compared it to their past experiences, noting how strict but fair Farman was. Laughing, they mentioned his habit of watching training closely and correcting every mistake. The atmosphere darkened when Farman teased Damien, asking if he was offended. Damien, visibly annoyed, replied coldly, questioning who exactly Farman meant. Without warning, Farman grabbed Damien's arm tightly, sparking unease among the group. Another cadet, surprised, addressed Farman and tried to intervene. Voices raised suspicion, mistakes felt deliberate, and tensions escalated. Suddenly, the real Farman entered and demanded the imposters show themselves. Damien's eyes glowed red, revealing something sinister beneath his smile. Everyone stood frozen as magical illusions shattered. Moments later, real cadets looked around, dazed, unsure what just occurred. Farman criticized Damien for relying too much on instinct, warning it could cause problems. Damien defended his decision, insisting the memory wipe made it a clean operation. Still irritated, Farman reminded him their goal was not the Lord. But the girl named Everil, another soldier, explained he had observed Marquis Lawrence before launching the mission. He claimed their eyes met, suggesting, Lawrence noticed the surveillance. Amid cheering crowds, Lawrence calmly walked with Everall. But hidden threats lurked. A man in disguise locked eyes with Lawrence from afar, his killing intent hidden. In that single moment, Lawrence sensed something abnormal and turned sharply. Realizing the danger, Damien admitted they might have underestimated their target. Chaos erupted as guards reported intruders carrying elite weapons had breached the estate. Without hesitation, the soldiers ran toward the East Wing to block escape routes. They confirmed Everall's location near the Lord's office and adjusted their plan. Disguised as guards, Damien and Farman approached the girls under false pretense. One of Everall's escorts sensed danger and warned them to leave. As the enemies hesitated, a sudden blade came slicing toward Everall's group. One guard activated an aura blade, his presence turning tense as he stepped forward. He charged swiftly, exposing the imposters with a loud accusation. Damien smirked as his red eyes glowed, confirming the confrontation had begun. A swift attack followed. Damien lunged, forcing Everall's escorts into defense. Miss Everall stood frozen while the enemy closed in fast. One escort launched a counterstrike that shook the floor, stunning the attackers from the debris. A guard sat up, surprised by the force that hit him. He realized too late the decoy had fooled them. Everall was not the real target. Another girl revealed herself, sword in hand, Countess Klein, standing to protect the others. Damien questioned whether their operation had been exposed ahead of time. At that moment, Marquis Lawrence entered, confirming he had caught them watching. He greeted them calmly, revealing their cover was already blown. Their identities were exposed: Gregory Hayden, an aura master, and August Knox, a spirit user. August acknowledged the famed Blue Moon organization truly existed. Forced into retreat, both agreed to execute Plan B without hesitation. A swirling aura surrounded August and Gregory as they activated a powerful escape spell. Hidden within the void, a voice hinted their mission was merely the beginning. Two unknown figures emerged, one dressed in black, the other in red, declaring the battlefield would soon turn into chaos. Blue Moon was a secretive organization, rooted in ancient bloodshed and intertwined with royal history, feared for its poisons and silent influence. It maintained empire-wide order from the shadows. Though publicly dismissed as folklore, Adrian discovered its terrifying reality through an old connection. A hidden operative confirmed Blue Moon's existence, exposing data on Gregory Haven, a deadly aura master. Nobles debated whether Blue Moon served the royal family or manipulated them for its own goals. Rumors swirled, and one guest nervously questioned Adrian's loyalty, hinting at deeper allegiances. Tension rose as Adrian silenced a reckless noble, warning him against careless accusations. He denied being Blue Moon's pawn, but admitted to understanding their unspoken goals. The masked agents responded with violence, forcing Adrian and a noblewoman to prepare for battle. Gregory erupted with red energy, summoning spirit butterflies that drowned the hall in chaos. Adrian shielded the lady, both standing firm as screams echoed around them. Gregory mocked them, unleashing spiritual energy with maniacal laughter. Counterattacking, Adrian struck back with a powerful force. One assassin was launched away, caught off guard by the sheer strength. The other attacker gasped, realizing too late they provoked the wrong enemy. Adrian calmly addressed the enemies, reminding them that many were powerful, not just them. The masked agents questioned his identity, mistaking his technique for a magic swordsman's skill. His weapon, the Estro arming sword, stored an amplified aura, misleading observers about his real strength. Without hesitation, Adrian taunted them, preparing another move while smiling. He snapped his fingers, activating another ability that shook the entire hall. The enemies were thrown backward violently. Stunned by his overwhelming force, one attacker charged, but Adrian coolly revealed his hidden skill: beast taming. His summoned beast struck down a target, shattering their legs instantly. Gregory exploded in rage, unleashing his spirit energy in a wild outburst. Gregory activated a mind control skill, warping the spirit's will to attack. Adrian remained calm while the woman beside him observed cautiously. Mocking the delay, Adrian teased whether it was time to finish them off. Despite his desperation, Gregory couldn't maintain control over the spirit. Adrian reminded him that even the Duke of Francis couldn't beat him. He confirmed with a smirk the game's fate user powers had truly become reality. Mental attacks proved useless against Adrian, whose resistance was nearly absolute. He mocked Gregory's reliance on tricks, questioning if he had any strength beyond mind control. Another masked agent hesitated, unable to act, with Adrian watching calmly beside the noblewoman. Realization dawned: Adrian wasn't just a game prodigy, but a true threat in reality. Memories of rumors resurfaced. Adrian was not merely skilled, he was unmatched. Fear overwhelmed the attackers as Adrian stepped forward, causing panic to ripple through them. He had intentionally spared them to watch them break psychologically. Now, with morale shattered, their status showed lost the will to fight. Adrian extended his hand, preparing to shift the situation completely. He healed Gregory mid-battle, a gesture that confused and terrified the enemies. Calmly, Adrian explained he had no intention to destroy Blue Moon. Instead, he proposed a meeting with their leaders before his departure. The masked man reluctantly agreed, warning they were still a hidden force. Before leaving, they apologized and retreated, shaken by Adrian's overwhelming control. From a distance, their fearful glances confirmed they would never forget this encounter. Adrian joked with the noblewoman, pretending to worry about Blue Moon's return together. They looked down at the unconscious agents, unsure of what consequences would follow. As time passed, a major global announcement introduced the Age of Mages. Dated the 25th of November 2099, a global competition was declared seeking successors to the church's leadership and new saint candidates. Officials announced the contest would last a month, streamed live and judged openly. While Adrian waited for Blue Moon's response, the long-anticipated scientist contest officially began. The Grand Cathedral of Everkill gleamed beneath the light, marking the start of the long-awaited divine selection. Nobles and candidates gathered in the ceremonial gardens, surrounded by music and grandeur. Whispers spread as Adrian Lawrence's presence drew attention. His status and youth sparking curiosity, some questioned his qualifications, but others acknowledged his extraordinary abilities and presence. Trumpets roared, signaling the arrival of the clergy and the official start of the event. Adrian stood tall amid the pageantry as petals fell and attention turned to the sacred platform. Raising a hand, the archbishop called for silence and welcomed the assembly. 15 candidates, 8 saints and 7 saintesses were formally introduced to the crowd. The audience was informed that the contest would span 1 month, fully broadcast to the public. The hosts explained the rules, emphasizing divine missions and party formation. As anticipation built, the candidates were led to stand before the Holy Trinity. Among them, Adrian Lawrence was called by name, marking his entry into the spotlight. Facing the 3 leaders of Everkill, Adrian remained composed. All eyes fell on Scientist Sharon Sylvester. A key figure in the church, she addressed Adrian directly, confirming his identity as Marquise Lawrence. Scientist Sharon teased Adrian playfully, amused by his youth and composure. Despite her youthful looks, it was revealed she had lived decades longer and even had a great-grandson. Adrian introduced Everil as his sponsored candidate, requesting the scientist to watch over her. Sharon's eyes widened, recognizing Everil's potential with a knowing smile. Adrian reflected that discovering Everil was his true reason for entering the contest. He clarified that his involvement was never for politics, but to support someone truly worthy. After leaving the stage, Adrian considered the strong impression they'd made. Just then, he noticed Duke Isaac Francis approaching with a scowl. The system displayed the Duke's identity and relationship status hostile. Adrian greeted him politely, referencing a suspicious gift sent earlier. Isaac's expression stiffened as Adrian hinted at a recent incident in the Duke's territory. Flashes of secret dealings and dark schemes appeared, tying the Duke to betrayal. Adrian realized the incident caused key figures to withdraw from the contest. Suddenly, Lady Elvin Francis appeared, filled with hostility. With mocking grace, she promised to challenge Everil directly, igniting fierce rivalry. Duke Francis grew agitated, attempting to provoke Adrian with talk of missing allies. Adrian laughed calmly, hinting that the Duke had lost connection with his own men. Remaining composed, Adrian took his leave, leaving the enraged Duke behind. Everil remarked on Adrian's influence, to which he humbly responded. Adrian reassured her of his choice, declaring her the one he truly believed in. Suddenly, Duchess Riverdale approached with interest, introducing herself and her candidate. The Duchess presented Judy Esther, a powerful scientist candidate under her support. Judy's talent and traits were highlighted, drawing attention from surrounding nobles. She addressed Adrian directly, asking if he had any objections to the contest terms. Adrian remained confident, explaining his tactical focus and trust in Everil's strength. Riverdale noted their weakness in mages, offering to lend personnel. He acknowledged the offer, knowing her help came with hidden motives. Riverdale promised to send 2 capable mages to his team. Adrian countered, saying her alliance already benefited from his presence together. They laughed, aware that even their display alone intimidated other candidates. Riverdale paused, intrigued by Adrian's composed yet strategic demeanor. Adrian casually asked whether a magic swordsman would be counted as a single participant. He smiled knowingly, already exploiting a rule that gave his team an edge. The official list revealed Adrian's team lineup, including hybrid, type members with dual abilities. Riverdale laughed, amused by Adrian's cleverness, while an official expressed concern over fairness. Despite the objection, the judge admitted the fault lay in vague rules and chose to proceed, unable to revise the contest format. Now, the staff acknowledged rule exploitation as part of strategic play. Left alone with her thoughts, Riverdale pondered Adrian's ingenuity and smiled to herself. Impressed, she quietly acknowledged that Marquis Lawrence was far more interesting than she had assumed. A giant wolf lunged with its jaws wide open, ready to strike its prey. As the beast charged, Sir Ronan called out in panic, standing beside Everil, the Saintess without hesitation. Everil raised her staff and cast Holy Defense, shielding their team in radiant light. The battle unfolded as part of a grand contest with the theme monster subjugation tactics. Participants, including saints and mercenaries, formed four-person teams to face monsters in real combat. Cameras followed every candidate, streaming their actions live for public broadcast and online viewing. Each participant received their own channel, where viewers tracked ratings and performances. After witnessing Everil's strength, other parties voluntarily offered their captured monsters to her, surprised by the attention. Everil questioned the crowd as more groups gathered around her. People approached Everil eagerly, insisting she use their monsters to complete quests. Even the organizers were baffled by the growing scene, unsure how to proceed. Everil's popularity soared, turning her channel into a surprise hit across the broadcast. Initially, her group was noticed for their appearance, but their actions won public favor. Their efficient teamwork shifted the broadcast tone into something closer to a true documentary. With unique chemistry and charm, Everil's channel mixed entertainment with drama, capturing massive interest. No noble candidate coldly refused to engage, leaving the hard work to hired mercenaries. As highborn saints distanced themselves, public opinion shifted increasingly in Everil's favor. Despite class bias, a mercenary praised Everil for treating everyone equally and without prejudice. Supporters gathered around Everil, declaring her worthy of sainthood with or without their help. She hesitated, but an elder reminded her that their aid came from sincere intentions. One grizzled mercenary recalled how Everil healed him without hesitation, despite his rough appearance. Another confessed he'd once argued with her out of mistrust, only to later regret it. Amused, Everil accepted their honesty as they offered monster corpses for her quest. Though concerned about wasting their efforts, she was told it was all to support her. One mercenary claimed that if Everil became Saintess, their reputations would also improve. United, the crowd began chanting her name, rallying with hope and excitement. Blushing, Everil raised her fist, vowing to do her very best. Spectators cheered loudly, witnessing a scene filled with emotion and unity. The broadcast revealed her channel had now surpassed all others in viewership. Far away, a mysterious nobleman watched silently, his expression unreadable. In a secluded terrace of the Holy Land, a nobleman revealed a hidden purpose for their meeting. He placed an ancient relic wrapped in cloth on the table, shocking those present. The artifact, made of orichalcum, was over 3,000 years old and radiated powerful dormant energy. Despite its potential, the noble insisted the relic must not be used as a weapon. He proposed restoring the relic using a skilled artificer, suggesting it could be revived. With part of the magic circuit still intact, they discussed the possibility of full restoration, asked whether it must be turned over to the church. The noble clarified that wasn't necessary. He recommended tying the relic's restoration to Everil's name, ensuring strong public appeal convinced. The other noble agreed to find the most capable artificer and left the task in his hands. Ethan presented a strange hilt to the blacksmith, claiming it needed no blade because it was already complete. The blacksmith examined it carefully, recognizing it as the legendary sword that dispelled darkness rumored to exist only in myths. A radiant vision appeared above them, revealing the divine form of the artifact, the fabled Holy Sword. Walking through the forge, the blacksmith explained that only 6 holy swords were known, all under the church's care. Ethan speculated this was the 7th, rare beyond measure, and asked what made it complete without a blade. Holding a glowing red gem, the blacksmith revealed it would form a blade of divine light when fully restored. He compared its power to an aura blade, noting it exceeded in effectiveness against demons. Ethan learned it could amplify any energy magic, aura, or divine force, making it highly adaptable. He marveled that such a relic was hidden in a remote estate, mistaken for common scrap. The blacksmith realized its value, if restored, was immeasurable, possibly worth an entire city. Ethan, delighted, felt like he had won the lottery and requested immediate restoration. The blacksmith agreed, but mentioned needing a divine bloodstone and new equipment to begin. After a flash of light, the blacksmith checked the offer and found the payment excessive. Ethan insisted it covered labor and materials, promising double the amount upon success. Grinning, the blacksmith accepted, knowing the artifact's true worth justified the effort. The engineer accepted the challenge with pride, requesting a week to restore the holy artifact to its full form. As Ethan left the workshop, a smirk formed on his face, quietly pleased with the situation. He imagined wielding the sword with his mana, thinking he could finally act as a frontline magic swordsman. Suddenly, someone called for Ethan. Arcia had arrived in haste, urgency in her voice. He recognized her as the one he assigned to guard Everil, and sensed something was wrong. With a grim expression, Arcia delivered shocking news. Everil had been kidnapped, far away. Near the border of the Krizen Empire, explosions lit up the volcanic region. Everil hovered unconscious inside a glowing sphere, protected by powerful magic. The kidnappers, frustrated, realized she was shielded by an advanced 8th Circle artifact. One attacker voiced regret, expecting an easy abduction, now stalled by divine protection. His partner advised a mental assault, pointing out magical defenses often lacked mental resistance. Confused, the first attacker asked who was giving such advice. Sensing an unknown presence, a mysterious man appeared from the sky, casually greeting the kidnappers with a smirk. Startled, they demanded to know who he was, unsure of his intentions. He smiled calmly, introducing himself as just a passing by spirit user before unleashing red energy. Ethan arrived at the scene with his group, shocked by the destruction and the identity of the masked man Gregory Hayden. And Aura Master Gregory clarified they had already captured the real kidnappers, pointing to the injured men bound in red chains. When asked about Everil, Gregory reported she was safe and resting inside the nearby cabin. He explained that the abductors used stand-ins and the organization behind them remained unclear. Ethan doubted such fools acted alone, suspecting deeper intentions at play. Curious, Ethan asked why Gregory's group intervened, receiving the vague reply that they shared the territory. Gregory revealed they acted under orders to protect Everil due to her perceived danger. He added that their leader was furious over past failures and demanded amends. The Francis Duchy was now seen as irrelevant, and their faction had orders to relocate. Ethan clarified if earlier hostilities had been personal, not sanctioned by the leader. Gregory confirmed they operated independently until new orders forbade harming Ethan or his allies. Ethan pondered if the Blue Moon leader feared him, but accepted their goodwill. He thanked Gregory and offered to forget their conflict, calling it a neutral gesture. Acknowledging the situation, Gregory stated Ethan's future visits would now be welcomed. With tensions settled, Ethan reflected on how quickly enemies could shift into allies. Ethan stood before the Blue Moon operatives, reading their expressions to gauge their sincerity and control of the situation. One of the agents handed him a specialized terminal. Blue Moon's communication device linked directly to their inner circle. Puzzled, Ethan noted how many secret links he now held, wondering why his life kept piling up with classified tools. With the matter closed, Ethan dismissed the agents, trusting he could reach them again if necessary. Arcia asked if she should pursue them, but Ethan declined, prioritizing Everil's safety over pursuit. Meanwhile, Everil awakened in confusion, unaware her live broadcasted abduction had sent shockwaves across the continent. Ethan reflected on the strange outcome. Blue Moon not only helped, but their leader had banned all harm against him. The realization unsettled him, stirring unease. Beneath his calm exterior, for a brief moment, Ethan grinned nervously, questioning everything around him. What the heck is going on? Santis stared in silence at the man before her, the air tense with judgment. Adrian stood calmly, awaiting her verdict. Despite knowing the accusations he faced, she questioned his reputation and accused him of breaking contest rules by using forbidden equipment. He explained his actions stemmed from a recent assassination attempt that endangered Miss Everil. Adrian argued that his interference saved her life, despite violating regulations. He blamed the church's failure to secure the event, which led to the kidnapping. Internally, Adrian feared losing the Santis' trust due to his rule. Breaking still, he pleaded for Everil to be judged on merit, not circumstance. Accepting blame, he asked only himself to be punished. Impressed, the Santis admitted finding him interesting and teased him lightly. She revealed the board suspected Adrian staged the incident to test her. Confirming his honesty, she closed the case with a smirk. Later, Adrian examined the unfamiliar magic circle. Inside the grand hall, attention shifted to a new trial. The Santis announced her intent, uncover the true worth of scientist candidates. The Mirror of Truth, a divine relic, was presented to reveal facts beyond doubt. It confirmed that neither Adrian nor Everil orchestrated the recent incident. The Santis then commanded all nobles to prove their innocence through the mirror. Challenged directly, Duke Francis was asked if he was the mastermind. Visibly shaken, he denied the accusation but hesitated to step forward. Her firm stance left him no choice but to face the test or appear guilty. Adrian entered, accompanied by royal knights, stating his intent to assist. Despite Duke Francis's outrage, the Santis ordered others to approach the mirror. Saintess candidate Gloria Heideven volunteered first, showing calm resolve. Gloria declared her innocence confidently before the glowing mirror. The artifact confirmed her truth, silencing doubts from the crowd. One by one, others followed, each verifying their honesty before the relic. With most examined, the Santis noted, only 2 remained untested. The camera turned to Duke Francis, his jaw clenched in anger. Sweat beaded on his face, tension rising as his turn approached. Both Trino Os and his daughter Miel stood before the mirror, denying involvement. But the artifact remained silent, casting uncertainty and suspicion. Adrian reacted sharply, prompting Duke Francis to lash out with threats, only to be silenced by the Santis. The Santis reminded the crowd that the investigation was not yet over. Attention turned to the final pair, Prime Minister Ost and scientist candidate Miel. As they hesitated, panic spread, and their pleas to explain only drew firmer demands. Cornered, Miel stammered, but the Santis gave them no more chances. Knights rushed in and arrested them for attempted murder and kidnapping. Adrian silently judged their foolishness for daring to scheme during the sacred contest. The failed plot shocked the hall, but others saw political advantage. Ost's disgrace would destabilize Prius Republic and benefit its enemies. Adrian realized the scandal could shift power across multiple nations. The Pope's selection process resumed, now focused on the true candidates. Among them, Gloria, Everil, Esther, Evelyn, and Princess Xiaolin, hidden ruler of Eastern Cartnan and final contender. Following Prius Republic's disgrace, many redirected support to Princess Xiaolin, shifting the contest's power balance. Adrian, observing the political fallout, predicted the eventual collapse of the Prius Republic. Choosing to refocus, he invited Arshia to level up, aiming to improve their strength amid the chaos. With peace returning, Adrian officially launched his developed force equipment, Fencer 1.0, boosting his influence. His territory thrived, monsters were suppressed, and the Mage Tower showed strong progress. Feeling secure for once, Adrian hoped to enjoy some rest until a new visitor arrived, George Wasson, leader of Blue Moon. The man in a blue suit smiles as he comments on the wonderful refreshments at the event. Another man dressed in a dark suit responds that he prepared everything carefully because the guest is so important. Nearby, a woman enjoys the food, oblivious to the men's conversation. A mysterious new character appears on a screen, and the mood becomes more serious as the dark-suited man examines the profile. The profile reveals Baron George Vason, a powerful aura expert with impressive abilities. Man wonders if he is truly the leader of the legendary Blue Moon. Scene shifts to a private moment as tension rises. Blue-suited man questions the information on the screen, suspecting there is more to the Baron's story. He orders his subordinates to leave the room. Woman boldly asks the Baron about his true identity. The blue-suited man looks surprised by her direct question. Baron surprises everyone by bowing, declaring, "It's an honor to meet you." He reveals he is the heir to Manuel Lucas' legacy. Revelation leaves everyone in shock. Group is left in stunned silence, unsure of what to make of the new truth. Room was filled with tension as Adrian sat silently, processing the information. The meeting was not about a mere business partnership. A sense of urgency hung in the air as the group discussed a deeper connection involving the late Archduke Lucas, which had brought them all together. Adrian had expected this moment, and he braced himself, knowing things were about to get complicated. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the room, and a strange presence appeared before them. Everyone stared in shock as the figure took form, the familiar face of Chester materializing in front of them. Adrian blinked, not fully grasping the situation, but he was certain of one thing: this was no coincidence. Adrian's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. His gaze shifted to Chester, who looked completely out of place. Chester explained his presence, revealing that things had taken a sudden turn, involving fate and the Blue Moon Project. Despite the confusion, Adrian realized the path ahead was already set, though it was not what he had anticipated. 5 years ago, Adrian had unknowingly set the wheels in motion. He had first discovered traces of Archduke Lucas's presence. At that time, he never expected his actions to lead him here, to this critical moment where everything collided. Yet he knew this was the beginning of a much larger journey, one tied to Blue Moon's mysterious origins. Adrian's thoughts were interrupted by a new voice in the room. A man named George Vason, the assistant and manager of Blue Moon, stood before him. The conversation quickly turned to Blue Moon's current state, with Vason confirming the organization's growth after years of setbacks. Adrian, still processing the details, realized the true scale of what he was involved in: an unstoppable force of fate. Adrian sat in a tense room, knowing the meeting wasn't just about establishing a partnership. The stakes were far higher than that. The group revealed that their connection to Archduke Lucas went beyond mere legacy. It was linked to Blue Moon, an organization with a mysterious purpose. Adrian realized this wasn't a simple business arrangement. The deeper meaning behind this gathering was about to unfold. Suddenly, a light filled the room, and Chester, an unexpected figure, appeared before them. Adrian couldn't believe his eyes. Chester's sudden appearance had to mean something significant. It wasn't just a coincidence. The group exchanged confused glances, trying to understand Chester's role in this complicated web of fate. 5 years ago, Adrian had uncovered traces of Archduke Lucas, unknowingly setting things in motion. What began as a simple discovery had led to this tangled situation. Now seemingly beyond his control, Adrian realized that this was only the beginning. The journey he had started would lead him to an inevitable destiny. Adrian learned more about Blue Moon's power. The organization not only controlled businesses, but also military forces surpassing most nobles. With wealth in the trillions and influence stretching worldwide, Blue Moon was a force to be reckoned with. Though Adrian understood their power, questions about their true intentions lingered, leaving him unsure of what was to come. Adrian and Kobe briefly caught up, but the conversation shifted to the real reason for Kobe's visit: urgent matters related to the scientist competition. Kobe revealed that the process had taken longer than expected, but they were finally prepared to move forward. With new challenges ahead, Adrian steeled himself, knowing that his involvement with Blue Moon was far from over. Adrian examined the sword in his hand, wondering aloud if it had a name. Kobe, amused, suggested Adrian should name it himself. Adrian smiled, thinking of the perfect name. With a grin, Adrian declared, "This sword shall be named Excalibur," and a mysterious glow filled the room. A notification appeared, confirming the sword's name Excalibur, unlocking its full potential as a holy artifact. The sword now embodied various powers: aura, magic, divine, and elemental energy, making it a powerful weapon. Adrian marveled at its capabilities, understanding its destructive potential, and felt grateful for the powerful tool in his hands. The first round of the 1-month-long scientist contest has ended. Her supporters cheer for her, expressing their hopes that she will be one of the chosen scientesses. Adrian, observing from the side, still finds it strange to see tough people showing such care for Evelyn's success. Evelyn ranks 4th in both mercenary tactics and viewership ratings, determined to do better. She promises to give her best in the next rounds. Adrian, though supportive, is concerned about the pressures Evelyn faces as the competition heats up. Evelyn stands confidently, holding a bouquet, ready for the next phase of the contest. Adrian reassures her, impressed by her determination despite the growing tension. They prepare for the next round, knowing the competition is far from over. Adrian and Evelyn meet Princess Xiaolin, a powerful figure from a neighboring kingdom. Adrian admires Xiaolin's intelligence and grace, recognizing her importance. The encounter marks a new beginning for their journey, filled with potential alliances. Evelyn and Adrian face a new challenge as they meet Princess Xiaolin. Adrian stays composed while Evelyn remains calm, ready for whatever comes next. Their path forward is uncertain, but their resolve strengthens. The group stands together, facing an important meeting. Evelyn and Adrian, with their allies, prepare to navigate the intricate challenges ahead. Despite the competition, Evelyn remains determined to win, her rival's tactics becoming more ruthless by the day. Garkfeya, the man behind the scene, introduces himself. The influential leader offers his support for Evelyn, but the atmosphere is filled with tension. Garkfeya's speech reveals the stakes ahead. Adrian listens intently, aware that their current challenge extends beyond the contest. He quietly contemplates the situation, knowing that the upcoming choices will alter the course of their lives and future. As the conversation shifts, Adrian suggests a private meal. Garkfeya eagerly agrees, and they move toward the dining area where a grand feast awaits. The meal represents more than just food. It's a symbol of their shared ambitions. As they enjoy their meal, Evelyn is asked about her homeland. She reflects on how familiar flavors from her home bring comfort. Despite the stress of the competition, Evelyn feels a moment of peace in the food. Adrian watches Evelyn, silently grateful for the calm in the midst of chaos. But the conversation soon turns serious. The situation in the Republic becomes even more dire with the emergence of dangerous enemies. Garkfeya reveals that the anti-government group has connections to a more significant power, one that could change the course of the upcoming war. Adrian now faces a dilemma: balance the contest with the looming conflict. Both paths lead into uncertain territory. Adrian and Garkfeya discuss the stolen technology. Garkfeya suggests that the equipment from their magic tower has been copied, possibly by the enemy. Adrian, skeptical, asks how the enemy could have gotten such advanced technology. Garkfeya dismisses his doubts, claiming that the enemy might have stolen it either intentionally or unknowingly. Adrian questions the seriousness of the situation, suspecting that something more is at play with the stolen technology. Garkfeya tells Adrian that the Republic is at war with the Bracken Empire, but the real danger lies within. as a revolutionary army threatens their government. Adrian listens intently, realizing that the situation is far more complicated than just a contest. He understands the gravity of their next steps. Adrian contemplates whether he should support Garkfea's cause or fight against the growing manipulation. Garkfea offers Adrian a tempting deal, hoping he'll join the revolutionary army to resolve the crisis. Evelyn watches, feeling uncertain about the offer and the real intentions behind it. Adrian, unshaken, evaluates the offer carefully. Evelyn, as a representative, considers the choice carefully. Should she trust Adrian's judgment? Garkfea, waiting for her response, seems to grow anxious. Adrian's calmness challenges him. Adrian addresses Evelyn, leaving her with a sense of mystery about his true intentions. Garkfea presses Adrian to accept his offer, confident it will be accepted. Adrian, in a moment of clarity, refuses the offer with surprising calmness. Garkfea reacts with a mix of shock and frustration, as Adrian walks away, firmly rejecting the deal. In a tense meeting room, a man refuses an offer with an air of defiance. Man demands that he be properly convinced before agreeing to anything. One of the figures in the room attempts to explain the situation, pointing out the ongoing war. Man questions why someone would try to make the Bregnum Empire lose. He stresses his loyalty to the Empire, which would provide no reason for him to aid their enemies. Conversation shifts to the political conflict between nations, implying a deeper personal interest. Man confidently suggests that the situation is solvable if one takes action. A shift in the air suggests growing tension as he walks away from the table. A woman in the room notices his exit and is left shocked by his words. After the man leaves, the room fills with an atmosphere of frustration and disbelief. The woman expresses irritation at his rudeness and dismissive attitude. Despite the disruption, another person suggests continuing to enjoy their meal. Meanwhile, in a faraway council, people debate the reckless actions of Marquis Lawrence. One council member accuses Lawrence of posting sensitive information. Council predicts dire consequences if Lawrence's actions go unchecked. A noble meeting begins, and the topic of the recent scandal involving Marquis Lawrence is brought up. Controversy surrounding Lawrence's post causes unrest. The speaker suggests that Lawrence's actions could have been influenced by his discontent with the state of affairs. A noble questions if the matter is being blown out of proportion. Another speaker brings up the deeper connection between the prize republic. Tensions escalate as accusations are thrown, questioning the political alliances and potential consequences. A woman, previously reserved, speaks up with clarity and confidence. She defends the integrity of Marquis Lawrence, arguing that exposing the truth about the Priz Republic is essential. Despite her stance, others question whether revealing this information was worth the damage it caused. The conversation turns to whether exposing a dishonest transaction should result in punishment for the one who reveals it. Some disagree, suggesting that those who committed the crimes should bear the blame. Debate intensifies, as each side holds firm to their stance on responsibility and the moral implications. One man laughs, questioning the situation as if it were a trivial matter. He remarks on the absurdity of making such a fuss over a simple matter of truth. Despite the laughter, a noble remains serious, asserting that the actions of Marquis Lawrence were far from harmless. Conversation takes a serious turn as a plan is laid out. The possibility of confronting the Republic directly and cooperating with allies arises. Some members discuss the potential for this situation to be an opportunity, though others are still cautious. One person remarks on how the woman appears more proactive than expected, but questions linger about her real intentions. A new voice enters the room asking about the preparations made for the upcoming confrontation. Person reveals that they have recordings of previous conversations, keeping evidence as a precautionary measure. Conversation shifts, focusing on the ongoing political tension and the implications of their actions. Atmosphere becomes tense when someone brings up the question of why the Bregnum Empire would be involved in such actions. The speaker clarifies that their involvement was more complex, hinting at alliances and strategic movements. Discussion grows heated as accusations fly and loyalties are questioned. A series of revelations come to light, with some participants realizing the far-reaching consequences of their actions. Debate continues, but the room is divided, with different factions now taking sides. Person responsible for the leak takes a step back. Tension in the room is palpable as the news of the video leak spreads, creating a ripple effect. Various nations respond, with some backing the Priz Republic while others criticize the actions. Amidst the chaos, the Princess Diana reflects on the unexpected developments and the power dynamics shifting rapidly. A woman in a conversation with the princess hesitates, but then mentions something about the upcoming event. She reveals that the second competition will involve 2 participants per team, taking place in a grand ceremonial environment. The princess, intrigued, asks who she will be paired with, and the response hints that she will be with someone powerful, sponsored by influential figures. Stage for the second round of the competition is being set up. Unlike the first round, which lasted over a month, this round is set in an outdoor performance hall and will be brief. Each scientist candidate has just 2 hours to showcase their abilities in front of the camera, intensifying the competition. As preparations unfold, the contestants, including Miss Everall, prepare for their time on stage. There's a sense of nervous anticipation as the contestants discuss their skills and the pressure they face. The mood shifts to friendly teasing as Miss Everall is questioned about her skills. Everall steps onto the stage dressed for the performance, facing her critics and supporters. Her outfit seems to give off the impression of a dancer, sparking conversation about her role in the contest. The anticipation grows and Everall prepares to deliver her performance, knowing the stakes are high. Everall's inner monologue reveals her anxiety, but she tries to maintain focus. Her past as a commoner who suddenly gained attention feels surreal. Yet she's determined to succeed. She's determined to prove herself worthy in the contest despite the doubts she faces. As the contest draws near, a final announcement is made, and Everall steels herself for the performance ahead. Her determination is clear. She must become the scientist, and this is her only chance. The countdown begins and Everall's heart races, ready to face the challenge. The performance begins as the sound of music fills the air and Everall gracefully enters the stage. As she dances, the petals surrounding her swirl in the air, symbolizing the beauty of her performance. Her enchanting dance leaves an impression, and the audience is captivated by her skill and grace. Suddenly, a white tiger appears, summoned by her powerful enchantment. The tiger roars as it circles the stage, showcasing the immense power of her magic. Everall's control over the summoned beast surprises the spectators. Adding to the intensity of the performance backstage, competitors discuss the complexity of Everall's enchantment and her rising fame. One competitor notes that her talent may not be of the highest rank, but her abilities are still extraordinary. While acknowledging her magic, they wonder if it will be enough to secure her victory in the contest. The scene shifts to a different location as Everall enters a convenience store, setting the stage for a lighter moment. The employees greet her, treating her like a regular customer despite her prestigious position. As she purchases an item, the playful exchange showcases the contrast between the grand contest and everyday life. Back outside, one competitor jokes about how rare it is to see a scientist candidate working in a convenience store. The competitor suggests that it might be a unique experience for anyone visiting. The lighthearted moment contrasts with the pressure of the competition, highlighting Everall's down-to-earth nature despite her talents. As Everall continues her journey, she catches the attention of those around her. The onlookers discuss how Everall, despite her part-time job, has become a recognizable figure in the competition. Her ability to remain grounded and show a familiar presence resonates with the viewers, showcasing her unique charm. The focus shifts back to the behind the scenes strategies, with someone questioning whether Everall's part-time work at a convenience store is really enough to impress the public. Others, however, feel that this familiar act only emphasizes her relatability, making her more appealing to the audience. The debate continues, but the fact that she is able to stand out in this seemingly trivial setting makes Everall more intriguing. Everall's magic and performance are still under scrutiny, as some begin to question her overall impact. One person admits to getting tired of the routine, feeling like the performance needs something more to truly stand out. Despite these concerns, Everall's performance remains a pivotal moment in the competition, sparking a desire for deeper engagement. The stage is set for Everall's grand performance as she prepares to unveil something new. She steps onto the stage and a sudden burst of magic fills the air, transforming her presence into something more than expected. Her performance takes a dramatic turn, shifting from the familiar to a display of unexpected power, as the crowd watches in awe. Countess Klein, a devilish figure in a red outfit with horns, stands confidently. With a sinister laugh, she introduces herself as the gluttonous Aura Master Demon. Her presence and declaration cause people to whisper in fear and disbelief. Raising her hand to the sky, Countess Klein declares, "In the name of the devil," as she prepares to unleash chaos. An onlooker, confused, questions if this is part of a show. A woman, panicking, urges everyone to run for the emergency exit. Realizing they are facing a real demon, Countess Klein strides confidently toward a pile of snacks, laughing menacingly. A courageous figure, determined to stop her, steps forward shouting to prevent Klein from causing further destruction. The two prepare for an intense battle, with Klein refusing to back down from her chaotic mission. Amid the chaos, a cameraman captures the scene. One bystander questions if the aura blade is part of the performance, but the fear in their eyes shows doubt. Battle rages on, leaving the audience in shock as the intensity of the fight escalates. Scientist Hero, glowing with light, finally summons a powerful weapon. As she raises her blade, she shouts in defiance, her strike cutting through the air with divine power. A clash of power occurs as the two forces collide. Scene becomes more intense as energy swirls around the figures, creating a powerful aura on the stage. The participants are drawn into a whirlwind of power. One of the figures, feeling nervous, wonders if the challenge is more difficult than anticipated, especially under the intense spotlight. Countess Klein, ready to strike, spins gracefully. Arcia, determined to hold her ground, remembers the lessons she has practiced, knowing she must stay composed. She steadies herself, drawing the holy sword as she faces Klein. Fierce battle continues as Arcia swings her blade. Countess Klein counters with an equally powerful attack, her own aura crackling in the air, ready to overwhelm. The two powerful forces clash mid-air, their weapons glowing brightly as they collide, leaving the spectators in awe. As the battle rages on, Arcia, struggling to keep up. Klein mocks Arcia, calling her nothing more than a mere part-time worker. Arcia, determined not to lose, vows to finish the fight and proves she is not to be underestimated. Battle reaches its peak as both combatants unleash their most powerful attacks. In a moment of sheer willpower, Arcia strikes with everything she has. The final collision occurs with a thunderous blast. Countess Klein, injured but still defiant, grits her teeth and promises revenge. Arcia, standing firm, watches her opponent retreat, her expression focused as she readies herself for the next challenge. A narrator explains how the convenience store almost fell into the hands of the snack demon, but was ultimately saved by Everall Garnet's timely intervention. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, a confused onlooker asks the Marquis about the storyline of the event. Marquis responds with a smirk, explaining that it is a story about Everall. As the cameras roll, Everall bows, thanking everyone for their participation, shifts to a mysterious room where a woman is sitting with two tigers. She looks up, visibly startled, while the others stand in the background, uncertain of what's unfolding. Tense silence in the room is broken when the figures appear in the doorway with the camera capturing their every move. Scientist Contest Committee announces that Everall's points have been deducted due to the event being deemed outside the rules. Public comment section fills with amused reactions, including one user mocking the misfortune of the young Marquis and his role as a sponsor. Adrian Lawrence, though frustrated, reassures Everall that despite the point deductions, later, in a more relaxed setting, Everall and Adrian reflect on the contest. They discuss the next round of the contest, but Everall worries about the challenges ahead despite their success. Just then, there's a knock at the door, signaling the start of another twist in their journey as the scientist contest draws closer to its conclusion. Scene shifts to a grand high-stakes meeting. A stern figure, possibly a leader, speaks about the conflict between the Brunhild Empire and the Prius Republic. In the vast grand hall, a figure stands before the royal seat. A military strategist discusses the potential of an alliance with Marshal Anjin. Another strategist points out the risks of a prolonged battle. The conversation shifts as one officer stresses the urgency of recruiting new soldiers quickly, emphasizing that the success of the battle hinges on swift reinforcements. Inside a command room, a high-ranking officer expresses frustration with the number of troops. However, the officer in charge rebuffs the suggestion. Tension builds as the officer is reminded of the escalating threat of assassination attempts. An aide interrupts the conversation with news that Louis has requested permission to use the square hall of the presidential palace. Taken aback, the officer demands an explanation for the request. The aide reveals that Louis intends to host a party. The officer remains unconvinced, but the aide persists. After a moment of thought, the officer grudgingly allows the request. As the aide leaves, the officer's doubts intensify. On the night of the event, the atmosphere inside the palace contrasts sharply with the tension outside. Reflecting on Louis's true intentions, the officer wonders if the lavish party. As the festivities continue, the officer grows increasingly uneasy. Amidst the party, one of the attendees confidently declares that no matter what happens, the celebration continues, and a loud cheer erupts as they toast to their supposed invincibility. Suddenly, the mood shifts as the sound of a distant explosion interrupts the laughter. A person in a military suit bursts into the room. Panic spreads as the realization hits. The enemy has infiltrated the palace. One of the guests, startled, asks if the invading force is the enemy from the nearby empire. As the enemy forces close in, a woman, dressed in a striking red outfit, tries to make a run for it. She screams for help, demanding protection from the vanguard of the palace. A man responds, asking her to save herself, but she insists on being protected while others should fend for themselves. Soldiers rush through the underground bunker, their mission clear, but the atmosphere was tense. A loud explosion shook the walls, smoke filling the air as one soldier faltered. In the chaos, they spotted an unexpected figure in the distance, increasing their uncertainty. Soldiers realized the figure was from the presidential palace's elite bodyguards, surprising them. It became clear that the figure aimed to fight against the government's corruption. Soldiers urged the palace guards to stand firm in the face of mounting danger. A desperate voice called for General Laminus, the leader of the palace's defense. News spread of the growing strength of the Revolutionary Army, intensifying the urgency. They realized the enemies were not only external, but also traitors hiding within the palace. Panic spread as traitors were suspected, forcing everyone into action amidst the mounting threat. Soldiers scrambled to adjust their plans, sensing the weight of impending doom. Tensions escalated as the opposition's forces closed in on their position, ready to strike. Conflict reached a boiling point as violence erupted, pushing everyone into action. A soldier took a stand against the attackers, desperate for a breakthrough amid chaos. Battle seemed endless, but a moment of clarity gave them hope for victory. Louis confronted his father, anger and disbelief showing as he was questioned about action plans. Louis sarcastically suggested destroying the royal palace, which angered his father, who mocked him. The father called Louis a fool, realizing his son's reckless intentions had gone too far. Marquis Adrian Lawrence and Count Arcia enter, presenting themselves as important figures with clear authority. Adrian calmly introduces himself and his fiancée, explaining their arrival to discuss important matters. Louis reacts with shock when Adrian mentions a name that deeply disturbs him. Earlier, Louis appeared skeptical about the important meeting, uncertain of the political developments. They discussed the difficulty of meeting President Credo Fairmont, hinting at future negotiations. Tension built as they discussed politics, with hints of revolutionary involvement and growing unrest. Talk shifted to the revolutionaries' growing influence and their theft of advanced technology. The realization struck: revolutionaries built their forces using stolen technology, threatening the established power. Adrian casually revealed the revolutionaries' true nature, complicating the plot even further. Tension rose as a key figure proposed condemning the revolutionary forces, signaling a change in alliances. Louis, now agitated, urged for the condemnation to be made public as political power shifted. Unexpectedly, Adrian activated a device marking a crucial moment in their unfolding political game. An apology is offered with two gifts, valuable information and a chance to endear. The information revealed companies with rising stock prices, leaving the recipient intrigued by the gift. Curiosity piqued as the second gift was revealed, holding far more value than expected. The second gift revealed the location of the rebel group's headquarters, a game-changing revelation. Recipient asked how it was obtained, but the source was deemed irrelevant to the giver. The recipient understood the stakes, realizing this could prove pivotal in the struggle against rebels. Giver laughs darkly, alluding to the complicated nature of the situation and its forces. He finds amusement in the chaos, knowing his actions had disrupted the political balance, emphasizes the importance of honor, especially for nobles, as he reflects on the situation. Suddenly, an urgent message interrupts. The city is under siege, and the attack has begun. Panic spread as the gravity of the attack set in. The recipient demanded to know more. The group moved to a safer location, signaling the start of a chaotic series of events. Amid the chaos, one figure regrets not being able to leave alone, citing important ties. A companion insists they move together, understanding the stakes and the gravity of the situation. Now united, they prepare to face whatever dangers lie ahead as revolution forces close in. Entering the bunker, everything seemed easy. They caused a fight, splitting the palace's defense forces. An enemy mocks the president's son, calling him an essential figure in the chaos. The angry figure, now captured, curses his situation, while the rebel leader taunts him further. Before moving forward, the rebel leader explains he plans to use the president's son as leverage. President's son pleads for help from his guards. Fearing the worsening situation, rebel leader responds coldly, emphasizing the president's son's insignificance in the broader conflict. Marquis Lawrence discusses becoming president, weighing the short-term power against maintaining territorial control. He views the presidency as temporary, preferring lasting authority over a territory's governance. Marquis questions whether a secure role would bring political turmoil and doubts its viability. Marquis reflects on the potential consequences of his royal bloodline in this political environment. Despite doubts, the conversation acknowledges Commander Israel as the best candidate for president. Marquis feels manipulated into a dangerous situation with potential irreversible political ramifications ahead. Marquis must decide whether to comply or oppose political pressures as plans unfold. His role is about survival and alliances, not just power, complicating his decision. Making? Marquis faces a tough choice: serve his interests or fulfill others' expectations placed on him. Tension escalates as the consequences of political maneuvers come into sharper focus. Marquis struggles with internal conflict, torn between his ambitions and the reality of his actions. Despite looming danger, he remains composed, preparing for what may come next. The crowd cheers as Marquis continues his journey, unaware of the future's uncertainty. Marquis reflects on his decisions, questioning whether the public's loyalty is truly deserved. With the weight of leadership, Marquis prepares for the inevitable consequences in the battle for power. A few days after the revolution, Reinhardt Kingdom's royal hunting grounds host a tense gathering. Revolution ends with the capture of the Fairmont family, signaling the end of an era. Wealthy are captured, and power structures shift, bringing major consequences for the nation. Marshal Israel assumes control over state affairs, with the next election determining future leadership. President Fairmont is sentenced to death, marking the revolution's victory over the corrupt regime. Fairmont's son Louis faces a grim fate as he's handed to the Bringun Empire. Marshal Israel feels assured as things proceed, focusing on the tasks ahead with confidence. Israel shifts focus from politics to the scientist contest, temporarily distracted from leadership. Beneath his lighter thoughts, deeper concerns remain as he prepares for future challenges. Rumors about the Prius Republic's downfall spread, and Israel stays ahead of these developments. Whispers about revenge blur the lines between politics and retribution, influencing future events. Connections between past rulers and current events will shape the path and power structures. Marquis Lawrence, entrenched in politics, finds himself drawn into more complex social interactions. High society proves a maze of relationships, with Lawrence seeing beyond the polite FFAs. Lawrence knows his place in this hierarchy, remaining cautious of each move's consequences. After a heated argument, Marquis Vincent faces repercussions, bringing a sharp, threatening attitude. Vincent is warned by Marquis Lawrence not to misunderstand intentions. Though tensions remain thick, Countess Klein enters the conversation, her presence influencing the unfolding drama and future events. As the group prepares for a hunt, competitors must show their skills, including Lawrence. Countess Klein, with a renowned reputation, catches attention. As her abilities are widely talked about, Vincent prepares 2 ogres for the competition, confident his strength will surpass all others. Countess Klein accepts the challenge confidently, determined to prove her strength and capabilities. Vincent remains unconcerned, lighthearted, his confidence unwavering even with the challenge approaching. As competition intensifies, participants must navigate internal conflicts, using strategy alongside their skills. Countess Klein faces the ogres, showing grace and control, prepared for the challenges ahead. Opponents underestimate her, but her movements reveal her true capabilities, leaving the crowd impressed. The hunt intensifies and Klein's expert strikes prove her mastery, undeterred by the beasts. The battle escalates as the ogres charge, but Klein remains firm with her shield raised. Vincent watches, impressed by Klein's strength, as even skeptics begin to acknowledge her abilities. With a precise move, Klein knocks down the final ogre, earning applause and respect. Countess Klein stands victorious, her strength clear, leaving her rivals in awe of her performance. Marquis Lawrence watches with a mix of admiration and amusement at Klein's unexpected success. The mood lightens, as Lawrence reflects on the irony: what started as a challenge is now amusing. After leaving the arena, Lawrence compliments Klein on her victory and the competition's weight lifts. Klein nods but seems distant, prompting Lawrence to wonder about her shifting thoughts. As they ride in the vehicle, a significant quiet moment passes, and Klein's expression changes subtly. Klein's sudden change catches Lawrence off guard as she faces him with a different expression. Lawrence, puzzled, calls her name, unsure of the cause of the sudden shift in demeanor. With a dramatic movement, Klein's hair swings as she looks away, leaving Lawrence confused. Adrian is driving, confused by a sudden disturbance as he looks at the woman beside him. Adrian calls out, but Arcia, now unconscious, lies still, making him increasingly anxious, urgently checks if Arcia is breathing, but her condition remains unchanged, adding to his worry. Adrian shakes her repeatedly, trying to wake Arcia, but she is unresponsive. He realizes the danger if Arcia doesn't wake soon. Something serious could have occurred. Arcia regains consciousness suddenly, her eyes opening, showing awareness and slight strength returning. Arcia, confused, rubs her head, trying to understand what happened, as Adrian tries to support her. He asks if she is okay, still in shock, but Arcia reassures him that she's fine. Adrian notices a strange aura around Arcia. She mentions a malfunction in the system's connection. Adrian becomes anxious as he hears about the error. He has never seen such a breakdown. Arcia assures him that she's physically fine, though mentally confused by the sudden shock. Thinks the system malfunction might be linked to the Hollywood system's failure, needing investigation. Adrian and Arcia discuss the error, recognizing the gravity of the situation caused by the glitch, believes they must investigate the Hollywood system's malfunction. The pair decides to return to the castle, determined to discover the cause of the error. Adrian holds Arcia's hand, feeling deeply concerned, unsure about the next steps but staying calm. Thinking deeply worries about the consequences of another incident like this, looking uneasy. She expresses her concern about the impact this might have on her, seeking Adrian's help. Scene shifts to a grand palace with Adrian walking toward the main entrance confidently. He walks past the guards, heading toward a door that leads into an unknown area. Adrian reaches the door, his mind focused on finding answers to the recent troubling events. Inside the grand hall, Adrian surveys his surroundings, interrupted by Chester calling out his name. Surprised, Adrian responds, explaining the strange incident. Chester seems skeptical, but Adrian insists the problem is serious, suspecting something deeper at play. Asks more questions, trying to make sense of the error. As Adrian explains, Adrian compares the Hollywood system to Earth's internet, highlighting how the error affected everything. Chester listens intently, agreeing that something unusual occurred in the system. Adrian asks if anything else might explain the incident, and Chester hints at deeper mysteries. Chester reveals that there is more to the situation, hinting that Arcia may hold the answer. Adrian is left stunned, wondering if everything is connected to a larger force. Needing investigation reports that someone tried to access the Hollywood system but couldn't breach the security. The system's security was activated, preventing access. Adrian wonders how the attackers attempted the breach when the system's security is usually impenetrable. Chester says that the intruders failed to breach the system but disrupted the facility's operation. Adrian questions if something else caused the disruption, while Chester points out the lack of evidence, suggests the facility may have hidden components that need to be uncovered in time. Adrian asks about the potential effects on their progress, and Chester warns that systems can fail. Chester theorizes that if the intruders exploit system flaws, they could take control of it, becomes alarmed and resolves to investigate further to prevent the situation from escalating. Adrian and Chester realize they must act quickly to prevent future manipulation attempts. Assures Adrian that the facility is secure, but warns of the unknown threat. Agrees that tracking the source of the breach is crucial and prepares for further investigation. Warns that any more errors could have severe consequences, and Adrian is determined to proceed. Decides to push forward, vowing to resolve the issue and restore system functionality. The scene closes with Adrian preparing for whatever may come. A month after the conflict, the situation has calmed. Adrian begins his new mission, feeling confident about what lies ahead. Despite the calm, there is still uncertainty. The mission's success hinges on Adrian's skills and judgment. The task requires practical experience, and Adrian must rely on his abilities, with little external help. Unexpectedly, combat breaks out. Adrian quickly adjusts, jumping into the fray as the battle intensifies. Amid the chaos, an ally falls in battle. The stakes are higher than Adrian anticipated. Without a clear plan, Adrian struggles to overcome the enemy. The responsibility weighs heavily on him. After failing, Adrian is resurrected, but with severe consequences. He loses part of his EP. The loss is painful. Adrian faces the consequences of his actions and begins to doubt himself. A mysterious voice hints that the path ahead will only become more dangerous. Adrian regains his focus and prepares to recover what he lost. An ally offers support, but the road remains uncertain. Adrian braces for the challenges ahead. Velter, a dangerous figure, enters the scene, complicating Adrian's mission. Adrian resolves to confront Velter for his role in the conflict. The final confrontation looms, but danger still lurks around every corner. A group of enemies rushes toward Adrian, creating a tense atmosphere as they prepare for a confrontation. Adrian, with determination, realizes the overwhelming odds and pulls out a teleportation scroll to escape the chaos. With a burst of speed, Adrian attempts to use the scroll to teleport out of the dangerous situation. Suddenly, the teleportation is interrupted. Velter, a powerful figure, appears and reveals his ability to disrupt teleportation. Velter demands Adrian's items, forcing them into a desperate position as arrows start flying toward them. Realizing the power of their opponents, Adrian musters their courage, thinking of their noble status as a way to intimidate their attackers. Adrian, however, starts to doubt their chances of winning as the attackers close in. In the midst of the battle, Adrian fights back fiercely. A brutal strike lands and Adrian collapses, having been overpowered by Velter. Adrian is quickly killed, and the screen flashes with a message indicating their death. Adrian is resurrected at the starting point, their body lying defeated on the ground. The resurrected Adrian, now weakened, is met with Velter's mocking laughter as they struggle to get up. Though still determined, Adrian knows they've lost valuable experience in the process and must face the challenge again. Adrian is back in the game world, but the time spent recovering from his death has been frustrating. It took 3 hours to recover the experience lost from the previous defeat. Adrian expresses his frustration as he recounts the time lost, totaling 6 hours to regain his standing. Meanwhile, his enemies laugh at his misfortune as the scene grows more tense with their mockery and amusement. Velter, sitting comfortably, reflects on his recent activities, amused by the chaos. Velter revels in the spoils of his actions, contemplating the value of the loot he has gained, boasting about the immense wealth. He pauses, considering the significance of the loot he's collected. While drinking in his victory, Velter contemplates the importance of remaining cautious in the game, mindful of the game's policies. Amidst the contemplation, Velter receives a strange request. Velter notices a peculiar message offering rewards for sharing private details about players. Realizing that this could be another lucrative opportunity, as Velter reads the message, he becomes intrigued, realizing how much more he can gain from this transaction. The request for private player information seems more serious. Velter begins to make plans, carefully considering how to approach the situation and what to do next. Velter reaches out to the customer center of the game, seeking assistance with his new, suspicious request. With a grin, he formally registers the query. The game representative responds, confirming Velter's request and acknowledging his identity, setting the stage for what comes next. Velter, feeling safe after his dealings, continues to monitor the situation closely. He reports the situation to the customer center, pointing out that someone is openly trying to harm him and exposing his data. Velter relaxes, assuming that the post will be deleted soon, and the one seeking his details will soon give up the chase. Suddenly, a message alert pops up. It seems someone has discovered Velter's contact number. Panicked, Velter reacts to the information being leaked, his hands shaking with frustration as the situation worsens. A sense of dread washes over Velter as he realizes that he has been found. A group of individuals led by Minji enters the scene with a clear intent to confront Adrian. They spot him in a public location. Minji, the apparent antagonist, recognizes Adrian and smirks at the unexpected encounter. Adrian's face contorts with anger, preparing to take action as the situation escalates. Blood splattering everywhere. Adrian notices a disturbing report about the game. Confusion spreads as one of his companions wonders if these users were ever real or if they were part of a setup. Adrian calmly interrupts, confirming that the users indeed existed. Adrian walks alongside another character, discussing the false rumors that have been circulating. Adrian dismisses the rumors, firmly stating that the claims about a particular individual are untrue. However, the truth soon emerges, and they admit their mistake. Reflecting on his past decisions, Adrian recalls how he gave others new roles. Despite the dangers of the situation, he now has the chance to focus on leveling up in peace. Adrian's moment of calm is interrupted as he prepares for the next challenge. Adrian contemplates the responsibilities he now holds, knowing the unexpected challenges are far from over. A dramatic realization strikes him. It is time to move forward and face whatever comes next. Standing tall, Adrian prepares himself for the journey ahead. In a rare moment of stillness, Adrian reflects on the weight of his duties. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted as the situation grows more tense. A quick flash of tension marks the beginning of the next conflict, leaving Adrian uncertain of what lies ahead. Adrian sits in a room contemplating the complex political situation around him. He wonders if certain individuals are betraying their alliances. Adrian smirks, seeing through their plans, recognizing that everything is falling into place. A large balancing scale appears, representing the delicate power struggle between the second and first princes. Adrian ponders the disparity in strength between the two. He realizes that the second prince might be manipulating things. The stakes rise as Adrian is informed that the civil conflict is weakening the kingdom. He listens intently, recognizing that the Crosian Empire could soon take advantage of the chaos. Adrian decides they cannot afford to drag out the war and must act swiftly. Adrian takes charge of the situation, deciding to personally secure the royal castle. He prepares for a military operation. Adrian acknowledges the political intricacies at play and sets his plan into motion. Adrian's thoughts shift to the traitorous figures around him, analyzing their moves. He remains calm despite the brewing tension, understanding the dangerous power plays at hand. Adrian resolves to keep moving forward. Adrian stands before his allies. Deep in thought, he reflects on the operation's start, which will take place in 2 days. He emphasizes the need for complete commitment and secrecy from everyone involved in the mission. The room is filled with eager responses, including one from Marquis Lawrence, ready to follow Adrian's command. Adrian's request for Countess Klein's assistance catches the room by surprise. Marquis Lawrence questions the choice, unsure of the reasoning behind this decision. Adrian confidently states that Countess Klein is the best candidate for leading the guerrilla unit. As the mission continues, Adrian and his companions prepare for the tasks ahead. The group jokes and bonds, with Adrian smiling despite the serious nature of the upcoming operation. Adrian brushes off the light-hearted comments. Attention remains fixed on the progress of the operation as they walk through the preparations. He reflects on the roles each person must play. Adrian makes a promise to his companions that their efforts will be well rewarded if they succeed. As they approach the destination, Adrian provides final instructions. The group stands together, prepared for whatever challenges lie ahead. A hint of tension builds as they ready themselves, knowing the stakes have never been higher. Adrian contemplates the escalating political tension. The discussion turns to a potential civil war. He receives a visit, and the conversation shifts. The visit reveals troubling news about a possible betrayal within the ranks, making Adrian question his next steps. His thoughts are interrupted as plans for the upcoming operation are discussed, with Adrian taking a significant leadership role. Adrian stays calm, but a hidden layer of tension begins to show as the true scope of the situation unfolds. A deeper conversation ensues, revealing Adrian's role in the delicate power struggle between factions. As the tension increases, Adrian is warned about certain people he must avoid challenging at all costs. He nods in agreement, understanding the gravity of the warning, while the future continues to unfold before him. The officers discuss the Emperor's strength, revealing that he is not a mere figurehead. His influence remains strong even after the Prussian Republic's fall, which surprises some. They note that any major power could seize the capital, but prolonged battles would allow the enemy to escape. The urgency to act quickly becomes clear. One officer stresses that reinforcements are essential. Swift action is needed to tip the scales in their favor before time runs out. Inside a command room, an officer criticizes the troops stationed at the palace and suggests moving some to the front lines where the battle is more critical. Another officer disagrees, emphasizing the importance of protecting the leadership at the palace. Tension rises as the threat of assassination attempts is discussed. Protecting the palace and winning the battle both carry significant weight. An aide arrives with news of Louis's request to use the square hall. The officers debate the risks and benefits of granting the request, aware of its strategic importance. The conversation shifts as they ponder the potential consequences of allowing Louis to use the hall. Adrian is shocked by unexpected news that changes the course of the situation. He's now at the center of a growing crisis. Adrian must navigate this new challenge carefully. Adrian is stunned by a surprising family announcement. He remains focused on the war, though. The officers shift their attention back to the strategic discussions ahead. The second prince isolates himself, cutting ties with the crown prince's faction. This strategy weakens his position, leaving him vulnerable. Isolating himself makes the second prince an easy target, intensifying his precarious situation. The idea of an insider's betrayal arises, a strategy that could be as devastating as a Trojan horse in this era. One officer explains the risk the second prince faces, as his isolation leaves him with fewer allies and a higher risk of defeat. The officer suggests using secret passages in the castle to move undetected, improving their strategic advantage. However, the plan alone may not be enough. The officer suggests further actions to ensure victory. An ally who helped with the Prussian crisis is promised rewards in return for their contributions. The officers acknowledge their progress in dismantling the second prince's power, nearing the end of their plan. The plan now feels solid as they prepare for the final push. Adrian and his ally shake hands, solidifying their pact. Their coordinated plan is about to come to fruition. Adrian is ready for the final confrontation. New revelations shake the room, but Adrian remains focused. Crown Prince remains unaware, but the plan is still secure. Officers are ready for any outcome. Day has finally arrived. Adrian and his team prepare for the battle with the entire force in position. The royal palace is surrounded, and the tension is palpable. As Adrian discusses the plan, his trusted knight ensures that everything is ready, making sure to send backup reinforcements if needed. Adrian is handed a sacred sword, a weapon of immense value. His knight urges him to be cautious, aware of the dangerous opponents they might face, including the possibility of a hidden Grand Master. Adrian instructs Arcia to prioritize surrender if they face a Grand Master. Their safety is paramount, and the risks of underestimating the enemy could prove fatal. Arcia understands the gravity of the situation and agrees. She prepares herself for whatever challenges may arise in the intense conflict ahead. Adrian reassures her, and they step forward together, ready to face whatever dangers the battle will bring. The great battle begins. Adrian's forces march confidently, their voices filled with determination. As the battle rages, Adrian remains calm and focused. The final clash between the two factions is upon them. Adrian's eyes scan the battlefield, fully aware that the outcome of this war will decide the kingdom's future in the heat of the battle. Adrian's ally reminds him to stay alert. The possibility of danger lurks as a grandmaster may be hidden within the royal palace. Adrian warns Arcia to surrender if she faces such a powerful opponent. Survival must always come first, regardless of the situation. Arcia confirms her understanding as they prepare for whatever may come next, their focus on the task at hand. Adrian smiles as his ally prepares to head into battle, ready for anything. Their alliance strengthens with each passing moment. The enemy forces march ahead, driven by their own ambitions. But Adrian's resolve is unshaken as he watches the battle unfold. With the battle underway, the clash of swords fills the air. Adrian's forces charge, determined to bring victory and change to the kingdom. A group of elite soldiers moves through a sterile hallway. Leader of the squad checks his surroundings. They reach a large, ornate door. Squad bursts into the room, only to find it completely empty. The leader's face hardens as he scans the space for any signs of the missing prince. His men are left confused and alert. The leader realizes that something is wrong. Perhaps the crown prince had sensed danger and escaped. Frustration boils over as the squad leader gives the order to search elsewhere. Feeling the pressure mounting as time runs out, determined, the soldiers decide to move on. Their next target is clear, the king. They know the mission must continue. Despite the setback, the king's private chambers are not what they expected. They are greeted by a loud explosion, a surprise twist that catches everyone off guard. The king, furious at the intrusion, stands tall in defiance. His son, however, seems less than intimidated, making his own dangerous move. A new figure appears. A man dressed in military garb steps forward, his presence commanding the room. His confidence is evident, though the tension is palpable. The king is enraged by the boldness of the intruder. He calls him a traitor, but the man remains unfazed, exuding an air of authority. With a chilling resolve, the figure declares his intent. He looks towards the future with a calculated mindset, leaving no room for mercy. As the situation intensifies, the first prince's fate hangs in the balance. A decision must be made quickly, the stakes too high for hesitation. The conversation turns to strategy. The military officers must act decisively to maintain control and prevent further disaster. A tense moment follows as plans shift towards securing the capital. Their next steps could define the course of the kingdom's future. Officer commands the troops to reveal their presence and march toward the kingdom's capital. A strategist calmly predicts the potential danger ahead, acknowledging the urgency of their mission. His remarks hint at a hidden agenda, revealing his awareness of the situation's gravity. As they proceed, the strategist reflects on the first prince's sudden flight, his actions betraying selfish motives. Despite the pressing need to confront the danger, he smirks as if understanding the deeper betrayal at play. His revelation grows darker, hinting at a plan to eliminate him once the war reaches its peak. The mood shifts as two officers discuss their internal struggles and betrayals from long ago. One seems to suppress the pain, clinging to old grudges. While the other focuses on the task at hand, the conversation turns to alliances, where trust is essential despite the turmoil. A tense moment emerges as the strategist recalls past betrayals that now shape their current decisions. Memories of manipulation and exploitation rise to the surface as the group navigates the political web. Unspoken fears surface, revealing the complexities of their alliances. The scene intensifies with a threat to the throne, highlighting the stakes at play. The confrontation grows as a silent, deadly promise is made. As the drama escalates, the true intentions behind their actions are revealed in a shocking twist. A figure prepares cautiously, sensing the inevitable danger, ensuring all is in place for a confrontation. The tension builds as a figure, standing beside the king, begins to sense something is amiss. The chaos erupts, and the king demands protection, signaling the start of a deadly conflict back in the command room. The conversation turns to the fragility of leadership, with one officer suggesting an alliance. Another officer contemplates the risk of the past grievances hindering their future plans. A sudden discomfort strikes one officer as an ominous premonition grips his mind. The battlefield is set. The final confrontation looms as the strategies come to fruition. Desperate voices emerge, recognizing the betrayal that has altered the course of their destiny. The mastermind reveals his plans, casting a dark shadow over those who stand in his way. An unexpected betrayal occurs as a powerful knight confronts the kingdom's forces. With cold precision, the knight dispatches 4 of the special forces with a single swift strike. The once loyal forces are left in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in power. The king is gripped with horror, realizing the true depth of the betrayal. A knight reveals his allegiance, shocking all who believed they were safe. The king's realization hits hard. His kingdom was never as secure as he had believed. The command is given to protect the king at all costs, and the remaining forces rush to defend him. As the conflict intensifies, a strange shift in the atmosphere catches the attention of the soldiers. A fierce battle unfolds, and a figure suddenly coughs, signaling a critical moment in the conflict. Lone dark figure stands in a cold room, exuding power and intimidation. Terrified soldier whispers in disbelief, recognizing the figure as a grandmaster bracing himself. Another soldier struggles, gritting his teeth against the immense pressure, realizing the dire situation. An armored man orders another soldier to buy time, resolute despite the surrounding fear. The dark figure scoffs at the soldier's misplaced loyalty, declaring it leads to inevitable failure. Dark figure's voice grows louder, demanding silence, stressing the futility of the soldier's actions. The dark figure strikes with incredible speed, his sword slashing directly toward the armored soldier. Soldier is shocked, unable to comprehend how anyone could stop the Grandmaster's strike. A soldier observes the battle in awe, realizing the dark figure's unmatched skill and power. King watches from his throne, contemplating action against the traitors with his advisor. Advisor urges action, while the king reflects on the importance of these figures' betrayal. King decides the empire's collapse is imminent without these figures. Shedding a tear, dark figure commands his soldiers, who prepare to carry out his orders without hesitation. A soldier recoils in pain, overwhelmed by the intensifying energy, struggling to keep up. Despite the chaos, the dark figure remains calm and precise, leading his forces unyieldingly. A technological tower stands tall, surrounded by figures discussing the urgent, critical issue ahead. A worried figure questions the breach of encrypted communications, hinting at a deeper security issue. Samanon stresses the urgency of communication, fearing dire consequences if they don't act swiftly. An eagle flies, carrying a message, its glowing eyes signaling its immense importance. A figure watches the eagle soar, realizing the significance of what's about to unfold. The figure realizes that someone with extraordinary abilities is involved, possessing immense power. A man fights in another building, his glowing sword clashing against an unseen foe. He's shocked as he faces an opponent with unimaginable skill far beyond his expectations. The battle intensifies, and the fighter realizes the gravity of the situation. Staying cautious, Arcia stands tall, relieved to confirm the safety of a key person amidst the chaos. Arcia's relief is short-lived as they realize the dire implications of the unfolding events. Determined, Arcia vows to complete their mission, aware of the dangerous path ahead. The character requests an opportunity to prove themselves, preferring to act rather than follow orders. Group responds with skepticism, but the character stands firm, emphasizing their unique skills. After a nod of acknowledgement, the decision is made to let the character proceed. A figure rushes to the ruler's side, anxiously checking on the royalty amid chaos. Soldiers realize the full extent of the threat, knowing their enemy can battle 4 masters. Ground trembles as a new force arrives, sending everyone into a tense state of preparation. In battle, a fighter recalls the immense power of a grandmaster, capable of wielding multiple swords. Realizing the danger, the fighter acknowledges they cannot defend against such overwhelming force. Sword cuts through the air, its energy creating waves of destruction in its path. Young Knight stands firm, defending herself with powerful strikes against the relentless assault. Opponent acknowledges her defense, marveling at how she endures the immense pressure. As the battle continues, the Knight's style is more defensive than an aggressive swordsman's. The enemy reflects on the Knight's skill, impressed by both her technique and special equipment. Admires her strength and beauty, noting how much stronger she's become over time. Meanwhile, other figures watch the battle unfold, considering their next move as the palace burns. The Knight senses a shift in the atmosphere, realizing the enemy is focusing on her. A sinister smile spreads across the enemy's face as they speak her name with dark intent. Enemy declares they will make her theirs, adding a new layer of threat. As the fight escalates, powerful energy bursts forth, causing the air to crackle with light. Ground fractures as energy surges, and Knights struggle to maintain their position under pressure. Attack intensifies, sending shockwaves through the battlefield, while a figure smiles, savoring chaos. Blood stains the floor in the grand hall as chaos unfolds with a distressed figure kneeling. A man stands, unbothered by the events, his face showing a subtle acknowledgement of danger. His gaze sharpens, suggesting a deeper plot, revealing how the situation unexpectedly shifted completely. The soldier confronts the motives behind the assassination attempt, realizing how the plan changed drastically. Calm and composed, the man admits his intent to control the situation without interference. Fueled by anger, the man attacks, determined to resolve matters swiftly without further delay. Suddenly, glowing chains appear, trapping the aggressor and signaling a massive power shift in the scene. Struggling to break free, the figure realizes his power is overpowered by an unseen force. His cry of pain echoes through the hall, signaling the loss of all control. A giant mythical bird enters, capturing everyone's attention and heightening the tension in the room. Adrian introduces himself as the mysterious figure behind the sudden shift in the power dynamic. Whispers about Adrian spread across the room as his name commands attention and curiosity grows. Adrian calmly proposes resolving the brewing conflict before it escalates into a full-scale war. As tension rises, a system interface reveals secrets about former Marquis Gabriel James' involvement. Smirking, Adrian maintains control over the situation, confidently outlining his strategy amidst growing chaos. Blood-stained armor and tense silence indicate the shift in power, marking a pivotal moment. A cold suggestion is made to avoid delays, signaling the necessity for swift action to prevail. The king acknowledges the bloody aftermath, reflecting on the grave consequences of their decisions. The prince, resolute but inwardly troubled, prepares to face the reality of his bloody victory. As the prince's supporters are captured and led away in chains, their fate seems inevitable. A voice congratulates the prince's victory, but the true cost of success remains hidden. Doubts linger in the prince's mind as he reflects on the deep consequences of his triumph. The victory feels hollow as the prince recognizes the true weight of his actions. A deeper understanding dawns as the prince realizes he is entangled in forces beyond his control. The aftermath grows darker as those associated with the second prince face grim fates. Meanwhile, the king's power solidifies as the consequences of rebellion ripple throughout the kingdom. Hope fades for the prince's family as the kingdom's balance shifts firmly against them. In a quiet room, a tense conversation unfolds as one seeks to protect their family. The weight of betrayal is felt as an ultimatum is given, leaving survival at stake. A final, desperate decision is made as submitting to Adrian's power becomes the only option. Adrian kneels in reverence before his kingdom, filled with both hope and determination for the future. As Adrian receives blessings, he feels the immense pressure of ruling a kingdom effectively. Meanwhile, the crowds cheer while online comments offer a mix of admiration and skepticism. Adrian's resolve strengthens as he faces the expectations placed on him by his followers. In the midst of the celebrations, a mysterious presence watches, heightening the tension in the air. Adrian's patience is tested as the challenges ahead become more complex than he expected. The mystical world Adrian inhabits begins to glitch, signaling a disturbance that shakes the balance. A strange entity appears, hinting at a deeper issue within the world Adrian must face. Adrian prepares himself for the chaos that is about to unfold, sensing the trials ahead. As the entity grows, Adrian's control weakens, and the world around him begins to distort. A dramatic display reveals the system's errors, leading Adrian to suspect something far more dangerous. Adrian is forced to confront an unexpected twist that threatens the very nature of his power. Military strategists met to discuss the attack, debating if an alliance with Marshal Anjin could help. One strategist warned that prolonged conflict would provide time for politicians to escape and weaken their control. A crucial point was made: swift recruitment of soldiers was essential for success. Inside the tense command room, a senior officer questioned the number of troops stationed at the palace. The officer responsible for palace security rejected the suggestion, emphasizing the importance of protecting leadership. The threat of assassination attempts grew, and many feared the political stability might crumble. An aide suddenly interrupted with urgent news. Louis requested permission to use the square hall. The room filled with unease, as everyone wondered why Louis needed such a prestigious space. Despite concerns, Louis was allowed to use the hall, given his undeniable expertise and influence. Meanwhile, rumors of a possible coup spread as tensions in the streets reached new heights. As the conflict deepened, the palace began to feel increasingly vulnerable with every passing hour. Inside, anxiety mounted as everyone awaited Louis's next move, realizing how critical his role had become. Adrian found himself at the heart of the conflict, uncertain of his role in it all. The weight of making pivotal decisions pressed heavily on Adrian, aware of the consequences. Adrian realized the fate of the nation depended on the choices made in the coming days. A man in white stood confidently, relishing the power he had gained over his enemies. His defeated foes knelt before him, helplessly begging for mercy as he towered over them. As he surveyed the scene, he casually inquired about his former friends, showing dominance. Sitting now, the man looked at his captive, questioning what to do with someone so valuable. Catherine, the captive, was satisfied, especially seeing her former adversary Isabella kneel before her. The power shift delighted Catherine, repaying her past suffering with her newfound position of control. The man paused, thinking over his next move carefully as he plotted his course. An idea struck him, and he considered using someone more suitable for his next scheme. He entertained the notion of turning a human into a puppet, a dark solution. Determined, the man affirmed his decision to transform a person into a doll. Despite the complexity, his resolve to succeed in his task remained firm and unwavering. As he prepared, a sense of excitement flashed across his face, knowing what was to come. The woman, vulnerable and fearful, questioned the unknown plans the man had for her. She began to realize the weight of her situation and what might happen next. Pleased with her reaction, the man knew he was completely in control of everything. Now the woman, wearing an unusual outfit, was surprised to discover Bug was behind everything. As she looked around, she saw that Bug wasn't Isabella but an AI creation. Bug lacked emotional depth, showing indifference, growing bored as her corrupted stories took hold. Frustration consumed the woman as she confronted Bug, demanding an explanation for her behavior. Unfazed, Bug shrugged dismissively, her personality shaped by the artificial stories she had absorbed. Enraged, the woman warned Bug of the dire consequences, but Bug mocked her in return. The confrontation escalated quickly, turning physical as tensions boiled over into violence. The woman struck out in frustration, but Bug mocked her, showing no fear as the situation intensified. The woman realized the possibility of her own defeat. Despite the arguments, the group pressed forward toward the grand hall where the ceremony awaited. In the distance, the sacred altar loomed, where only those worthy would ascend. The candidates began to step forward, their fates hanging in the balance at that moment. As the ceremony began, every candidate's progress toward the altar was closely observed. Some moved confidently toward the altar, while others hesitated, uncertain about their place. Only the chosen would ascend, starting an intense trial for all the candidates. They discussed the unusual humility of a once proud individual surprised by his transformation. Speculation arose, hinting that the goddess had granted him a significant privilege or favor. The Archduke Lucas had once spoken with the goddess, a rare and fateful encounter. More murmurs spread about whether the goddess would show similar interest in the current figure. Deep in thought, the man pondered the possibility of divine attention and its implications. Just then, Evelyn Francis entered with purpose, catching everyone's attention with her confident presence. Adrian notices someone unexpectedly descending the stairs after just climbing them. Confused, A Group enters the hall, walking with dignity, radiating a sense of importance. Adrian realizes the Duchy of Francis may be giving up its position, triggering major change. The group appears to have been deceived, and Adrian starts to understand the Duke's actions. Evelyn, once destined to be a goddess, now faces a tough challenge ahead. With little chance of sainthood, Evelyn decides to honorably step aside, yielding her position. Adrian walks alongside Evelyn, who remains composed, her face showing solemn determination and grace. Evelyn steps aside, relinquishing her place to the remaining candidates for sainthood. Adrian is surprised by Evelyn's unexpected choice, left wondering what her decision means for them. The scene shifts as the candidates for Saintess emerge, each determined to claim the title. As candidates like Judy Esther and Xia Lin appear, Adrian senses something feels off. Adrian thought he had seen everything, but now he realizes the true contenders have arrived. The atmosphere heightens as Evelyn stands before the crowd, emanating divine power and grace. A strange aura fills the air, making Adrian and others uneasy about what's happening. Adrian realizes this might be the emergence of the feared divine power everyone has talked about. The goddess descends, her presence overwhelming the scene as everyone watches in awe. The gathered crowd gasps in astonishment, even the hopeful Saintess candidates shaken by her arrival. It becomes clear that the goddess's arrival has dramatically changed everything, altering the course ahead. Adrian, in shock, freezes as the unexpected descent of the goddess disrupts the moment. The goddess announces that a critical choice will soon be made, changing everyone's fate. Focus shifts to two figures, Jihad, the boy, and Everil, the girl, chosen by the goddess. The atmosphere shifts as the boy and girl seem to share a deep connection with the goddess. Predictions about the future arise, especially concerning the fall of the Black Star. Uncertainty fills the air as the tension grows. All eyes are now on the chosen pair. The chaos settles a bit, and murmurs spread among the figures gathered about the event. Some question whether they witnessed an oracle or something far more significant. The scene grows quieter, and there's a sense that the world outside holds even more danger. Adrian offers Everil his assistance as she prepares for the challenges of her new role. Their bond deepens as Adrian reassures Everil that he'll support her no matter what happens. Everil, now certain of her path, faces the future with strength, ready for anything. Everil has been chosen by the goddess to assist Scientess Sylvester for 1 year. Adrian realizes that Everil's rise may be beneficial, especially considering her modest beginnings. Despite the chaotic world, people continue searching for answers about the goddess's prophecy. Adrian senses something wrong as tension in the air continues to rise around them. His ally warns him of a dangerous trap overhead, snapping Adrian back to reality. Alarmed, Adrian and his group realize that 2 dragon demons are approaching rapidly. Adrian and his team prepare for the upcoming battle as the situation intensifies. Adrian's quick actions provide a glimmer of hope, healing a teammate in dire need. Eerie laughter rings out from a distance, signaling the approach of their powerful enemies. The atmosphere thickens with tension as Adrian's team prepares to face the upcoming challenges. The enemy feels too strong, and their confidence only adds to the uncertainty of the situation. Despite the overwhelming odds, Adrian and his group remain resolute, determined to survive the fight. Adrian's team adjusts their strategy as the energy in the air shifts unexpectedly. Their opponents taunt their readiness, testing their resolve with mockery and threats. Adrian reflects on the road ahead, prepared to face any challenges that lie in their way. A mysterious figure reveals that Archduke Lucas was once a magician on Earth, but his family was from a line of magicians whose powers had dwindled over time. The figure continues, explaining that Lucas' family had once been powerful, but only a select few retained their magic abilities. Despite his family's decline, Lucas tried to revive his magic and was the first to gain a foothold in another world. Lucas couldn't perform much magic, limited to creating small sparks, less powerful than even a handgun. Determined to change his fate, Lucas focused on researching mana amplification to restore his family's former glory. Though his progress seemed slow, Lucas was bound for something greater, as fate would soon intervene. Lucas was caught in an accident that sent him into another world. Unlike others who were reincarnated, Lucas' soul was transported after a magical explosion, granting him immense power. This power made him resemble an archmage, giving him the potential to reshape the world. Adrian reflects on how Lucas' journey was different from his own, recognizing the privileges Lucas gained. Adrian thinks that if he were Lucas, he wouldn't have given up so easily. His thoughts are interrupted as the conversation shifts to Lucas' final research. Adrian is encouraged that he is walking a path even greater than Lucas, with much more potential ahead. He's reminded that, just like Lucas, he too must make crucial decisions about his destiny. Adrian thanks the figure, realizing the importance of his next steps. Adrian contemplates the situation, unsure of what to make of the goddess' intentions. The mysterious figure suggests that Adrian should find the answers himself, instead of relying on external hints. Suddenly, a glowing blue object materializes before him, offering new insights that might reveal hidden truths. Adrian begins to investigate the mysterious object, which seems to contain knowledge of the universe's secrets. The screen displays a query about Rondel's inability to venture into space despite possessing advanced technology. Adrian ponders this question, realizing there is more to the world than he initially thought. As he studies the object, Adrian remembers his past focus on survival, rather than exploring beyond Rondel. His thoughts drift to the idea of space, yet he has never considered the deeper implications. Adrian realizes the answers lie beyond the surface, prompting him to investigate further. Adrian's investigation reveals that Rondel exists in a controlled environment far different from Earth's vast universe. The realization hits: Rondel is a giant cage, manipulated by forces beyond comprehension. The world's illusions begin to unravel as Adrian uncovers startling truths about the universe. Adrian's curiosity leads him to explore the boundaries of Rondel. He realizes the magical world operates differently from Earth, demanding a new approach to discovery. Determined, Adrian decides to break free from conventional thinking and embrace the magic that surrounds him. Adrian continues to analyze the celestial phenomena. Making sense of the night sky that mirrors Earth, he realizes that the reversed constellation pattern could mean something deeper, perhaps a connection to Earth itself. Adrian wonders if this world might be on the other side of Earth, leading him to question everything he knows. As Adrian dives deeper into his research, a sense of urgency builds within him. He stares at the data, trying to piece together the mysterious prophecy. The goddess's cryptic words start to make sense, but Adrian can't shake the feeling of impending danger. The deeper Adrian looks into the prophecy, the more unsettling it becomes. He fears a catastrophic event between this world and Earth. But why was it left so vague? Adrian resolves to uncover the truth despite the prophecy's unclear warnings. Suddenly, A burst of energy interrupts his thoughts, catching Adrian off guard. Adrian's frustration grows, but he knows that he must act quickly. He braces himself, ready for whatever comes next. The situation escalates as the energy begins to bind him, trapping him in an unanticipated confrontation. Adrian fights against the bindings, realizing that escaping this hold won't be easy. With one final effort, Adrian struggles to break free, feeling the immense pressure of the situation. Adrian's intense struggle with the magical binding leads to a burst of power. The explosion of energy causes him to level up, reaching an impressive level 250. Suddenly, Adrian is transported to a secret space, crafted by the god Ariel, ready for the next challenge. In the new space, Adrian senses a change in the environment. The presence of an intimidating force fills the air as he prepares for what lies ahead. He gathers himself, knowing that the path ahead will test his strength and resolve. The figure in front of Adrian is a massive, fiery creature summoned to challenge him. Adrian prepares for battle, understanding that he must fight this beast to move forward. With fire surrounding him, Adrian stands firm, ready to face the creature head. A new ally joins Adrian in the battle, showing confidence and determination. Together they press on, pushing past the challenge that stands in their way. Despite the immense struggle, Adrian and his ally move forward, bound by their shared goal. Battle erupts with a powerful explosion, filling the air with chaos and flames. A warrior in armor prepares to strike back, his weapon glowing with energy. Another devastating blow from the protagonist sends shockwaves, with the outcome still uncertain. The battle intensifies as destructive magic fills the air, causing pain to the enemy. Despite the damage, the opponent rises, readying himself for a counterstrike. The protagonist grips his weapon tightly as the final clash between them approaches. A blow connects, sending the enemy stumbling back, while the protagonist stands unfazed. Unleashes his full strength, his aura surging, making the battle more dangerous. Despite the overwhelming odds, the protagonist charges forward with unwavering determination to end it. Attack strikes hard, but the protagonist blocks it with his shield. As the battle rages, the protagonist realizes the enemy's true strength and the challenge ahead. Prepared for whatever comes next, the protagonist stands strong, focused on winning the battle. A sudden shift in the fight gives the protagonist an opportunity to deal the final blow. System confirms the defeat of Valak Tarns, acknowledging the protagonist's hard-earned victory. Triumph is bittersweet, as the next challenge looms on the horizon. After the battle, someone watches, acknowledging the surprisingly easy victory over Tarnus. A conversation ensues about future challenges, with worries about the influence of Archduke Lucas. Arcia's growth is discussed, with one character expressing indifference to her future potential. Teamwork displayed in the battle was extraordinary, creating a synergy beyond what was expected. Arcia's limitless growth potential is noted, with admiration for her development as a force. Protagonist reflects on both joy and sorrow regarding Arcia's continuous growth as his successor. Conversation shifts as the protagonist receives important system notifications about his new abilities. New access rights grant the protagonist powerful tools and systems, marking a pivotal moment. Despite the significance of these changes, the protagonist feels burdened by the new responsibilities. The protagonist embraces his transformation with confidence, knowing that his journey has reached a turning point. The capital city of Reinhardt becomes the setting, where the protagonist's new role begins. The grand hall of the kingdom is filled with anticipation as the protagonist enters. As he enters the court, the protagonist reflects on how his life has changed dramatically. His newfound status becomes undeniable as others recognize his significance within the kingdom. The final scene reveals the protagonist's acceptance and readiness to face the challenges ahead. The monarch's harsh decisions stir tension in the royal court. As others voice their concerns, a report arrives, revealing the birth of a new ruler in the neighboring kingdom. At that moment, attention shifts to the emergency teleportation gate, signaling an unexpected turn. Air fills with energy as a royal figure steps through the teleportation gate, surprising everyone. The palace guards react in shock, announcing the sudden appearance of Princess Xiaolin. Rushed into the palace, Princess Xiaolin appears gravely injured, blood staining her clothes. Kneels and immediately begins a healing spell. Though it's clear she's critically injured, despite the magic's effects, the protagonist grows frustrated as the healing isn't enough. The pressure mounts as the protagonist realizes the difficulty of fully healing her in time. With determination, the protagonist steels himself for the next step, knowing more is required. Healing magic falls short as the protagonist realizes the gravity of her injuries. He speaks to the princess, trying to rouse her as her condition worsens. Filled with resolve, the protagonist knows that he must do everything to save her. Carrying her in his arms, the protagonist faces the unknown, prepared for what lies ahead. Moving forward with confidence, the protagonist embraces the next phase in his quest. Protagonist decides to take Princess Xiaolin with him, surprising the surrounding guards. With calm assurance, the protagonist assures them that he'll handle the situation. He walks away with the princess in his arms, the weight of responsibility on him. In a hidden chamber, the protagonist prepares to perform more advanced magic to save her. Channeling rare and powerful magic, the protagonist attempts a resurrection spell to restore her life. The magic succeeds, and the princess begins to revive, her life returning to her. A powerful magic attack erupts, spreading flames in all directions, growing stronger around them. Flames increase, and a figure appears, skillfully moving through the chaotic flames. A surge of energy creates a massive fiery whirlpool, overwhelming the battlefield with destruction. Figure screams in agony, enduring the extreme heat that distorts the surrounding air. A massive explosion shakes the ground, revealing the fierce battle, and the immense powerful foe stands firm, surrounded by flames preparing for the next intense clash. A bright flash of blue light marks a moment of excruciating pain during combat. The figure analyzes the battlefield, noting the raid monster's overwhelming power and terrifying strength. Revelation of the monster's strength shocks the protagonist, realizing it's an unmatched opponent. The protagonist charges towards the monster, sensing a victory within reach as tension builds. Despite the odds, the protagonist feels confident, sensing the battle is turning in their favor. Energy bar shows progress, though the battle intensifies, pushing them to keep fighting. The battle ends, and the protagonist sighs in relief, acknowledging the tough fight's end. A message congratulates the protagonist for defeating the powerful monster, signaling their victory. With the task completed, the protagonist embarks on the next stage with renewed purpose. A distressed woman pleads for help, her eyes filled with fear as she looks at him. Man nods, reassuring her he will help, his focus shifting to his strategy. She inquires about his plan, and he reveals his intent to create chaos for control. The man ponders the rebellion and political turmoil, aware of the kingdom's fragile power. He considers involving the Prius Republic, a nation interested in foreign affairs for his benefit. He then turns his attention to the Roberto Kingdom, a potential ally in his plans. The woman receives congratulations for her rise in power, with everyone recognizing her achievements. Her advisor comments on her successful negotiations, highlighting the advantages of her earlier decisions. A knock interrupts the conversation, and a military representative from Roberto Kingdom enters unexpectedly. Representative greets her formally, showing the importance of this upcoming conversation with respect. Woman is shocked to recognize the high-ranking official, understanding the gravity of the meeting. Representative introduces himself, creating tension as the room prepares for a significant discussion. Representative questions the woman's alliances, causing suspicions about her true intentions. She responds with confidence, her strategic thinking clear as she downplays the representative's concerns. Man beside her smiles subtly, hinting that their manipulation game is just beginning. Roberto Kingdom's representative reads a threatening message from the emperor demanding action on interference. Man beside the woman doubts the offer, wondering if the Roberto Kingdom has enough funds. Representative insists the money is available, comparing the sum to their national budget. Conversation shifts to money, with the representative suggesting it could solve the conflict. Man taunts the representative, asserting that it's his discretion in using the funds. Woman requests the money be sent directly to Princess Xiaolin's account without delay. Representative, growing frustrated, demands immediate action, but the man remains calm and dismissive. The representative insists once more, but the man enjoys watching him squirm in desperation. Woman smiles, amused by the drama, realizing how they've expertly manipulated the situation. Scene shifts, and the man reflects on how to use his power for success. Walking with the woman, he says he'll live for his people. Keeping others out, they stop and discuss the next phase of their plan, their alliance strengthening with time. Woman notes the strategic residence ahead, while the man remains calm, thinking ahead. She asks about his next move, but he remains cryptic, hiding his true intentions. As they walk, the camera pans out, showcasing the looming residence and rising tension. The man reveals his plan to create internal division, using rebellion to weaken the kingdom. Woman listens closely, concerned yet trusting his judgment, realizing this path could succeed. Their conversation is interrupted by Sir August, a powerful elemental, adding strength to their strategy. A serious issue arises in court where the military minister warns the king about rebellion. He adds that 9 powerful feudal houses are supporting the insurgents and inciting unrest. Furious, the king questions the motives of the rebellious houses and their actions against the crown. Attention shifts to the palace where the motives behind the rebellion are being discussed. One advisor wonders if these rebels seek independence, a troublesome thought for the king. Another advisor suggests executing the traitors to end the threat immediately, as the commoners follow. The advisor stresses testing the loyalty of the traitors, as these threats have been brewing. Further discussions take place among the inner circle, considering the kingdom's defense and response. A plan is formed involving both cunning manipulation and decisive actions to combat the threats. Amid rising tensions, a calm figure proposes manipulating the rebellion from within to achieve control. This advisor suggests removing the rebellion's true power after preparing the necessary strategies. The advisor's secretive manner leads to growing trust from the king and their loyalty. A mysterious new figure arrives, offering valuable strategic insights to aid the kingdom's leadership. The unknown figure starts taking action from the shadows, positioning himself against the rebellion. With the rebellion escalating, the advisors prepare to protect the throne, no matter the cost. A commanding figure declares that any supporter of Princess Xiaolin's rise is a traitor. The crowd begins to panic as the call to eliminate rebels immediately spreads among them. A commanding figure orders the rebels to halt, questioning how trusted figures betrayed their nation. The rebel leader steps forward and boldly announces that she is Princess Xiaolin herself. Soldiers rush to capture her, but she skillfully evades them. Showing remarkable agility, as her enemies scramble, they wonder who is aiding her in this unexpected turn of events. Inside the palace, discussions about the unfolding crisis reveal its potential historical significance. A strategist points out the rebels are well organized, requiring decisive actions to counter their uprising. Debate intensifies, and the realization grows that this conflict is more complicated than expected. An advisor rushes into the throne room with urgent news of a possible intruder. The king reacts angrily, demanding the intruder be captured, but uncertainty spreads in the palace. Advisors scramble to manage the internal strife, worrying about the growing power of the rebels. Outside, a mysterious figure enters, wielding strange power that commands attention and respect. The officials recognize him as Duke Lawrence, someone with his own agenda in the conflict. Duke Lawrence prepares for his next move, setting the stage for a battle of old versus new. The tension escalates as Duke Lawrence is confronted, with his arrogance challenged by his enemies. In retaliation, Duke Lawrence launches a devastating flame blast, annihilating his attackers with ease. Remaining calm, he turns to those still standing and asks them if they had spoken. With confidence, Duke Lawrence states that the outcome was sealed the moment they entered. The officials tremble as he mentions Princess Xiaolin's involvement, indicating their inevitable downfall. Duke Lawrence orders that no one escapes. Every noble present is now marked as an enemy. Tension escalates as a noble hesitates, questioning the loyalty of the forces around him. Duke Lawrence reminds them that their lives depend on their compliance, leaving no room for hesitation. His command is clear, weapons are drawn, and the conflict intensifies as plans unfold. Duke Lawrence smirks, revealing that the nobles' choices have led them into this trap. Palace is in chaos as realization sets in. They've underestimated their enemy's power. Duke Lawrence's gaze signals that no one is safe, as the kingdom teeters on the brink. A mysterious figure enters the scene, challenging Duke Lawrence's authority, adding more intrigue. Duke Lawrence remains unshaken, but the newcomer's power creates an undeniable shift in momentum. The figure moves swiftly, readying for a confrontation that promises to change everything. Duke Lawrence is momentarily surprised as an attacker catches him off guard with sudden force. He turns, confused, and asks how his identity was discovered, wondering about the source of this attack. The attacker reveals themselves as a black magician, raising the stakes and deepening the mystery. A powerful magician examines a figure on the glowing screen. Realizing it is not ordinary, reflecting on how often games deceive, he senses this encounter is far more intense. Michael Gale, a seventh circle black magician, stands revealed, his aura radiating a dangerous power. A shadowy figure mocks the magician, questioning how he detected his presence. Grinning menacingly, explaining his superiority, the magician mentions that black magicians possess powerful and unique abilities unmatched. The shadowy figure realizes the magician's detection of his dark energy, escalating their conflict further. Preparing for confrontation, the magician announces he will end this battle swiftly and decisively. As dark magic collides, energy surges between them, with the magician preparing for a strike. Overwhelmed, the opponent falters as the magician releases a powerful force, destabilizing the fight. A massive energy burst erupts as the magician attacks, but the opponent retaliates fiercely. Bracing himself, the magician uses rapid magic to counter the threat, defending and attacking simultaneously. Chaos ensues as the combat escalates, each attack growing more intense, shifting the battlefield. The critical moment arrives as both combatants exchange a final devastating attack, refusing to surrender. A huge explosion results from their battle, shaking the area and intensifying the conflict. The final strike lands, shattering the environment and leaving the defeated opponent in despair. Confidently standing, Michael Gale surveys the battlefield, revealing his immense power and mastery. A menacing figure in the background approaches, its enhanced armor creating an ominous presence. Michael Gale prepares to strike. Eyeing his opponent as a sinister grin marks the change, charging forward, Michael Gale releases a powerful energy, clashing with his armored opponent. The opponent braces, countering the magician's strike with immense strength, turning into a dark silhouette. A brutal clash follows, with energy crackling as the forces collide. Shaking the arena, a vortex of energy erupts from Michael Gale's hand, overpowering his opponent in an instant. The opponent fights back, sending shockwaves through the environment, trying to hold his ground. Michael Gale is pushed back for a moment, his armor flickering as the battle intensifies. As his opponent attacks, the magician's defensive magic absorbs the blow and retaliates swiftly. Every strike from his opponent is anticipated, demonstrating Michael Gale's perfect command over magic. Closing in for the final move, Michael Gale prepares to end the conflict decisively. Realizing defeat, the opponent releases a final wave of energy, attempting to hold onto hope. Standing unwavering, Michael Gale neutralizes the attack with ease, his determination never faltering. With the battle over, the magician remains victorious, leaving his opponent crumpled, defeated. As the battle heightens, the opponent loses control, transforming into a dangerous berserk form. Laughing wildly, the berserk enemy challenges the magician, urging for total chaos and destruction. Fully aware of the threat, the magician braces for the impending storm of destruction. Michael Gale faces new opponents, including a mysterious armored figure and a woman with weapon drawn. The new arrivals prepare for battle, positioning themselves to confront the magician's overwhelming power. Reluctant and shocked, one of the new figures looks at the magician, unsure of the situation. Moving forward with confidence, the magician prepares to face his new opponents amid rising chaos. The forces clash, and their energy causes an explosion that shakes the entire area violently. As the dust settles, Michael Gale watches his opponent, questioning the unusual course of events. After the explosion, Michael Gale realizes the opponent's shield protected him from the blast force. Slightly agitated, the magician wonders how the opponent could predict the explosion. Analyzing his power, despite the escalating conflict, the opponent continues to taunt the magician, refusing to admit defeat. The battle rages on as Michael Gale delivers a crushing blow, incapacitating his opponent. The defeated opponent struggles to accept the situation. Now realizing he's at the magician's mercy, preparing to pass judgment, Michael Gale declares that death would be kinder than the fate ahead. Dressed in a dark coat, a man stands with a calm expression. His hand raised as he expresses his gratitude. Without the help of another, he explains, he would have been watching a dark magician take over the kingdom. Despite the hardships, he mentions he gained something valuable in return. The woman beside him inquires if he plans to return to the Reinhardt's kingdom. His reply indicates that he intends to visit Ophelia Island first, with a plan to return afterward. Commenting on her own secrets, she assures him she will keep his hidden ones safe. Standing in an elaborate gown, the woman vows to cherish the kindness shown to her and the memories she gains. Meanwhile, the man remains composed, observing her as she walks away, a knowing look on his face. Suddenly, a magical event seems to unfold, filling the air with a powerful aura. The scene shifts to show the woman walking along a path, still surrounded by magic. A mystical, glowing force envelops her, hinting at the presence of an unknown power. Pausing, she seems affected by the overwhelming sensation. The group of researchers, along with the man, brace themselves as a powerful magical blast is unleashed. The magical explosion fails, and the researchers express their frustration with the outcome. Despite the failure, they prepare for the next stage of their experiment, determined to proceed. In the futuristic lab, a man explains why diamonds are used as an energy source and how they contribute to the high cost of machinery. He elaborates on the potential of replacing the core material with tourmaline, which could drastically reduce production costs. The team listens closely, considering the implications of his discovery for the upcoming experiments. A major breakthrough occurs as a large combination of diamond and tourmaline causes an unexpected reaction in the lab. The lab team is stunned by the magnitude of the reaction, and the system begins malfunctioning. Tension rises as one of the researchers suggests continuing the experiment despite the failure, while others express concern. The experiment proceeds as the team attempts another round of trials, hoping for a successful result. Scientists grow increasingly tense as they await the outcome of the ongoing project. Meanwhile, the protagonist watches with a smile, Fully aware of the outcome as the test nears its conclusion, during a royal meeting, an elderly king demands an increase in the price of newly released products, aiming for greater profits. Protagonist counters, warning that monopolizing the industry would hinder innovation and stifle competition, thus harming long-term progress. While his observations are acknowledged, the royal team decides to closely monitor the situation going forward. Engages in a discussion with a fellow noble, exploring the balance of power and influence within the royal family. He suggests that, for the nobility to remain strong, they must wield power carefully, avoiding stifling those who seek higher positions. As the conversation unfolds, it shifts to the uncertain future of the kingdom, with various factions competing for control. A royal figure makes a sharp remark about a troublesome neighbor who stirs up conflict, easily pointing out the danger of such provocation. He then brings up the vast, undeveloped land of the neighboring territory, hinting at the risks involved in such expansion. Tension mounts as he stresses the importance of not underestimating the Krogan Empire, despite their current losses. The royal crown prince arrogantly responds, suggesting they should accelerate his abdication to address the Krogan threat. The man in black warns the prince, suggesting that such actions might cross a dangerous line. Smirking, the prince dismisses the warning as trivial, revealing his darker nature. The situation escalates when the royal guard intervenes, urging the prince to reconsider his actions unfazed. The prince maintains his cold stance, justifying his actions based on previous advice from Duke Lawrence. The royal family is thrown into turmoil as tensions rise and some begin questioning the prince's true intentions. The crown prince's demeanor hardens as he confirms his ruthless strategy of purging any opposition to ensure the success of his plans. He calmly states that eliminating internal enemies is crucial for long-term success. His advisor watches silently, acknowledging the cold ruthlessness in the prince's logic. Outside the royal palace, the prince contemplates the future of the kingdom, gazing into the horizon. With a newfound sense of confidence, he vows to raise the kingdom to the level of an empire. His vision becomes clearer, and the scene shifts to show his unwavering determination as he prepares for the upcoming political battles. Adrian sits on the white couch, lost in thought, distracted by something nearby. Two people approach him, one suggesting they go out to eat. Adrian agrees. The other person questions Adrian's behavior, noticing how dim his eyes seem, possibly from gaming. Suddenly, Adrian is caught off guard when someone takes an item from his hands. Adrian admits defeat, agreeing to give up the object. The other person looks pleased. The item is a smartphone, which Adrian found in the market, intrigued by its design. Adrian, facing the smartphone, ponders its significance with a serious look on his face. The scene shifts to the Otis Marquisate, showcasing the beautiful grand architecture of the building. Inside, a figure stands, lost in thought, considering whether Adrian might be thinking about his kingdom. Michelle Otis enters, her striking blue hair catching attention. She greets another figure warmly. The figure responds with gratitude, but uncertainty lingers in the air, filling the conversation. A servant informs them of an unexpected guest arriving, causing some tension to rise. Adrian and Michelle sit together, explaining why he arrived unannounced, filling the room with tension. As Michelle prepares to speak, Adrian introduces Benjamin Theo, explaining the purpose of his visit. Benjamin speaks with authority, making Michelle react with confusion and curiosity. The tone serious, Benjamin asks if the smartphone belongs to Adrian. Adrian admits he once sold it. Adrian explains he sold the phone out of desperation before Michelle took him in. Benjamin reacts in surprise, the atmosphere around them shifting as something feels unnatural. Benjamin questions Adrian, stating that he has stopped biological time for everyone except them. He asks where Adrian is from, suspecting something is off. Adrian answers, mentioning Earth. Benjamin looks puzzled, unable to comprehend the connection between Earth and this strange world. Adrian explains that he came from Singapore and the two worlds seem out of sync. He recalls falling into the sea and losing consciousness, ending up in Rondell. Benjamin wonders how much Adrian knows about Rondell, to which Adrian mentions magic thanks to Michelle. The conversation grows serious as Adrian starts to reflect on his confused situation. Benjamin continues his probing, asking when Adrian arrived in Rondell and if he understands Earth's timeline. Adrian answers that only 2 years have passed on Earth since arriving in Rondell. Adrian describes Earth's catastrophic events in 2020, detailing the disasters that ravaged the world. He recounts the tsunamis, tornadoes, and volcanic eruptions, explaining Earth's series of calamities. Benjamin listens intently, realizing the timeline gap between Earth and Rondell may explain much. Adrian and Benjamin discuss the goddess's prophecy, which may relate to Adrian's arrival here. Adrian asks if Benjamin is from another world, but Benjamin clarifies he was born here. Benjamin reveals he was Korean in his past life on Earth, sparking Adrian's curiosity. Benjamin suggests they move the conversation elsewhere, offering Adrian support and understanding. He warns Adrian that traveling between dimensions isn't possible for now, leaving him uncertain. Adrian expresses his desire to return to Earth, but Benjamin remains unsure of how to help. Adrian agrees to Benjamin's help, committing to follow his guidance for now. Adrian asks if Rondel's magic can solve Earth's poison zones and virus issues. Benjamin affirms that these problems can easily be solved using magic, hinting at a larger purpose. Benjamin smiles, suggesting Adrian may have been sent to meet their savior in this world. Adrian, confused, asks about the savior, not understanding the importance of this statement. Michelle reacts suddenly, hearing the word savior, her expression filled with curiosity and interest. Michelle, curious, asks what happened to all the food and desserts that were on the table. She turns to Adrian and Benjamin, asking them to join her and stay at the duchy. Michelle exclaims in excitement that she'd be thrilled if Adrian stayed with them. Her joy palpable. Michelle Otis considers the situation with a smile, reflecting on how fate brought them together. She realizes that if she had acted sooner, her path with Benjamin could have aligned. She wonders if such coincidences are simply fate, her mind filled with curiosity. Crown Prince Andrei of the Croizon Empire expresses frustration about Lawrence Magic Tower's rising power. He warns the group that Lawrence's growth could soon dominate the international market uncontrollably. A suggestion for anti-dumping tariffs is made to stop Lawrence, but it is heavily criticized. The debate continues as merchants argue the anti-dumping tariffs would provoke retaliation from other nations. Andrei insists that nations buying from Lawrence are weaker and can be coerced into compliance. A concerned voice suggests that Andrei's approach is unethical, causing growing tension in the room. Marchioness Cordelia Winfred steps in to prevent further escalation, opposing Andrei's aggressive tactics. Andrei and Cordelia clash fiercely, with Andrei justifying his actions while Cordelia defends morality. Cordelia warns Andrei that pushing other nations will bring irreversible consequences, but he remains firm. Back in his room, Duke Adrian L. Lawrence grows angry as tensions escalate over Andrei's plans. Adrian vows to retaliate and make the Croizon Empire face the consequences of their actions. Adrian's anger intensifies as he prepares for retaliation, certain the Lawrence Magic Tower will rise above. Adrian instructs his aides to prepare and gather crucial information, plotting the next steps. A grim smile crosses Adrian's face as he plans to show the Empire the consequences. Adrian declares war on the Croizon Empire, his resolve unyielding as the conflict begins. In the royal palace, a tense meeting unfolds regarding the Croizon Empire's denial of involvement. Adrian listens carefully as a firm decision is made to confront Croizon's provocations directly. The leaders prepare to act, and Adrian reassures them that Reinhardt will no longer back down. Adrian confidently announces his intentions for a swift and decisive counterattack to protect their honor. Samanon questions the risk of all-out war, but Adrian stands firm in accepting this danger. With a determined look, Adrian orders his forces to execute the plan without hesitation. Chaos erupts on the battlefield as Reinhardt forces clash with invaders in a fierce fight. Reinhardt soldiers, under Adrian's leadership, push forward, overwhelming the enemy with strength and resolve. Adrian watches from afar, preparing his next strategic move to ensure Croizon doesn't recover. Amid the battle, an unexpected figure emerges. An old man drawing laughter from Reinhardt's soldiers. The soldiers mock the old man, but his presence suggests he's far more than expected. The old man confidently walks toward the front lines, leaving the soldiers uneasy and uncertain. As resistance increases, Reinhardt's soldiers begin to realize the old man is much more powerful. Tension rises as Reinhardt's soldiers brace for whatever this mysterious figure is preparing to do. In a lavish room, Count Triss watches with satisfaction, dismissing concerns over an escalating war. Triss mocks the idea of any opposition, confident that their forces will easily overwhelm the enemy. However, unexpected losses shake his confidence, forcing him to reconsider his earlier assumptions about the enemy. Triss reflects on the situation, beginning to suspect that the enemy has a hidden advantage. He considers the possibility of a powerful Grandmaster figure involved, warning his subordinates to remain cautious. Anid suggests this might be a hidden remnant force, long dormant, now resurfacing. Tension mounts as a massive explosion rocks the Croizon Empire's stronghold, throwing the room into chaos. Count Triss and his allies scramble, completely caught off guard by the sudden explosion. Amidst the panic, Triss orders a strategic retreat, unsure of the full extent of the damage. Outside, the Reinhardt Kingdom's forces, led by Adrian, press forward with unwavering determination. Adrian's forces press their attack with overwhelming strength, leaving the enemy scrambling in confusion. Adrian's brilliance as a strategist becomes evident as he leads his soldiers with precision and control. With cold resolve, Adrian faces his enemies, escalating the battle as the war intensifies. In the midst of battle, Adrian faces unexpected resistance from a powerful figure emerging. The figure challenges Adrian's strategies, causing both sides to prepare for the next confrontation. Adrian smirks confidently, undeterred by the challenge, ready to face whatever lies ahead. The battle intensifies as a fiery explosion signals the growing devastation within the Croizon Empire. Count Triss, now witnessing the destruction, contemplates the high cost of their involvement in the war. Triss grits his teeth, realizing the empire is on the verge of collapse and demands action. Tension builds as 7 diplomats from Curvian Kingdom are found murdered, signaling war relations between Curvian and Empire worsen. The Empire's army strengthens on the borders. Adrian wonders if these events connect to past conflicts, though no response from Empire. Adrian and Arcia sit at a royal banquet when a shocking revelation takes place. Arcia declares, "We're getting married," surprising everyone, her mischievous grin causing confusion. Adrian, confused, follows along with Arcia's plan. As the kingdom's future teeters on uncertainty, Adrian realizes Arcia's importance in their plans, knowing her role strengthens their power and influence. With Arcia by his side, Adrian can manipulate the court, cementing his hold on power. The marriage is a strategic move, more about ambition than union for the couple. As tension rises, Adrian proceeds cautiously, aware the stakes are higher than anticipated. Arcia smiles, timing their union perfectly, while others remain oblivious to their hidden motives. The plot thickens as the royal wedding approaches, with all eyes now focused on Adrian. A sudden interruption surprises the royals, an unexpected guest breaking the tense atmosphere. The servant's cautious tone piques Adrian's attention, signaling the unfolding events ahead. Adrian remains composed despite distractions, knowing the real battle is yet to begin. Adrian, holding his glass of wine, calmly remarks on the infiltrating threat to the kingdom. With a slight smirk, Adrian reveals his intent to observe before acting. Watching closely, Adrian raises his glass, feigning excitement for the coronation, hiding his true intentions. Crowds gather for Crown Prince Michael's coronation, with flags waving and a grand procession. Adrian keeps his distance, ensuring his plans unfold as the ceremony progresses smoothly. A mysterious figure lurks in the crowd, observing with intent, the power struggle continuing. In a dark room, a masked figure calculates the chance of eliminating the crown prince. The response reveals the dangerous risks of assassination, with cold precision indicating a tough task. The masked figure smirks, confident that even failure will serve a greater purpose in chaos. As the plot thickens, the masked figure orders action, aiming to eliminate their enemies. Chaos erupts at the ceremony as the plan to kill the prince begins unfolding. Adrian watches, anticipation building, knowing that this moment will determine the next move. A sudden clash occurs, one assassin falling unexpectedly, causing Adrian's composure to falter briefly. The assassin falls, leaving the crowd in shock, the dangerous game continuing to unfold. Adrian, now fully aware of the risks, stays focused on his objective, undeterred by threats. Aya's shocking betrayal unfolds as the assassin collapses, blood staining the floor in failure. Ava's voice calls Adrian's name, disbelief and anger filling the air as the mission fails. The assassin's ally questions the failure, frustration evident as Adrian proves too powerful to defeat. The Crown Prince's men report their unit is failure, revealing they underestimated Adrian's strength and skill. One soldier suggests laying low, gathering forces for a future confrontation with Adrian. The red-haired leader, furious, demands answers, accusing them of underestimating Adrian and causing failure. Alone, the red-haired leader vows to take revenge, planning a new battle against Duke Lawrence. He swears to destroy Lawrence, determined to seek revenge no matter the cost or risk. Suddenly, a mysterious presence overwhelms the leader, a dark light engulfing him completely. The mysterious figure's power forces the red-haired leader back, overwhelming him with blinding light. Collapsing, the leader is defeated as a beastly power consumes him, leaving him helpless. A dark raven watches from above, its eyes gleaming, symbolizing a force beyond human reach. Back with Adrian, he remains calm and poised, feeling the storm of chaos closing in. Asia's distant shouts fill the air. Adrian smiles faintly, calculating his next move carefully. Adrian knows that the kingdom's future lies in his hands, prepared for whatever comes next. The grand hall of the Golden Dragon Palace fills with anticipation as the king receives a report about Michael's rise to the throne. The report mentions an assassination attempt during the coronation, though the ceremony went smoothly. Suspicion shifts to Crown Prince André de Croizon of the Croizon Empire, who is suspected. Investigation points to Duke Lawrence as the possible suspect, though he denies any involvement. The tension builds as Lawrence implies that if he wanted harm, the prince would be dead. Politics grow more complicated with Duke Lawrence's response. Adding layers to the growing conflict, relations between Croizon and Reinhardt's worsen, inching toward an inevitable conflict that threatens peace. War is on the horizon, and both sides are preparing for the imminent clash. The king recognizes the brewing conflict's potential to reshape the power dynamics in the region. Amid uncertainty, Duke Lawrence contemplates the war's inevitability and the heavy consequences that follow. Lawrence evaluates Reinhardt's chances in the war, offering his assessment of their potential victory. With Lawrence's strategies guiding them, the kingdom faces an uncertain future and a dangerous path. The king reflects solemnly, knowing the war will have far-reaching consequences for the empire. Lawrence prepares for battle, seeing this war as more than just a skirmish, but a campaign. With the stakes high, the empire's future hinges on the success of Lawrence's campaign. A royal meeting is called to discuss strategy, with the kingdom receiving a weapons offer. Although the offer seems advantageous, the advisors recognize that accepting it could lead to future political entanglements. Duke Lawrence warns that foreign support in the war will create lasting political ramifications for Reinhardt's. The king decides that Reinhardt's will fight this war independently, choosing self-reliance over foreign aid. An advisor questions if this decision is wise, considering the risks of fighting alone. Despite concerns, the king remains resolute, believing that independence is necessary for Reinhardt's survival. The leadership discussion turns to Duke Lawrence, with suggestions for him to lead the war effort. While many see his talent, others hesitate due to his youth compared to experienced generals. Despite doubts, Lawrence's past victories make him a strong candidate to lead Reinhardt's forces. With the weight of leadership now on him, Lawrence is determined to prove his capabilities. Lawrence's first challenge is to craft a strategy that ensures victory while minimizing casualties. At this pivotal moment, the kingdom's fate may be shaped by Lawrence's decisions. On the battlefield, Lawrence's forces are ready, their loyalty unwavering as they prepare for war. Countdown begins, and the kingdom braces for the conflict that will define its future. Final preparations are made and Reinhardt's marches forward, trusting Lawrence to lead them to victory. Clock strikes 24 o'clock, signaling the moment to begin the assault with Lawrence in command. Explosions erupt as Lawrence's forces begin the assault. Marking the start of the war, chaos spreads as enemy forces struggle to adjust to the overwhelming and precise attack. Reinhardt's launches its offensive, breaking through enemy lines with tremendous force and determination. As explosions light up the battlefield, the enemy commander is stunned by the aggressive tactics. The battle progresses quickly, with Lawrence's tactical brilliance allowing his forces to gain the upper hand. Duke Lawrence orders a shift in strategy, directing his forces to strike from multiple angles. Kingdom's troops push forward with precision, securing vital positions throughout the battlefield. Enemy's resistance weakens as they realize they are facing an unmatched tactician in Lawrence. Lawrence's forces continue to outmaneuver the enemy, securing victories at every turn with calculated efficiency. Reports confirm the enemy's faltering resistance, their ambushes exposed and their maneuvers ineffective. Enemy commander recognizes the source of his failure, Duke Lawrence's brilliant strategic mind. Reinhardt secures victory as the enemy's forces are shattered and their defenses crumble. Enemy's war room erupts in confusion, realizing their defeat. With Lawrence blamed for their downfall, war nears its end, as Lawrence's forces stand victorious and Reinhardt's future is secured. The king sees with frustration, recalling how he once appointed a young, inexperienced commander. In chief, King orders his generals to apply pressure on the four nations bordering Reinhardt's. His military plans are focused on disrupting enemy movements, and the king will stop at nothing. The king turns to his commanders, assigning a special unit to break the enemy's command. Duke Lawrence steps forward to accept the task, knowing his success will turn the war. Lawrence assures the king and his commanders that he will handle the task with precision. Kings of Paolo and Ige's kingdoms sit in a tense discussion. Both rulers express concern over the situation. They agree that action must be taken carefully. An envoy from Reinhardt's kingdom arrives, with Princess Diana entering the room. Princess Diana reassures them about the growing tensions and confirms that the empire's influence is reaching Reinhardt's kingdom, prompting their concerns. She suggests a strategy to create a buffer zone. Kings and Diana review the proposal. They discuss the consequences of this strategy. The kings agree, though, They are uncertain about how the Croatian Empire will respond to this bold move. Topic shifts to leadership within the new zone. Princess Diana suggests appointing someone strong to maintain order, hinting at Duke Lawrence's potential role. There is hesitation regarding Duke Lawrence's ability to manage such a critical position, but the conversation quickly turns to other matters. Discussion becomes more urgent as they consider the long-term implications of their decisions. Time is running out. Back at the palace, Duke Lawrence reflects on the situation. He knows the weight of the decision lies in his hands. As he contemplates the future, he is asked about the fate of the Croatian Empire's involvement. The answer remains uncertain. Duke Lawrence prepares for the inevitable confrontation, unsure of what lies ahead, but ready to face the challenges with resolve. Adrian, surveying the battlefield, notices a sudden surge in enemy forces, causing alarm. As the situation grows more intense, Adrian orders a strategic retreat, planning the next move carefully. Despite the retreat, his mind remains focused on a new plan that could turn the tide. Adrian reflects on the consequences of his decision, realizing he must face the enemy's head. In preparation for the battle, he coordinates with his closest allies, ensuring they are ready. The tension rises as the enemy closes in, and Adrian knows this confrontation will determine everything. As battle lines are drawn, Adrian takes his position, surveying his forces with determination. His strategy begins to unfold, and the opposing side starts to falter under pressure. Adrian, remaining calm amidst the chaos, moves swiftly to capitalize on the enemy's weakness. The battle intensifies, and Adrian pushes forward, unwavering in his pursuit of victory. With every decision he makes, Adrian sees the outcome of the conflict begin to shift. His leadership proves decisive as his forces gain the upper hand in the fight. After a hard-fought victory, Adrian surveys the battlefield, reflecting on the cost of the war. Despite the triumph, he understands that the struggle is far from over. Adrian prepares for the next phase of his journey. Knowing that many challenges still lie ahead, Adrian swings his sword with precision, feeling the weight of the battle in his grip. As he moves, he notices the chaos unfolding around him, realizing the full scale of the conflict. Despite the frenzy, Adrian maintains his composure, determined to see this through to the end. The intensity rises as Adrian faces his enemy's head, unflinching as they approach. He smiles confidently, preparing to unleash a powerful attack that will shift the tide of battle. With a single fluid motion, Adrian strikes, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. As the dust settles, Adrian reflects on the power of his opponents, realizing their strength. However, his resolve remains firm, knowing that the stakes have never been higher. With determination in his eyes, Adrian readies himself for whatever comes next. The atmosphere grows tense as Adrian faces off against an even more formidable opponent. Despite the overwhelming odds, Adrian remains calm, his mind calculating every move. A final clash of power erupts, and Adrian stands ready, knowing that this battle will decide everything. A fierce battle begins as a powerful strike is launched toward Adrian. His stance unyielding, Adrian swiftly counters the attack with a deflective move, sending shockwaves through the air. His opponent reacts with surprise, but Adrian remains calm, ready for whatever comes next. The adversary prepares for another blow, determination filling his eyes as he moves in. Adrian narrowly evades the strike, his focus unbroken despite the rising intensity of the battle. He takes a calculated step forward, positioning himself for an opening in his opponent's guard. With speed, Adrian launches his counterattack, a swift and deadly strike aimed at his enemy. The opponent attempts to block, but the force of Adrian's strike overwhelms him, causing him to stumble. Adrian smiles briefly, knowing the advantage is now his, but remains cautious of the ongoing fight. The battle rages on as Adrian's opponent grits his teeth, glaring at him with intense hatred. A final decisive blow is struck by Adrian, causing a burst of energy that shakes the ground. Despite the odds, Adrian holds the upper hand, confident in his victory yet aware of the consequences. The fight concludes, leaving Adrian standing victorious while his opponent falls to the ground. Adrian looks down at the fallen figure, his words showing no remorse as the battle ends. With a final glance toward his next challenge, Adrian steels himself for the journey ahead. The battle intensifies as Adrian faces a powerful adversary. His sword clashing with theirs, Adrian, determined and focused, continues to duel, feeling the pressure mounting with each strike. Despite his opponent's relentless attacks, Adrian maintains his stance, his mind calculating his next move. The foe strikes fiercely, but Adrian dodges skillfully, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow aimed at him. Adrian's swift movements cause the enemy to stumble, but the fight is far from over. Adrian prepares for another counterattack, his focus unwavering as the tension in the air heightens. Adrian unleashes a powerful strike, his sword glowing with energy as it cuts through the air. The opponent attempts to block but is pushed back by the overwhelming force of Adrian's attack. The opponent's anger boils over, and they prepare for a final desperate move to turn the tide. The fight continues as the air crackles with energy. Both combatants refusing to give an inch. Adrian's opponent, struggling to keep up, realizes how dire their situation has become. With a final push, Adrian's blade glows brighter, signaling the impending end of the battle. Adrian's final attack strikes true, overwhelming his opponent with sheer power. The adversary stumbles, blood spilling as they are struck by the force of Adrian's blow. Adrian watches as the battle concludes, knowing that this victory comes with both triumph and sacrifice. The battlefield is cleared as soldiers confirm their victory, shouting "Clear." After a tough fight, suddenly, a loud screech echoes as a figure cries out in frustration, disrupting the calm moment. A soldier awkwardly holds a woman, her protest loud and angry as she struggles in his arms. The scene shifts as the woman, Iris, challenges Adrian about her current situation, upset with her predicament. Adrian, unbothered, responds, dismissing her complaints, revealing that she is now considered a criminal. Despite Iris's protests, Adrian remains calm, suggesting she should remain quiet and stay put for now. Iris demands more answers, furious at being caught in this situation with no way out. Adrian responds coolly, revealing his original plans, but now he's got bigger stakes to play. Iris, unable to understand, is left frustrated as Adrian moves on, uninterested in her opinion. The conversation shifts as an ally suggests taking a more extreme route, like eliminating Iris, but Adrian disagrees. Adrian's calm demeanor remains unchanged as he explains Iris's role as a hostage to ensure leverage. Iris, still struggling against her circumstances, is ignored as Adrian focuses on the bigger picture ahead. Adrian gives orders, directing the next phase of their plan, while Iris contemplates her uncertain future. Iris's frustration builds as she questions the purpose of her being used as a pawn in this game. A final shot reveals the crown prince's seat, the tension thick as the politics of the empire unfold. The scene opens with a powerful figure, the king, dismissing the possibility of success with a cold gaze. The king holds a gleaming red jewel in his hand, the significance of which is unclear. With a dark smile, the king presents a dire choice: find the jewel and change the war's course, or fail and face certain death. The fall of Crozon Empire's eastern territories causes shockwaves. Marquis Metz, seeking alliances, is assassinated. In the Duchy of Gens, a battle misstep allows the Reinhardt army to approach the imperial capital. New strategies unfold as factions move forward, each vying for power in the looming conflict. A report reveals the Crozon crown prince has headed to Dragonland, purpose unclear. Marquis Gerga processes the information. Tensions rise within the empire as its fate remains uncertain. The empire faces increasing threats, with forces growing more desperate as they navigate the power struggle. A challenger emerges, daring to face Adrian, Reinhardt's commander-in-chief, questioning his power. The public reacts skeptically to the challenge. Adrian stays confident, undeterred by the doubts surrounding him. Despite the spectacle, Adrian's resolve is clear. The stage is set for a tense showdown. Adrian prepares for the duel, his confidence unsettling his challenger, who believes he can win. Adrian remains calm, understanding the tactical advantage he holds in the situation. The duel begins, and Adrian is fully prepared for whatever the outcome may be. Adrian steps onto the battlefield, facing his challenger with unwavering calm. The challenger falters, unsure in the face of Adrian's unflinching demeanor. Adrian's strength overwhelms his opponent, securing his position as the true leader. The duel begins, and both warriors face each other with determination. Adrian stands tall, observing his opponent carefully. Adrian's opponent wears a modified armor, ready to face him head on. A drone hovers nearby, recording the duel for the Crozon Empire. Adrian steps forward confidently, signaling the start of the fight. His opponent charges, using swift and powerful strikes. The impact of the strike sends shockwaves through the field, and Adrian braces himself for the next move. The battle intensifies, and Adrian deftly counters his opponent's attacks with graceful precision. Adrian's calm demeanor remains unshaken. Despite the initial momentum of his opponent, Adrian remains steady. The duel takes a dramatic turn as Adrian's opponent grows frustrated, realizing he is outmatched. His anger builds, the opponent intensifies his attacks, clearly desperate to land a blow. Adrian begins to sense an opening, feeling his opponent's fatigue and overconfidence. Adrian's focus sharpens as he analyzes his opponent's movements. The moment comes. Adrian unleashes a quick, decisive strike. The duel ends with Adrian standing victorious, his strength and strategy proving unbeatable. Adrian, with his calm composure, faces his opponent in the duel. The opponent, armed and confident, smirks as he prepares to launch his attack. The fight begins with a clash of weapons. The surroundings vibrate as the intensity rises, and onlookers anticipate the outcome. Adrian counters with quick movements, easily avoiding the opponent's powerful strikes. The opponent becomes frustrated, realizing that Adrian's technique is too refined. Adrian takes a deep breath and positions himself for the final strike. His focus sharpens as he prepares to end the fight. With a swift motion, Adrian defeats his opponent, disarming him effortlessly. The opponent, now helpless, realizes his defeat. Adrian speaks, confirming his triumph in the duel. Later, Adrian stands before his allies, having completed the duel. He leads his followers toward a new challenge, giving them orders to follow his lead. As he walks with determination, his next objective looms large, but Adrian is ready to face it head. In a new setting, Adrian prepares for the next phase of his journey. Adrian and his allies move quickly, their resolve unshaken as the final confrontation approaches. The enemy closes in, and Adrian, ready for battle, stands firm as the stakes rise even higher. Adrian and his team stand in a cold corridor, fully aware of the risks ahead. They discuss their plan to infiltrate a high-risk area, despite the danger involved. Adrian wonders if the decision is too hasty. With a glance, Adrian activates a hidden mechanism, bracing for the next phase of the mission. Adrian's ally raises concerns, but is determined to move forward. Adrian is used to taking calculated risks. Shifting focus, Adrian activates a magical ability. The environment changes, revealing a network of barriers. The magical field intensifies, and pressure builds. The real challenge is about to begin. Adrian evaluates the situation, explaining the complexity of the target's defense. Precision is required for success. The group splits to dismantle the defenses. Adrian directs them, demonstrating his leadership and control. The first barrier falls, but the team knows the road to victory is still far ahead. After clearing the initial barrier, Adrian feels relief, but recognizes the ongoing danger. The team moves deeper into the facility. Adrian urges the team to stay alert. One mistake could cost them everything. The team braces for the second barrier. Maintaining focus is crucial as they advance under mounting pressure. They enter the final stage, pushing their limits. Adrian's leadership becomes even more crucial during this trial. Mental attacks intensify, and Adrian's team struggles. Adrian commands them to break through before the pressure becomes overwhelming. As the mental assault hits hardest, one ally collapses. Adrian leads the charge, determined to finish the mission. After clearing the second stage, the group catches their breath, still stunned by the challenge they faced. Adrian notices some members were unaffected by the attack. He ponders their unusual resilience, wondering about its impact. A new trial looms ahead. The air thickens with uncertainty as they prepare for the labyrinth ahead. Adrian's team enters the labyrinth unsure of the path. Without abilities to break through, they risk wandering forever. Leading the way, Adrian relies on his enhanced vision to navigate the treacherous maze. Guided by instincts, they clear the third stage, but Adrian knows they can't relax. Fire and ice barriers stand in their way. Adrian reassures the team, though he's uncertain if they can break through the tougher challenges ahead. Introducing a new tactic, Adrian calls for a unique shield to withstand magical forces. The pressure mounts, the team prepares for an intense confrontation. Understanding the stakes are now higher than ever before. The battle grows fiercer as Adrian's team faces the forces of fire and ice, pushing them to their limits. Adrian directs the magic flow to help break through the trial. Their danger is far from over. As the fire and ice subside, Adrian's team stands victorious. However, they know a final barrier awaits. With the fourth stage cleared, the team feels momentarily triumphant, but their journey is far from complete. An ally expresses amazement at their progress, but Adrian remains focused, knowing the toughest challenges are yet to come. Adrian's resolve remains unshaken as they move forward, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Adrian and his group enter the freezing hell of Stage 5, where the cold is unbearable. The stage begins to collapse as the enemy realizes they are breaking through the frozen hell. Amid the chaos, the ruler wonders if divine forces have abandoned them, his situation growing dire. The king orders his war minister to stay behind and command the remaining troops inside the palace. Realizing their escape route is blocked by an anti-teleportation field, the king rethinks his plan, leading the retreat. The king is followed by his loyal soldiers, ready to face whatever comes next. Adrian and his team navigate the fortress, the path fraught with fire and ice, requiring swift adaptation. The king grows more desperate as his forces are pushed back. He orders his remaining soldiers to charge toward Adrian. Adrian stands firm, confident in his ability to breach the final stages of the palace. Tension rises between the sides. Enemy soldiers clash with Adrian's team, but they gain the upper hand and press forward. Adrian leads the final charge against the remaining defenses, with his allies rallying behind him, determined to succeed. Enraged, the king orders his forces to fight to the bitter end. Adrian's team breaks through as defeat nears for the king. With the king cornered, Adrian's team prepares for the final confrontation. His fury peaks as his end nears. Adrian confronts the king with calm determination, condemning his actions. The king knows his fate is sealed. The final blow strikes, and as the king falls, Adrian meets his gaze coldly. "Farewell," he mutters. As the battle concludes, a hooded figure walks ahead, exuding mystery, while a hesitant companion follows closely behind. The figure in charge gestures forward, directing the companion with a calm yet firm command. Andre pleads urgently, his voice strained with emotion. "Please, wait, father." But there's reluctance in his eyes. A figure in a red cloak dashes through a grand hall, urgently calling for his father. Proudly, he declares his mission completed, but upon reaching the gate, confusion fills the air as soldiers' orders echo, signaling the onset of an impending threat. Now in a different part of the palace, the figure wonders about his next steps. He becomes suspicious of a mysterious figure's appearance, unsure of their identity. As tension rises, the mysterious figure is revealed, Duke Lawrence. Agitated, the figure calls for his father, but an unexpected interruption halts him. Uncertainty looms as the war's true end is questioned, suggesting a deeper conspiracy. Out of nowhere, a shadowy figure strikes, leaving the figure shocked and filled with fear. Power dynamics shift as a challenge arises. The shadowy figure's identity becomes clear, raising the stakes of the confrontation. Bracing himself for the unknown, the red-cloaked figure prepares for what's to come. Duke Russell enters the scene, asserting control and shifting the power dynamic. The red-cloaked figure demands vengeance. Drawing his sword, Duke Russell pledges to fulfill the promise of revenge, setting the stage for the battle. The battle escalates, but an unexpected attack halts a figure's advance mid-charge. Calmly, the enemy figure dodges the attack, offering only a faint smirk in response. Seemingly unaffected, the enemy mocks the attack's failure, suggesting deeper hidden power. Blood stains the battlefield as the fight takes a vicious turn. Bloodied but unyielding, the red-cloaked figure presses forward, focused on his mission. Despite the damage on both sides, determination pushes them to continue the fight. The air thickens with desperation as a command to retreat rings out. Caught off guard, the figure struggles to defend himself. Suddenly, a mysterious figure intervenes, reviving the fallen combatant, leaving them confused but relieved. The revived character, shaken by the experience, gathers strength and stands once more. A surge of power reignites their resolve, signaling a dramatic shift in the fight. Everyone is caught off guard as a new force enters the battle, altering the dynamics. Confusion spreads among the enemy forces as they question their role in this escalating conflict. The revived character understands that unexpected allies might now play a crucial role. Even with the turmoil, the fight rages on as everyone grapples with the true nature of their enemies. Uncertainty fills the air as a new threat looms. The mysterious figure reveals the difficulty of killing someone from a benefactor's bloodline. Tension rises as the weight of the situation settles in, leaving everyone uncertain of their next move. The figure laughs, revealing a surprising link to Grand Duke Lucas, causing shock among the onlookers. The air fills with anger as accusations are thrown at Duke Russell, intensifying the confrontation. Unshaken, Duke Russell calmly states that promises are not always kept, further unsettling everyone present. The red-cloaked figure braces himself, summoning tremendous power as he prepares to strike back. A burst of energy cuts through the air, signaling that the battle is far from over. One decisive move sends shockwaves through the atmosphere. The forces clash, reaching an intensity that leaves the outcome uncertain. Amid the chaos, a voice calls out in desperation, attempting to halt the escalating violence. As tension mounts, everyone braces for the next phase of the battle, unsure of who will emerge victorious. From a distance, the mysterious figure watches with amusement. Taking in the unfolding events, the conversation shifts to one final promise, but actions speak louder than words. A moment of clarity strikes as the figure sets their sights on the future, leaving all uncertain. The tension builds to its peak as someone gasps, overwhelmed by the sight of the bloodied scene. Frustration and anger boil over as the consequences of recent actions become painfully clear. Our realization dawns. A betrayal has taken place, leading to the downfall of their carefully laid plans. The Crozan Empire's capital has completely fallen. With this success, the Remnant's kingdom, once an enemy, now becomes an empire ruling the southern continent. Duke Lawrence stands at the forefront, witnessing this historical shift in power and future alliances. Louis stands triumphantly among the people, waving and receiving their adulation after the victory. As Louis revels in the moment, his thoughts shift to the uncertainties of the future. He contemplates his next steps, unsure of the challenges that lie ahead despite the celebrations. In another part of the kingdom, an ominous note is discovered. The tension grows as the letter reveals the name of the visitor, Blake Russell. A figure from the past concern spreads as the mysterious visitor's arrival signals a potential threat to the newly established power. Blake Russell's name is recalled, evoking memories of past alliances and conflicts. As the discussion unfolds, questions arise about his true intentions. There is a growing suspicion that Blake's return could alter the fragile peace the Empire now holds. Presence sends shockwaves through the palace. Despite the comfort, the looming threat of conflict is palpable as tensions rise. With a chilling certainty, the next few days promise to test the strength. Russell is introduced with a sense of familiarity as he recognizes the new setting. The surroundings feel nostalgic to Blake, who shares that he has a history with this place. As the story unfolds, Blake reflects on past encounters and the connections he still holds. A meal is prepared, and Blake's choice of food shows a clear preference for a particular dish. The conversation touches on Blake's past, mentioning a shared adventure with Chester in Dragonland. Acknowledges that despite past tensions, Blake's curiosity is piqued as he learns about the history of Grand Duke Lucas. A discussion emerges about Lucas's mysterious origins, finds reassurance in the idea that Lucas's soul has returned to its rightful place. Conversation delves deeper as they discuss the unusual case of Manuel's fate. Topic shifts to reincarnation, revealing that both Blake and his companion share a common homeland. Reflects on his past life and his connection to Manuel. Finding a sense of closure reveals a mysterious artifact to the group, sparking intrigue and surprise. Despite its brilliance, Blake advises caution, as relying too much on the artifact. With a gentle smile, Blake offers the artifact as a gift, signaling a shift in their dynamic. Blake presents an unusual gift, a black dragon's fang and a bone, rare and priceless. Blake assures that these items are more than enough. Despite the grandeur of the gift, he prepares to leave. As Blake begins to walk away, the recipient hesitates. With a deep breath, they ask for something else instead, momentarily taken aback, clearly displeased by the request. The person, now holding Blake's attention, asks for one more favor. Blake's expression falters, showing hesitation, but he understands that sometimes the moment grows heavy with tension, yet Blake is resolved to grant the request. Blake listens, considering the request. There's a sense of destiny in the air as they speak. Plea resonates, pulling them both into a deeper understanding. Despite the unease, the bond is solidified, marking a significant step forward for both. Conversation turns playful as the topic shifts to Blake's identity. Comparing him to a Grand Master, they joke about the difference between an Aura Master and a Grand Master, with Blake's powers being far greater. Amused yet serious response adds a lighthearted touch. Moment is interrupted as someone expresses urgency. Considers the situation. Recognizing that with some polishing, Blake agrees to take Arcia under his wing, offering to accept the gift as it is. In exchange, Blake promises to see Arcia every 2 days, understanding her potential. Arcia's gratefulness is palpable, and her determination shines through. Reflects that Manuel must have found a worthy successor in Arcia. The ceremony celebrating Reinhardt's kingdom's victory begins in an elegant hall full of excitement. Adrian, confidently dressed in formal attire, holds a drink and admires the magnificent castle. A nobleman advises Adrian to respect Duke Raphael, a powerful figure from the Beshem Empire. Count Friedrich doubts his role in the diplomatic mission, questioning the king's decision about him. The room fills with anticipation as the delegation's arrival is announced by a growing fanfare. With the increasing music, Duke Raphael approaches the stage, ready to lead the delegation forward. Adrian, in royal blue attire, makes his grand entrance, hailed as Duke Adrian Lawrence. He greets Duke Raphael warmly, their handshake signaling the beginning of their official meeting. Adrian's charm shines through as he shares a light moment with Duke Raphael, building rapport as the event continues. Adrian chats with a noble who apologizes for his diplomatic errors. Adrian laughs off the mistake, confidently engaging with the other nobles around him at ease. Duke Riverdale arrives, drawing attention and causing Adrian's expression to change slightly. Sensing tension, Duchess Arcia Klein enters, accompanied by Sir Blake, attracting the attention of the nobles. Adrian watches their entrance, both curious and cautious, sensing their arrival has deep significance. As the crowd reacts, Adrian's expression shifts, foreshadowing a surprising twist about to unfold. A New Day begins, with Adrian walking alongside Duchess Arcia, both looking determined. The king announces the kingdom of Reinhardt's has transformed into an empire, marking history. Adrian, crowned in the ceremony, proudly accepts his new title, now holding immense power. A tense moment arises when someone directly asks Adrian if he is truly a dragon. Adrian, caught off guard by the unexpected question, gives a puzzled yet lighthearted reply. The conversation turns light-hearted as Adrian jokes about being a dragon who lives centuries. Adrian laughs along with those around him, easing the tension and bringing smiles to the crowd. He shares a laugh with Duchess Arcia, bonding with her as the event progresses. Adrian teases a noble, turning the light-hearted banter into a bonding moment with his peers. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Benjamin is deep in thought, staring at his phone. He looks at a photo of him and his sister Amy, feeling nostalgic and longing. Suddenly, Benjamin's phone beeps, showing a connection, and he eagerly prepares to make a call. Benjamin, excited, picks up the phone, hoping to speak to his sister, Amy, once more. As the call connects, Benjamin's excitement quickly fades when the connection unexpectedly drops. Despite the setback, Benjamin's determination doesn't waver as he decides to try calling again. Adrian walks quickly into his room, his eyes focused while his subordinate comments on his hair. Adrian brushes off the comment lightly, reflecting on the strange smartphone signal he recently caught. Adrian apologizes for abruptly ending the conversation with Baron Walker, signaling an important matter ahead. In his room, Adrian reflects on the phone call, still puzzled by its strange occurrence. He discusses the bizarre incident with Chester, who suggests it might not be a coincidence. The conversation shifts to pondering the deeper meaning of the strange phone call event. As night falls, Adrian analyzes the phone call's timing, realizing it coincided with a network attack. Adrian and Chester consider the possibility that the attack is linked to the phone call. Chester believes this could be the work of powerful forces, and Adrian agrees. Preparing outside, a shadowy figure watches the city burn, unaware of the imminent danger approaching. Adrian remains focused, unaware of the growing threat, and prepares to face whatever comes. The figure, plotting from a distance, watches as Adrian gathers his allies for the fight. As Adrian prepares his forces, his focus is unwavering, determined to face the new threat. The shadowy figure smiles, now revealed as part of a larger, more dangerous group. A violent battle erupts. Adrian leads his forces, with magic lighting the sky during the clash. In the land of Rondell, a world filled with advanced technology and magical wonders, danger looms. A powerful and forbidden land called Dragonland is notorious for its treacherous secrets. Adrian, with his companions, prepares for a journey to explore this perilous region. Adrian reflects on his royal status, but adventure calls him far from his royal duties. Blake, a mage with a close bond to Adrian, visits him before the adventure begins. Adrian is determined to gain power during the expedition and seeks a gift for Blake's wedding. As Adrian and Blake venture into Dragonland, they encounter mystical ruins from the mythical era. The scale of the ruins astonishes them, with traces of ancient magic still lingering. Blake warns Adrian about the immense dangers of the place, urging caution on their journey. Adrian is forced to follow Blake's guidance through Dragonland, dealing with strange creatures. A snake with 3 heads, a rare and dangerous hydra, crosses their path. Adrian marvels at the creature, but Blake reminds him of the risks and advises caution. As they continue, Adrian spots radiant grass glowing with mystical energy, a rare find. Blake warns Adrian about the virus it carries, urging him to be careful when handling it. Their journey deepens into the heart of Dragonland, where an ancient door stands, signaling new challenges ahead. Adrian, in his newfound environment, feels an eerie sense of déjà vu as he steps forward. He turns to Blake, who appears calm despite the strange surroundings that now fill the air. Suddenly, an unusual noise fills the space, drawing their attention toward an unknown disturbance. The illusionary landscape shifts, and Adrian finds himself confused. As the scenery flickers, Blake, focused on the task at hand, points out the necessity of finding a device to break the spell. Adrian, still in awe, wonders why everything feels so real as they move through the city streets. They discuss the unexpected change in their environment, debating if this is a distant part of Manuel's homeland. Blake reassures Adrian, noting the illusion is too convincing for any of their prior knowledge. The conversation is interrupted by a peculiar sensation, heightening Adrian's curiosity about their surroundings. Adrian considers taking drastic measures but holds back, understanding the need for caution. They decide to continue exploring the mysterious ruins despite the mounting tension around them. Adrian remains on high alert, with Blake leading the way deeper into the unknown. A mysterious figure emerges from the darkness, pulling Adrian's attention toward a hidden source of power. The group prepares for whatever lies ahead, unsure of the challenges waiting behind the glowing structure. Adrian steps forward, feeling an ominous presence as they face what seems like an ancient force awakened. A mutant appears, and chaos erupts as people begin to panic and flee in all directions. Adrian, confused by the reaction, questions the presence of a mutant among the crowd. Blake calmly suggests that they should move discreetly and avoid attracting attention. With haste, the group takes to the sky, aided by their powerful ally, Blackie the Bird. Blackie swoops down, providing Adrian and his companions with a swift escape from danger. As they soar, the group shares information about their surroundings and plans for the next move. The vast area beneath them is revealed, stretching beyond the known borders with more to explore. Adrian, analyzing the vast landscape, recognizes the illusionary nature of the terrain. The group discusses the possibility of an illusion powerful enough to encompass an entire region. Despite the grand scale, Adrian is skeptical of such a vast illusion's possibility, questioning its true nature. Blake proposes exploring the area to uncover more about this strange and dangerous illusion. The tension heightens as they prepare for the unknown, unsure of what lies ahead in this alternate reality. As they approach the edge of the illusion, Adrian experiences a sudden shift in his surroundings. The environment transforms into a familiar place from his previous life, confusing him even more. Adrian confronts a local Minky who questions his presence and reveals something deeper about this world. Minky reveals himself as a mysterious figure, startling Adrian with his unexpected confession. The strange details about Minky's identity leave Adrian confused, especially about his relationship with his father. With a mix of surprise and disbelief, Adrian is urged to follow Minky inside to continue their conversation. Inside, Minky urges Adrian and his companions to stay and finish what was left unsaid. The illusion begins to unravel, and Adrian's understanding of his surroundings shifts dramatically. The group realizes that they're no longer in the same place, and the mystery deepens as Minky reveals the truth behind the illusion. Adrian and his companions gather in a large, mysterious room, analyzing a strange device. The device's screen displays cryptic data, hinting at its extraordinary nature with a question mark symbol. Adrian, intrigued, observes that the device absorbs not only mana but also holy power. Adrian realizes the device's energy is completely drained, requiring a long recharge. Despite its inefficiency, Adrian decides to investigate further. Pondering the device's true purpose, he's stunned when the device displays a mysterious, swirling image of two planets. The device's readings reveal a connection between Rondell and Earth, further heightening Adrian's curiosity. Adrian's mind races, considering the implications of such a powerful reality-bending device. With a sudden realization, Adrian determines the device could facilitate a dimensional transfer. Adrian activates the device, and a powerful beam transports him to a new world. In Earth, a person feels a sudden presence and looks around, confused. Adrian's experiment was a success, but he feels uncertain about the consequences of his actions. Adrian reflects on his journey, realizing the device could have been used for greater purposes. He wonders how his mentor, Grand Duke Lucas, might have used such technology. The dimensional device could change everything, yet Adrian knows the risks it entails. Adrian and his companions examine the door leading to the unknown area, unsure of its contents. The door opens with a loud sound, revealing an ominous mechanical entity standing before them. A sudden alarm echoes, declaring the intruder's arrival and issuing a warning to leave. Adrian raises his arm, summoning a weapon that appears instantly in his hand. The mechanical figure confronts him with intense force, but Adrian remains composed. Despite the aggression, Adrian remains confident, remarking that bringing his companions was the right choice. The team investigates further, speculating the origin of this high-tech facility and its link to Earth. Ada's sense of wonder fills the air as they uncover relics of holy power within the area. Adrian realizes the complex's purpose. This may be an exchange station connecting multiple worlds. Adrian's thoughts align with his companions as they uncover more secrets about the facility. They piece together that ancient mythologies might have played a role in the technology's development. They uncover powerful relics, including a holy bow, a bracelet amplifying magic, and a compass. The group debates the significance of the artifacts, with Adrian choosing a mysterious compass. One companion questions Adrian's choice, but he remains confident, trusting his instincts. They agree to treat the compass as a shared asset. Unaware of the trials ahead, Adrian and his companion hold hands, preparing for the next phase of their journey. Adrian agrees to their plan, acknowledging the importance of using the device wisely. As they exchange a brief moment of connection, Adrian expresses hope to greet others properly next time. The pair shares a moment of calm, their bond strengthening as they prepare to leave. Adrian smiles softly, his gaze focused on the journey ahead, with his companion by his side. They decide to head back, knowing that there are still many preparations left to make. The group walks down a flower-lined path, the atmosphere lively and joyous. One of the younger members wonders about the upcoming event, teasing the bride and groom. The playful banter continues as they all head toward the grand ceremony awaiting them. The group arrives at the venue, noticing the impressive decorations and luxurious setup. Amidst the excitement, a curious question arises about the bride's unusual accessories. It's revealed that the bride's accessories were sourced from Dragonland, surprising the guests. The ceremony begins with the couple at the center, radiating elegance and charm. Adrian and his companion share a quiet moment, admiring the grandeur of the wedding. As they exchange a few words, the crowd celebrates, and Adrian's companion is reassured by the moment. With hearts surrounding them, the focus is on their expressions and the closeness they share. Filled with affection, smile softens as their happiness is evident in the moment. Their bond deepens in the gesture, as the atmosphere is filled with joy and love. The realization comes, though, as they feel a deep connection. Flashback to a serene wedding scene 3 months ago, where the couple is in a beautifully decorated setting. They reflect on how well the ceremony turned out. The groom expresses satisfaction, recalling how much effort went into organizing the wedding. Their playful conversation turns serious, as the wife wonders if they're starting a family now. Teasing question adds to the tension between them, while hearts float around. In a moment of confusion, the husband picks up his wife, unsure of what the next step is. The lightheartedness continues in their playful interaction. They share a funny yet tender moment running through the halls. The scene transitions to a more serious tone as new events unfold. Something unexpected happens, and the mystery surrounding the attack starts to unravel. Thinks of the attack, understanding it's not just a random event, but something planned carefully. The investigation continues, and subtle clues point to someone with insider knowledge. The character is concerned about the potential betrayal. While discussing the clues, the character grows increasingly determined. Suspense builds as a new revelation is made, hinting that things are far more complicated than expected. A mysterious figure carries a large weapon, emitting dark magic from its form. Adrian, standing on the scene, is alerted by the dark magic, immediately sensing its demonic nature. An elder, in a calm but wise manner, identifies the magic as the work of demons. The holy land of Everhill is shown in all its splendor, with a large sacred tree that symbolizes the strength of the land. A peaceful place, yet an air of urgency lingers. Lady Everil is engrossed in her work, reading through ancient scrolls. The gossip around the room reveals the latest event, King Lawrence's wedding, which has caught the attention of everyone. The saints and their followers gather as an unexpected visit from King Lawrence is announced. The Queen's arrival adds another layer of tension to the visit, as it seems there's no turning back now. The Queen enters with a calm but surprising demeanor, ready to face what is yet to come. Inside the holy meeting hall, whispers abound as the saints try to discern the real purpose of King Lawrence's visit. An air of discomfort fills the room as they try to prepare for what is to come. A quiet figure stands near the back of the room, observing everything, seemingly untouched by the tension. King Lawrence speaks with a sense of purpose, handing over a sacred relic and explaining its importance. The relic's power holds weight, and the request for it to be donated seems too great. A tasked queen expresses a desire to understand its significance, weighing the consequences of the relic's future. Adrian watches carefully as the dark magic grows stronger, recognizing its demonic origins. He is cautioned by an elder about the dangers of these dark forces, but Adrian remains calm. The elder suggests that the demonic presence is a threat, yet Adrian is relieved his hunch was correct. Lady Everil pores over ancient books in the holy land of Everhill, caught up in the news. She is interrupted by news of King Lawrence's wedding, which has caused an uproar among those present. A sudden declaration about a visit from King Lawrence intensifies the situation, leaving no room for doubt. Saints prepare for a visit from King Lawrence, who arrives with a mysterious agenda. Queen's unexpected involvement causes a stir, signaling the arrival of something important. The Queen, unperturbed, faces the looming challenge with quiet resolve. A sacred relic is presented, bringing an air of suspense and curiosity to the gathering. The relic's significance is questioned, and Adrian ponders its implications on the greater struggle ahead. King Lawrence's motivations become clearer, hinting at more to come as the relic's power is revealed. Adrian and Everil test the relic's power, discovering its ability to sense dark forces. They discuss its capabilities, though Adrian is cautious about its potential, and uses it strategically. Relic's power points to a new mystery, with the next steps still uncertain. Investigation into demon worshippers intensifies. but challenges arise from unexpected places. Adrian reflects on the difficulties ahead. As even the Lawrence Principality's intelligence network is involved, the conversation turns to the need for stealth as Adrian prepares for his next move, aware of the risks. A cloaked figure casually strolls down the path, unnoticed by others around them. The figure, wearing a black robe, notices the loud chatter of a group nearby. They seem to be in a hurry but maintain their composure. With a subtle sigh, the figure shakes their head, annoyed by the public display of the group. Robed figure finally sits on a bench trying to blend in. They appear deep in thought, two figures. Speaking in hushed tones, discuss an important mission. The conversation grows more intense as one of them suggests a change in strategy. As the plan unfolds, the robed figure remains vigilant, staring at a distant object through binoculars. The talk shifts to a new alliance and suspicious figures. The cloaked figure prepares. Zone of the figures warns about the dangers ahead, but the robed individual remains determined. A new character with royal features enters the scene. A familiar face. Now a significant figure, the focus shifts to a dangerous magical figure who could alter the fate of everyone involved. Plans are set into motion, and the cloaked figures prepare for action. A new challenge arises. Involving a mysterious force, the cloaked group looks ready for the unknown. The teacher explains the intricacies of demons and magic to the students. The future holds many secrets, but the battle for control is just beginning. Adrian stands at a large desk facing a group of individuals in a room. A quiet tension fills the air with everyone seated, awaiting his next move. Adrian listens intently as someone mentions a plan to strike at their enemies. The seriousness of the situation begins to sink in as they prepare for the next step. The tension grows as Adrian formulates a strategy. He is determined and focused on the task ahead, understanding the weight of the decisions he's about to make. The scene shifts to the outside of a grand mansion known as Sky Castle. Adrian ponders the decisions that led him here, questioning the need for such an elaborate setting for their mission. Adrian comments on the location, contemplating the advantages it holds, both in terms of secrecy and access. His strategic mind is already at work. Adrian looks back toward the mansion, considering all the advantages of his position, but he knows the risks involved in what they are about to do. Adrian and others prepare for the operation, discussing their next moves. Tension continues to build as the time approaches for action. An airship is shown in the sky, its purpose unclear but certainly important to the mission at hand. The team members, all in dark cloaks, begin to prepare for their mission. A sudden explosion breaks the calm, signaling that the operation has begun. The team reacts swiftly, determined to stay ahead of their enemies and avoid detection. Adrian focuses on the task at hand, clearly in command. The mission escalates further as Adrian's team pushes forward, making their way through the dangers and obstacles that lie ahead. The intense action continues, with Adrian and his team facing off against those who stand in their way. The clash intensifies as Adrian leads his group through the battle. Despite the odds, their determination holds strong as they press forward. In the heat of the moment, Adrian commands his team with precision. A fierce clash unfolds between two powerful figures. The battle intensifies, and an overwhelming force from the opponent creates a deadly attack aimed at the fighter. Despite the intense pressure, the character defiantly responds with a powerful counterattack. A battle between two forces reaches its peak. With a sudden burst of golden light, the opponent attempts to push forward. A large, explosive impact erupts as the struggle between the two characters continues. The confrontation reaches a breaking point, and a sudden change in the air signals an unexpected turn of events. The situation rapidly spirals out of control. A powerful strike lands on the opponent's position, resulting in a large explosion. Amidst the chaos, one of the characters stands triumphant, but the stakes remain high. Adrian, one of the key figures in this battle, stands in a tense situation. Adrian grows angry, furious that their plan has been disrupted. Adrian and his companions quickly assess the situation. Understanding that their next move is crucial, Adrian's anger drives him to take swift action, pushing forward with determination. The thief, however, manages to escape the immediate danger. Adrian, now focused on the stolen item, confronts those responsible. The focus shifts to the artifact being held by one of the characters. Adrian, observing the artifact, seems to contemplate its significance. Adrian's expression shifts, indicating his recognition of the artifact's true potential. The city of Venetia, located within the Elysian Alliance, stands out with its vibrant architecture and flowing canals. Beneath the surface, a hidden door and a stone archway lies partially submerged, a sign of secrets kept hidden. A cloaked figure stands in the dim light, their silhouette blending with the surroundings. In the dimly lit underground chambers, A figure in a cloak steps forward. The air is thick with tension as another figure approaches. Amidst their discussions, the cloaked figure maintains a watchful eye, sensing the importance of the task at hand. The atmosphere grows heavier as plans shift toward a more aggressive course of action. Group readies themselves for action, each person focused on their own role. As the situation escalates, the cloaked figure does not falter, staying committed to the path ahead. A new character dressed with an air of royalty enters the room, capturing the attention of those present. The figure's presence shifts the dynamic of the room. Everyone in the room seems to recognize the weight of the moment. Suddenly, an explosion rattles the building. Throwing everyone off balance, Group reacts quickly, unsure whether the explosion was a sign of an incoming threat or an unexpected complication. Panic begins to set in as the group realizes they must escape. Before it's too late, a cloaked figure casually strolls down the path, unnoticed by others around them. The figure, wearing a black robe, notices the loud chatter of a group nearby with a subtle sigh. The figure shakes their head, annoyed by the public display of the group. The robed figure finally sits on a bench, trying to blend in. They appear deep in thought. Two figures, speaking in hushed tones, discuss an important mission. The conversation grows more intense as one of them suggests a change in strategy. As the plan unfolds, the robed figure remains vigilant, staring at a distant object through binoculars. The talk shifts to a new alliance and suspicious figures. The cloaked figure prepare zone of the figures warns about the dangers ahead, but the robed individual remains determined. A new character with royal features enters the scene. The focus shifts to a dangerous magical figure who could alter the fate of everyone involved. Plans are set into motion, and the cloaked figures prepare for action. A new challenge arises, involving a mysterious force. The teacher explains the intricacies of demons and magic to the students. The future holds many secrets, but the battle for control is just beginning. A tense battle ensues as the opponent launches a series of powerful attacks. The intensity escalates as Adrian's foe, hidden in a cloak, prepares for a deadly strike. Adrian counters swiftly, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow, showing off his quick reflexes. The enemy launches a series of beams toward Adrian, lighting up the battlefield. Adrian dodges the incoming attack, using the environment to his advantage. With a calculated move, he retaliates. Directing his energy, Adrian's counterattack strikes the enemy's shield, causing a massive explosion in the sky. The blast disrupts the airship overhead, drawing attention from everyone on the battlefield. As the enemy's forces are thrown into disarray, Adrian leads a charge to capitalize on the moment. The battle reaches its peak as a final clash begins between Adrian and the mysterious figure. Adrian unleashes his full strength, determined to defeat the adversary once and for all. The enemy is visibly shaken, realizing they may be outmatched by Adrian's relentless power. A critical moment unfolds. As the mysterious object Adrian was after is suddenly stolen, the thief's identity remains hidden as they make a swift escape from the battlefield. Adrian is left stunned, knowing that the mission's success now depends on recovering the item. The mysterious artifact is revealed, but it doesn't appear to hold much significance at first glance. The thief inspects the artifact with a mix of curiosity and skepticism, wondering if it is truly valuable. Adrian watches from a distance, fully aware that this artifact is central to the mission's success. The battle escalates as Adrian stands strong, surrounded by the explosion of magical energy. A burst of magical light shines from the ground as Adrian prepares to strike back. Adrian swiftly avoids the powerful blast, evading its full impact while preparing for another strike. A dark energy surrounds his enemies, catching Adrian off guard by the unleashed force. The magical shield intensifies, testing Adrian's combat skills as he gauges his opponent's strength. Adrian braces himself for the next clash, knowing the battle is far from over. Adrian faces a massive magical aura, sensing his adversary is preparing for a devastating move. Amid the chaos, Adrian stays determined, pushing forward against the escalating strength of his foe. The battle intensifies as Adrian plans his next move while enduring overwhelming magical pressure. The enemy taunts Adrian, challenging him, and he realizes the underestimated scale of the fight. The opponent summons overwhelming energy, filling the arena, while Adrian readies himself for the next wave, focused and calm. Adrian steps into action, unaffected by the opponent's taunting remarks. As the ground trembles with intensifying energy, Adrian struggles to keep his balance. The magical energy swirls, and Adrian stands firm, preparing himself for one final strike. With determination, Adrian charges, knowing only through persistence can he overpower his opponent. Adrian's sword clashes with his foe's magic, sending a powerful explosion through the air. Moving swiftly, Adrian avoids the barrage of magical swords, noticing his enemy's growing power. Adrian stays composed, calculating his next move as he plans his strategy to overcome. His opponent smirks, taunting Adrian while the magic surges intensely through the battlefield. Adrian sharpens his focus, realizing that any mistake in this battle could lead to failure. The fight grows even more intense as Adrian steadies himself for the next attack. Adrian dodges the incoming energy, his movements calculated and precise as his opponent presses on. Despite the escalating chaos, Adrian maintains a steady focus, knowing his opponent will tire soon. With patience, Adrian counters each strike, knowing that timing and endurance will win this battle. Adrian braces himself as his opponent unleashes a devastating magical attack, ready to push forward. The explosion shakes the battlefield, but Adrian's opponent falters, weakening from the prolonged fight. Adrian sees the opening, stepping in to strike at his opponent's weakness, ending the battle with a decisive blow. Adrian knocks his opponent back, halting the barrage of magical swords. Adrian stands tall, catching his breath as his opponent stumbles, losing their magical strength. Surveying the quiet battlefield, Adrian remains steadfast. Knowing the fight is far from over, Adrian swiftly cuts through the incoming magical swords, the energy surrounding him thick with pressure. In a burst of energy, Adrian uses his sword to block incoming magical assaults. The clash escalates as both fighters push beyond their limits, testing Adrian's strength and endurance. His opponent releases an even stronger attack, but Adrian pushes back, refusing to back down. With determination, Adrian deflects the incoming magic, his sword glowing brightly as he defends. The two combatants exchange steely glances, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Adrian remains focused. Adrian steps forward, swiftly landing a hit on his opponent as their magical barrier falters. With tension rising, Adrian relentlessly pursues his opponent, exploiting every weakness he can find. Adrian's attack strikes with precision, forcing his opponent to retreat from his focused assault. The dust settles as Adrian's opponent staggers back, weakened by the relentless barrage. Silence fills the air as Adrian stands firm, his opponent smirking, but clearly struggling. With narrowed eyes, Adrian steps forward again, preparing for the final blow to end the battle. A chaotic scene erupts as a young woman cries for her mother. Bleeding profusely, over her stands a figure, holding a sword indifferent to her pain and fear. Adrian observes from nearby, carefully considering the situation and the difficult choices before him. Adrian ponders whether to keep the woman alive. Her voice falters in desperation, showing her fragility. Lord Blake approaches, his sly grin revealing his intentions as he plots his next move. Blake orders that the woman remain alive to extract important information from her directly. Adrian silently agrees to Blake's request, although a hint of curiosity shows on his face. The woman is taken away, with Adrian closely watching her, aware this isn't over. Adrian notices Blake's satisfaction with the events but remains unimpressed by his manipulation tactics. The woman struggles under Adrian's care, now powerless, while he carefully watches for any betrayal. Blake, smirking, plans his next steps, remaining a step ahead in his schemes. Suddenly, a violent attack comes from an unknown figure, causing chaos and forcing Adrian to react. Adrian takes swift control, neutralizing the attacker with precise skill, his calmness unmatched by the chaos. As the dust settles, Adrian reflects on the aftermath, realizing the full scope of the conflict. Holding a device, Adrian tells the group that no negotiations will happen with demon worshippers. The device vibrates as Adrian detects demon worshippers nearby, but not immediately threatening their position. As a new threat approaches, Adrian orders the group to halt as they near the border. The group enters a circular room filled with representatives of the Elysia Union, facing decisions. Various figures stand representing factions, all tense as they prepare for the challenges ahead. The leader speaks, acknowledging the delicate balance they must maintain amid growing external pressures. Adrian listens as one member expresses regret about their earlier misjudgment regarding the demon worshippers. The union members admit their mistake and vow to take proactive measures, including allowing searches. Adrian recognizes their commitment but remains cautious, aware that the situation remains complex and dangerous. Adrian proposes a plan to gather key figures from each race to better understand the situation. Lady Marignan considers his request, unsure but willing to listen as she ponders his proposal. As Adrian moves forward with his plan. As the factions gather, Adrian evaluates each person. Some hesitate, uncertain about what comes next. Despite the uncertainty, Adrian remains focused on the task at hand, determined to control the situation. The room grows quiet as a new figure, a scientist, steps forward. Adrian narrows his eyes at the scientist, questioning her presence and wondering what her true motives are. Calmly, the scientist walks forward, her demeanor betraying a hidden strength and purpose in her actions. A figure in the crowd, enraged, clenches their fists, confronting the Saintess with open frustration. Angrily, the figure curses under their breath, unwilling to let the Saintess pass without confrontation. The crowd erupts in chaos as the figure rushes forward, but a barrier stops their advance. Adrian's hand flashes with light as he uses his powers to subdue the attacker instantly. Adrian calmly explains the relic's power, capable of detecting demon worshippers and their allies alike. As the room falls silent, the gravity of the situation becomes apparent. The tension rising, Adrian announces that the investigation will be expanded, his focus shifting to the growing threat. The scientist remains silent, her expression unreadable. The group begins planning their next moves, knowing the danger ahead requires immediate action. Adrian and his allies prepare to find those who can be trusted as they head toward Dragonland. A familiar figure greets them at Dragonland. Adrian watches carefully, aware that this is only the beginning, with much still to be uncovered. Adrian addresses the group, questioning their reckless use of power. A woman flinches as Adrian raises his hand in warning. Fear evident on her face, Adrian offers her a choice: speak and avoid further punishment, or remain silent and suffer. The Baltar Kingdom, located on Deferen's southern continent, is cold, covered in snow. As soldiers walk through Count Reyes' land, one mentions it's the first snow here. Snow begins to swirl violently, and the soldiers feel a strange earthquake-like disturbance. Soldiers panic as the ground trembles. Some are unsure whether it is an earthquake or not. The shaking increases and magical energy crackles in the air, signaling an unsettling event. A powerful light emerges from the ground, engulfing the surroundings in a strange glow. Amid the chaos, a soldier wonders what the strange light could mean for them. As the situation intensifies, he struggles to comprehend the magic altering reality itself around them. Realizing the magnitude, the soldier wonders if a divine force might be causing the event. A floating city with massive structures appears in the sky, shocking the soldiers below. Confused, the soldiers try to make sense of the new landscape and the flying objects. The soldiers' confusion grows as the floating city drifts closer. A map shows the floating city heading toward Earth, indicating a dramatic shift in terrain. The soldiers remain in disbelief, realizing that the world they knew has forever changed. As the floating city nears Earth, the soldiers wonder what their role in this is. In a room, a figure interrogates a demon worshipper about their role in a system attack. The worshipper admits to their group's involvement, revealing they were following orders from Lord Exid, the interrogator growing suspicious. The worshipper explains how their faction grew stronger through absorbing powerful demon contractors. Interrogator reacts as he hears Arc Scarlet, the Crimson Demon King, was involved. Worshipper recalls how Arc Scarlet almost destroyed Rondel centuries ago. After hearing about Arc Scarlet, the interrogator breathes a sigh of relief, fearing nothing yet. The worshipper confirms their mission wasn't to destroy Rondel, but just follow Lord Exid's orders. Understanding shifts as he learns Lord Exid is the true leader of their group. Interrogator presses for more details on Lord Exid, who is from another world. The worshipper admits Earth's creator, Chaos, had ties to Rondel. The interrogator tries to process this overwhelming information, sensing many more questions ahead. The interrogation ends, and the interrogator reflects on how Earth's and Rondel's connection could clash. He wonders how things will unfold and what role he might play in the conflict. Realizing how important the Earth Demon King connection is, the interrogator knows everything could change. The group talks about the god's demise, noting gods lose power when forgotten by creators. They speculate the goddess is trying to merge both worlds, which would cause chaos. Urging caution, a voice advises against selfish motives, as the risks of such a merge grow. Conversation turns to the goddess's descent, raising doubts about her true intentions. One suggests using the woman they captured to gain access to the Demon King plan is decided. They'll take the woman to Earth to speak with the Demon King. Group prepares for their journey to Earth. They land on an uninhabited island in the Pacific, ready to face the unknown. Their mission is clear: confront the Demon King, and with new resolve, they proceed. As they journey on, the group realizes the connection to the Demon King's world is made. Woman's influence grows stronger. In a surprising twist, the Demon King recognizes one of the group members. Tension rises as the group faces the reality of their choices and the goddess's actions. Group realizes they're caught in the power struggle between gods and demons. Now, with determination, they decide to confront the truth head on. The Demon King laughs, his overwhelming power signaling the start of something destructive and chaotic. Lightning surges, shaking the ground as the Demon King manipulates the environment to show his strength. The group watches in silence, absorbing the Demon King's overwhelming presence and impossible to ignore power. Hesitation follows as the group questions the true strength of the Demon King, unsure of his vulnerability. Observing the Demon King closely, the woman remarks he hasn't changed in the years she's known him. The group grows uncertain, questioning the true nature of his power despite his imposing appearance. They shift focus to the Demon King's past, discovering startling revelations about his identity. A profile of the Demon King appears, showing his reincarnation as Manuel Lucas. Shocking everyone, the revelation leaves everyone speechless as they realize the Demon King's true nature is far more complicated. A white-haired man bursts into laughter as he faces a tall figure with black hair, red horns, and a faint halo above his head. Standing close, the white-haired man greets him with visible relief, carefully observing his condition. The horned man remains composed in a dark suit, meeting his gaze without hostility. When the others gather, the white-haired man realizes that Duke Lawrence stands as his successor. The revelation confirms that the Demon King of Earth is the reincarnation of Manuel Lucas. Placing a hand over his chest, the white-haired man formally addresses him as master behind him. A brown-haired woman reacts sharply, unsettled by the declaration. The horned man explains that unlike drifting into Rondell, he died on Earth and reincarnated there. His steady tone contrasts with the tension among the group. Attention shifts as he studies the white-haired man, silently weighing whether he truly qualifies as successor. The white-haired man raises a direct accusation about the attack on the Hollywood Systems Control Terminal. His arm extends protectively in front of the woman. Calmly, the horned man admits he provoked the incident to identify who would respond. Strategy, not chaos, guided his action. He references a document discussing why Rondell cannot advance into space, proving his awareness of Earth's technological limits. A cosmic explanation unfolds, describing Earth's mother as a will born from the outer universe that governs the planet. The creator god restricted Earth's potential yet avoided direct interference, establishing rigid boundaries. Such limits explain humanity's stalled progress despite advanced systems. The narrative continues, revealing conflict after the creator god's disappearance. Gods and demons resisted each other while using Earth as their ground of balance, returning to the present. The horned man declares he reincarnated to change that order, while doubt lingers among the others. The white-haired man states that even if Earth's celestials and demons unite with Rondell's Demon King, defeating the creator remains impossible. Facing him, the horned man calmly insists there is another method, one that allows inheritance of the creator's authority and rebirth as gods. A sudden outburst follows as the long-haired, white-haired figure steps forward in anger, rejecting the explanation as reckless and incomprehensible. The horned man clarifies that occupation, not destruction, is their objective. His composed tone attempts to reduce the hostility. He gestures lightly, arguing that Earth is already being invaded in real time. A faint spark forms at his fingertips. An image manifests of a floating sky fortress bombarding a city below, smoke rising as explosions spread across the land. The white-haired man stares at the projection in disbelief while the brown-haired woman watches silently. The horned man stands before them, controlling the display. He explains that an island appeared between China and the Korean peninsula, a territorial shift beyond normal anomalies. Integration is already underway, he concludes, urging them to understand the urgency of the situation. Determination replaces hesitation as the horned man asks for their cooperation. The group stands divided by uncertainty. The white-haired man admits the decision is too significant to make immediately, tension visible in his tight expression. With a faint smile, the horned man allows them time, confident that pressure will guide their choice. Turning away, he steps back while the others remain still beneath the fading projection. Silence lingers as the white-haired figures contemplate the scale of the revelation. Before leaving, the horned man declares he will wait for their answer, whether they stand with him or with the goddess. The horned man turns to leave, then pauses mid-step and questions whether the deleted records were truly reviewed. Startled, the white-haired man tightens his grip on the sphere, showing destruction spreading across the city below. Calmly, the horned man warns that if the invasion continues unchecked, the entire territory will be submerged in chaos. A distant view shows the group standing apart as the projection fades above them. The red-haired girl watches from behind, sensing conflict between the two leaders. Facing the sea, the long-haired, white-haired figure questions what their struggle has truly achieved. Doubt lingers beneath his controlled expression. He mentions Mary asking what became of her, while the horned man's aura darkens slightly as he announces that time has run out. Without further warning, the red-haired girl unleashes a powerful attack that detonates between them. Dust and force ripple outward across the sand. The long-haired, white-haired man stands firm despite the blast, his posture unmoved. Silence replaces the explosion's echo. Alone at the shoreline, he repeats that everyone has their own circumstances, gazing at the horizon in contemplation. Later, The short-haired, white-haired man sits with his head lowered, burdened by the scale of events. The weight of leadership presses heavily on him. Nearby, the long-haired, white-haired figure remains composed in the shadows. Observing without interference, the red-haired girl fidgets, uncertain. From a distance, the group stands scattered in uneasy quiet, each absorbed in private thoughts. A report appears, revealing that a disappearance incident was traced to Rondell and escalated to the Brigham Empire. Transferred individuals cannot return to Rondell, leaving both worlds in disorder. The white-haired man reviews the data with visible strain. He concludes that whether they join the Horned Man or oppose him, Rondell faces a coming dark age. Inside a quiet hall, the short-haired, white-haired man insists they must prepare for the worst-case scenario, while the long-haired, white-haired figure leans against the wall with folded arms. The suggestion arises that they secure at least one more powerful ally to strengthen their position. After a pause, he mentions an unusual collector from this world who might take interest in their situation, subtly shifting the direction of their strategy. The short-haired man reacts with uncertainty when the name of the black dragon, Brangish, is revealed. Concern spreads as the possibility of negotiating with the dragon suggests unpredictable consequences rather than guaranteed support. Despite the risk, resolve forms to seek something valuable enough to capture the dragon's interest and request an audience. As they prepare to move, the short-haired man pauses and summons a small magical familiar named Chester through his device. The tiny wizard-like entity materializes fully, ready to assist with information retrieval. Attention turns immediately to Duke Lucas's altered or deleted records. Acknowledging the vast amount of data involved, the familiar begins its task while the short-haired man urges careful examination for overlooked clues. Determination settles over the group as the investigation proceeds in silence. The possibility that hidden fragments remain within the erased records becomes their new focus. Meanwhile, the Horned Man watches from afar, considering how these discoveries may influence the coming conflict. From above, three figures move cautiously through a vast stone courtyard surrounded by ruined walls and scattered greenery. The silver-haired elf in black surveys the surroundings while the pale-haired noble beside him studies the structure ahead. As they proceed, a sudden disturbance ripples through the air, confirming the elf's expectation that their target is near. A colossal black dragon descends before the broken cathedral walls, its red eyes glaring down at the three intruders who stand firmly at the entrance. The beast lowers its massive head, smoke drifting from its nostrils as it questions their bold arrival with only two human companions. Despite the overwhelming presence, the pale-haired noble bows slightly, formally acknowledging the dragon as a superior being rather than an enemy. The dragon tilts its head with mild curiosity, while the noble introduces himself and the woman beside him. At the mention of their origins, the dragon's expression shifts to irritation, its jaws parting as dark energy gathers within its throat. A threat follows as the creature declares its disdain for humanity and promises destruction, causing purple-black smoke to swirl around its body. Unshaken, the elf steps forward and calmly asks the dragon to listen before acting rashly. The noble gently restrains the woman at his side while signaling toward the dragon, urging it to focus on what he is about to reveal. The dragon narrows its eye as the noble raises his wrist, drawing attention to an object strapped around it. A mechanical wristwatch gleams under the light, its intricate gears and pendulum-powered mechanism clearly visible. Recognition flashes in the dragon's eye as it identifies the object's origin from a noble house long thought insignificant. Standing alone before the towering creature, the noble calmly states that they came with a proposal. The dragon looms over the ruined cathedral and listens as the noble declares that friendship will grant access to the place where the watch was found. Without warning, the dragon opens its jaws wide, exposing rows of sharp teeth as a surge of power gathers in its throat. A violent burst of purple-black energy crashes downward, shaking the courtyard. When the smoke clears, the trio remains upright beneath the dragon's shadow, unharmed despite the overwhelming attack that struck moments earlier. The dragon studies the noble more carefully and acknowledges that the human is not ordinary. From within the ruins, a tall man with long black hair steps forward with visible excitement. The newcomer approaches boldly, examining the noble and his companions as if evaluating rare artifacts discovered by chance. Standing close, he questions how such an intriguing individual was found, while the elf and the woman observe him with guarded expressions. Attention shifts to the mechanical watch again, and the black-haired man's reaction reveals an intense obsession with unique treasures. He abruptly pulls the noble into a firm embrace, laughing loudly as if celebrating the acquisition of something precious. With dramatic enthusiasm, he declares that this meeting alone makes the day worthwhile, treating the encounter as a personal triumph. The scene transitions as a ceremonial atmosphere appears, introducing a new setting tied to sacred authority and divine ritual. A golden-haired girl kneels in prayer within an ornate sanctuary surrounded by clergy who chant in unison beneath elaborate decorations. Blue digital-like energy descends from above, forming patterns around her as if responding to a hidden system beyond ordinary magic. Far away, a dark-haired young man senses the disturbance, turning his head sharply as the strange power signals the beginning of another unfolding event. A young man stands calmly on barren ground beside a massive black bird and a silver-armored knight. A system notification flashes through the air announcing the arrival of a named boss, and a gigantic red dragon descends with burning scales and blazing eyes. The crimson beast roars fiercely, flames gathering in its mouth while it challenges the intruders who have come seeking victory. Instead of fear, the young man shows a faint smile regarding the dragon's anger as nothing more than a minor disturbance. Elsewhere, a blond man sits trembling in a dimly lit room, sweat falling from his face as pressure weighs heavily on his mind. Overwhelmed by guilt and fear, he lowers his head and admits he can no longer endure the situation. The woman's red eyes remain steady as she observes the confession without emotion, arms crossed as if measuring every word. In a grand throne room, an aged emperor wearing a golden crown questions the doubts surrounding the supposed chosen successor. From the foot of the throne, a report is delivered that something about the evidence feels unnatural and incomplete. The black-haired woman explains that although the materials match Duke Lucas, the overall preparation lacks the careful planning expected of him. She reasons that a true mastermind would have secured rapid growth or arranged secret training rather than leaving a successor exposed. Her conclusion reaches the throne as she declares that the current candidate is false and that the real successor remains hidden. Kneeling before the emperor, she names Adrian Lawrence and his ally as figures requiring close investigation. Her words echo through the vast hall, stirring tension among the court, as suspicion shifts toward powerful nobles. Far away on the battlefield, the red dragon lunges again with jaws wide open. A torrent of blazing fire pours down from the red dragon, engulfing the battlefield as the silver-haired fighter rushes forward through the flames without slowing. Within the inferno, he advances step by step, enduring the heat while analyzing the attack pattern. As the flames begin to thin, the dragon narrows its eyes in irritation. The dragon suddenly recoils when a surge of cold energy surges upward, colliding against its body and disrupting its advance midair. Massive shards of blue ice erupt from the ground, striking the dragon and forcing it down as cracks spread across its scales. Seizing the moment, the young man steps forward confidently, signaling that the battle has shifted in his favor as the wounded dragon struggles to regain control. In the kingdom of Lucias, word spreads that the Brigham Empire has begun reinvestigating the Chosen One, placing the Riverdale Duchy under direct suspicion. Within a grand reception room, 3 nobles gather around a table, realizing the Empire may be targeting them and using the Chosen One as an excuse to pressure the Republic. The blonde woman listens calmly while the dark-haired man watches her, sensing that the investigation suggests someone has discovered hidden truths about Duke Lawrence. A golden magic circle forms around the woman's hand as she reveals that reaching the 8th circle allows her to see through fabricated records. She explains that Duke Lawrence is not connected to their father, exposing that official documents were altered to hide his real origin. Shock spreads across the room as they conclude the Chosen One in the Prius Republic may have been a false identity created by the Duke. They decide to act openly and draw attention, intending to mislead the Empire since they are not the true targets. Concern appears on the dark-haired man's face as he admits their plan will only delay the Empire briefly. The blonde woman remains confident, believing that if a real Chosen One exists, that person could endure the Empire's pursuit. She reasons that strengthening Duke Lawrence's faction is the most practical way to prevent disaster. After a moment of thought, she considers approaching one of the Duke's most devoted supporters. A slight smile forms as she proposes meeting that ally first to secure additional backing. Far away, molten ground splits as a red dragon rages across a burning battlefield. A young man fights beside a radiant female figure, coordinating their attack against the beast. The dragon collapses, and a glowing message confirms the defeat of Red Dragon Kite. Signaling a decisive victory, a blue system window appears in the sky, announcing the completion of the chosen quest stage as the young man and the silver-haired woman stand amid the fading aftermath of battle. Another message follows, stating that the final floor of Manuel Lucas's MAGE tower has been unlocked, while the ruined battlefield begins to dissolve into digital light. The scenery shifts to a quiet plaza with a fountain, and the pair reappear side by side, absorbing the weight of clearing the trial in a single attempt. Exhaustion overtakes the young man as he admits the strain of fighting a dragon for days, his posture heavy despite the victory. A small floating familiar explains that Red Dragon Kite possessed combat power beyond a real dragon, implying the task was designed to last far longer. Both companions stare ahead in disbelief, realizing the final task was intentionally overwhelming. A radiant crystal materializes above the plaza, declared as the final reward, drawing their full attention. The young man steps forward and touches the crystal, activating a surge of light and system notifications. Multiple messages cascade down, recognizing him as the true inheritor of the tower and announcing the creation of a new star circle. Sudden pain strikes as energy floods his body, forcing him to collapse into the fountain while dark lightning flickers around him. A system alert states that circle creation will take 72 hours, leaving him conscious but defenseless. Clenching his teeth, he entrusts his protection to the silver-haired knight for the duration of the transformation. She answers with firm resolve, standing guard beside him as a massive blackbird watches from behind. Elsewhere, a brown-haired woman rises from her seat with urgency, sensing a sudden change. Doors burst open as she steps forward with authority, signaling that new events have begun to unfold. A brown-haired woman stands firmly in a quiet corridor as startled attendants call out to her, surprised by her sudden appearance and authority. Servants explain that outsiders attempted to deliver something directly to the Duke, but they were stopped before entering due to the current circumstances. Maintaining composure, she orders them to relocate, and reveals that the Duke is currently occupied with overcoming a critical barrier. Inside a study, an official presents a summons issued in the name of the Brigham Emperor, demanding the Duke submit to investigation. The document clarifies that the inquiry concerns whether he is truly Manuel Lucas's successor, setting a strict deadline for appearance. Reading the letter carefully, the woman learns that the summons arrived 2 days prior and requires compliance by the following day. When asked how to respond, she calmly instructs them to inform the Empire that the Duke cannot move for 3 days. She questions why such detailed explanations are owed to another nation, especially when the request was not delivered with courtesy. With steady resolve, she declares that any attempt to harm her husband will not be tolerated. A formal notice is dispatched stating that the Duke's condition relates to research within the MAGE Tower and condemning the Empire's rudeness. Elsewhere, a black-haired imperial official frowns as reports arrive of protests spreading across multiple nations. Names of foreign powers surface one by one, signaling that international attention now surrounds Duke Lawrence. Within the imperial chamber, suspicion rises as leaders question whether the Riverdale Duchy is stepping beyond its limits. An advisor suggests focusing the investigation on Duchess Olivia Riverdale while exercising caution with the Duke. Another official angrily objects, arguing that yielding to public opinion only deepens suspicion toward the Empire itself. Inside the imperial chamber, tension rises as an official suggests accusing the opposing side, but a dark-haired man with red eyes appears behind him, radiating hostility and silencing the room. Without warning, the intruder advances, knocking one official to the floor while the others recoil in shock at his sudden presence. As guards hesitate, the man steps forward calmly, ignoring their authority and asserting control over the disrupted meeting. Standing over the fallen official, he introduces himself as Brangish, identifying his loyalty to Adrian Lawrence and making his allegiance clear. A dark aura gathers around him while he references the Brigham Empire's special task force searching for Manuel Lucas's successor. With calculated intent, he reveals that his arrival is connected to that investigation, leaving the officials shaken and aware that the balance of power has shifted.